Moonstop Entertainer by Richter. Chapter 1. Derek Weedle bought a used guitar from a friend for $40. His friend loved the guitar, but he needed the money. He even kissed the guitar goodbye before he handed it to Derek. Derek learned to play 3 chords reasonably well and began writing some songs. After about a month, he played his songs at a local bar on open mic night. A lot of his co-workers from the lumber store came and drank a lot of beer. So the owner said Derek could have his own show as long as he brought his crowd along and they bought more beer. All of his songs were either about drinking beer or space travel or both. Working at the lumber store wasn't bad, but what he really wanted to do was be an interstellar rock star. He figured if he sang songs about space travel, he might become popular with the people who lived in the space colonies. There were 6 colonies on the moon, 3 on Mars, and a new outpost being built on Titan, one of the moons around Jupiter. He wrote a song that went, "In outer space, any world is so much more exciting, any planet's so much more inviting than living on this chunk of dreadful earthly junk and having to get a job and being a lonely slob. Yeah." He realized that he would have to pay his dues, as they say in the music business, before he got famous. This meant driving around to different bars that would let him play his songs and play his songs to anyone who would listen, night after night, for a seeming eternity, until he had won over thousands of fans who would pay good money to see him play again. He just needed to create a buzz. He needed to get people talking about him and his great songs and his great guitar playing. He hoped that nobody would figure out that he only knew 3 chords. Derek knew that some music critics frowned on guitar players who didn't know all 38 chords. Derek figured if he played his songs really fast, it would be hard for the critics to keep track of how many chords he had used. Derek bought a used minivan and bought some out-of-town shows on the internet. Booking a show usually involved convincing a bar owner that he or she will sell more drinks with the live music that said musician could provide. Derek asked for a week off from the lumber store so that he could take care of some personal business. The next morning, he threw his guitar and his sleeping bag in the back of his minivan and headed off for Kartoffelville, where he had booked his first show. Derek was nervous about playing the show because he didn't know a soul in Kartoffelville. It had been easy to play his songs in his hometown. All his co-workers had cheered and hooted after every song at his neighborhood tavern. But now he would be surrounded by strangers. He was afraid that the new surroundings might cause him to forget his lyrics, so he practiced singing in the car. "In outer space, you can be a space commander hero. If you're tired of being a zero, and kill off everyone with the deadly laser gun and be a lunatic or a foxy lunar chick, yeah." Kartoffelville was a small town. It was more like several strip malls lined up end to end, with a few dozen houses off on side streets named after trees like maple and oak. Derek pulled up to Humbert's Bar and Grill, where he was scheduled to play that night. There was a little sign in the window said, "Live music tonight. Derek Weedle at 9 p.m. Derek got out his guitar and went inside. There was a handful of regulars sitting at the bar. There was a tiny stage in the corner with a microphone stand on it. "What can I get you?" said the bartender. "I'll just have a beer," said Derek. Derek put down his guitar and sat down on a stool. The bartender brought him a beer. The guy sitting on the next stool looked him over and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I see you have a guitar." You any good? The guy asked. Yeah, I'd like to think so, replied Derek, keeping a stiff upper lip. Well, I hope you don't sound like that shit on the radio, said the guy. I mean, what happened? There used to be all this great music, and now it's all shit. The music industry has totally fucked us over. I can't even listen to this new shit. Give me the old shit, man. When I hear someone come in here playing that new shit, I just want to punch him in the face. The guy chugged his whole beer and demanded another. So, what does your shit sound like? Oh, my shit sounds more like the old shit, Derek reassured the guy. I hope you're not going to do any whiny love songs, said the guy. I'm going to puke if I hear any more of that shit tonight. Hey, don't worry, replied Derek. I don't do whiny love songs, so you don't need to puke. I mean, let's face it, love is a crock of shit anyways, explained the guy. All women are whores. They just want your money. At least hookers are straight up about it. I give 'em a 20 and they suck my dick. Am I right? He didn't wait for Derek to answer. Then you got these classy bitches like my wife, he continued. She don't charge me up front, but when she wants designer clothes, a new car, more cocaine, she's got expensive taste, she tells me. Love. Ha! It's legal prostitution. Pay me now or pay me later. Women aren't happy until they have us totally fucked over. Am I right? Derek was trying to think of a clever way to exit this conversation when the front door crashed open. The guy's bitter scowl was immediately replaced with a shit-eating grin. A tall woman with incredibly buoyant blonde hair and spiked heels stormed into the bar and came straight over to the guy who had been philosophizing. Hey, sugar, shouted the guy. I was just telling my friend here what a knockout you are. Is that a new dress? Absolutely stunning. She slapped him across the face. Don't you hey sugar me. I've been texting you for an hour and a half and you're too lazy to punch in one consonant. Come on, baby doll. I just got off a conference call with some overseas clients, pleaded the guy. I'm only in here because I couldn't get decent cell phone reception at my office. You'll get no reception at all when I shove that phone up your ass, screamed the lady. The Beaver Falls beauty pageant is in 3 weeks, and you still haven't come up with the cash for my boob job, you fucking deadbeat. Relax, my precious angel, said the guy in a soothing voice. Nobody wants you to have big boobs more than I do. My broker told me about a corporate takeover set for next week that's going to send our stocks through the ceiling. We'll have enough cash for 2 boob jobs. The guy laughed maniacally until the woman buried a huge knife in his chest. Holy shit, cried Derek as he jumped out of his stool. Somebody call an ambulance. No, gasped the guy at the bar. No doctors, no hospitals. The medical profession is out to fuck us over. The guy yanked out the knife and promptly made several more incisions. Her buoyant blonde hair began to droop with the weight of all the flying blood. Don't be an idiot, yelled Derek. You're going to bleed to death without medical attention. Why don't you die, motherfucker? Screamed the woman as she continued to perforate his ribcage. The man finally grabbed the woman's wrist to stop her stabbing him. She started digging in her purse with her free hand. Honey, do you always have to interrupt me when I'm talking to somebody, he grumbled. So anyways, those medical fuckers are going to steal my kidneys and sell them to some celebrity, gasped the guy. And if that ain't bad enough, they're going to raise my insurance premiums too. I'm just not having it. Isn't it better than being dead? Reasoned Derek. I'm not some pussy faggot afraid of a little death, gasped the guy. And another thing, you tell that funeral home that I'm not going to let them fuck me over. I'll come back and haunt the motherfuckers. I just want a plain pine box. Don't let them stick me in some shiny ass casket for 10 grand. Better yet, Burned my shit and put the ashes in a coffee can. Motherfucking morticians. He probably would have kept on ranting until his last breath if his wife hadn't shoved the barrel of a pistol in his mouth and kept pulling the trigger until all the bullets were gone. The woman turned robotically and walked out of the bar. She obviously had had some experience as a runway model. Derek couldn't bear to see what was left of the guy and wouldn't have been able to even if he wanted to. A bloodthirsty mob immediately encircled the corpse, pushing and shoving to get a better look. 2 paramedics ran in seconds later. They used taser guns to create a path through the ravenous crowd. They knelt over the man's body. One of the paramedics began to open the guy's torso with an electric saw. The other paramedic opened a large plastic cooler filled with ice. The first paramedic pulled out the guy's kidneys and inspected them in the light. "Kidneys look good," he shouted as he put them in the cooler. "How about the liver?" asked the other. "Well, I've seen better. It's not going to fetch top dollar, but I'm sure we can get something for it. Let's take it." The paramedics scooped up several other vital organs and then ran out as fast as they had arrived. This unfortunate incident had attracted an ever-growing crowd. There hadn't been a good bloody murder in Kartoffelville in weeks. Photos were all over social media within minutes. People even began driving in from other towns to get a glimpse of the gore. The bartender was selling drinks as fast as he could pour them. The crowd became quite jovial, thankful for some unexpected excitement in their otherwise monotonous lives. Derek looked at the clock on the wall. It was 9 o'clock. He had been worried that there wouldn't be much of a turnout for his show, but now he had a packed house. He grabbed his guitar and jumped up on stage. He quickly removed his street clothes to reveal his silver spacesuit costume that he had devised to go with the space travel theme of his show. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Derek said in a booming voice into the microphone. "I want to thank you all for coming out tonight." Most of the mob was still trying to catch a glimpse of the exquisite corpse, but one by one they turned to marvel at the stranger in the silver spacesuit. And Derek sang beautifully. "In outer space, you can venture to the outer limits for even longer than 30 minutes. And clean up dirty cars on a shiny distant star and making orders of fries on the Starship Enterprise, yeah. So what are you waiting for, my friend? A million worlds to explore and pretend. Any destination of your pickin'. That is, of course, unless you're not chicken, to take a real trip on a real rocket ship and screw the rest of us that have to take the bus, yeah." It wasn't long before the whole crowd was digging Derek Weedle's experience, and they applauded after every song. Chapter 2. After he finished playing, the bar emptied out quickly. It was a school night. Derek speculated that after receiving such a positive response from the audience that there would be some lonely ladies lingering at the bar. Unfortunately, that was not the case. He needed a place to sleep. He asked a few remaining patrons if they knew of a cheap hotel or a campground nearby. A guy at the bar said he had a couch that Derek could sleep on. As Derek was trying to keep his tour expenses down, this seemed like a good alternative. "The name's Oliver," he said as he shook Derek's hand. "My friends call me Ollie." When they got outside, Ollie said, "That's my gray sedan over there. Just follow me back to my place." They made a pit stop at the liquor store before they left town. Ollie mentioned that his house was way out in the country. It took forever to get there. Endless 2-lane roads flanked with corn stalks in a pitch-black night. The gray sedan finally pulled over in front of a dark gray house on a desolate road. Derek parked his minivan behind the car. Ollie opened up his trunk to retrieve his booze. Derek couldn't help noticing several other things in his trunk and said, "Are those guns?" "Hell yeah," Ollie replied. "You gotta have guns these days. America just ain't safe like it used to be. Here, try this one out. He handed Derek a machine gun. Thompson submachine gun, just like Al Capone used to use. Weighs a fucking ton, right? Derek wasn't sure what to say. Now try this. Ollie handed him another gun. M16. Light as a feather, right? Now that's progress. He gave Derek a wide grin and began pointing out his other weapons. AK-47 right here. Uzi down here. Ah, check this baby out. The handheld rocket launcher. Just in case somebody wants to drive a Sherman tank right through my front door. I got enough firepower here to take out a Panzer division. Be prepared. That's what they always told me in the Boy Scouts. Hey, what's wrong? Giggled Ollie. You look nervous. Didn't you spend no time in the military? Derek still wasn't sure what to say. Hey, relax, shouted Ollie. He held out his hand and offered Derek some pills. Muscle relaxers. I've lived on these things for years. He slammed the trunk lid down and started walking toward the house. Survival of the fittest. That's what it's all about. You always gotta be thinking, he explained. Worst case scenario. That's how I've survived 18 years in the paratroopers. He pointed to the stones on the ground. Make sure you stay on the path. I got landmines all the way around the property line. Better safe than sorry. I know what you're thinking. I live out here in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna fuck with me? Ollie pointed down the road. The zoo's only 2 miles that way. Bengal tigers, polar bears, lowland gorillas. Hell, they even got a goddamn shark. I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Dead wrong. All we need is one flash flood and that goddamn shark will climb out of its tank and devour every man, woman, and child in its path. You think I'm kidding? It's happened before. I read about it on the internet. That's where I find out what's really going on in the world. The government doesn't want average Joes like you and me to know how dangerous zoos really are. There are all kinds of things the government don't want you to know about. Back when I was jumping out of helicopters for Uncle Sam, I was a killing machine, but I would never kill a fellow American. Now it's all different. The government has this whole secret army of foreign mercenaries. They don't give a rat's ass about the red, white, and blue. They'll kill anybody. You do so much as juggle a few numbers on your tax return and he drew an imaginary horizontal line across his throat with his finger. You read about the Delete Squad, I imagine. Department of Economics, licensed to eliminate tax evaders. That's what it stands for. Dead fucking serious. He gave Derek a long, menacing stare for at least a minute. Ollie hunkered down and spun his head around 180 degrees. They've been watching me for a while now, he confided in Derek. Who? Derek asked innocently. How do I know? He bellowed. They all look like normal Americans. FBI, CIA, IRS, KGB, PTA, they all got those electronic implants and bionic vision. I'm sure we don't know the half of it. He waved Derek onto the porch and put his finger over his lips. There's this aerobic instructor at the gym, he began whispering. She's very muscular and she has a tattoo. She always looking at me funny. How do you explain that? There is no explanation. And that liquor store we were just at, they installed new video cameras in the ceiling 3 weeks ago. The very next night, I was watching the cars drive by my home with my night vision binoculars. Suddenly, at 9:46 p.m., here comes this heavy-set guy wearing a baseball cap, driving really slow past my house. I didn't get a good look at him, but I'm positive it was Michael Moore. Derek nodded weakly, but he couldn't think of anything to say. Oh, it gets worse, Oliver continued as he grabbed Derek's collar. 2 days after that, new paper boy. I swear to God, there's something away about this kid rides his bike that is just not human. I was trained to observe subtle shit like this, so I know. I'm guessing he's one of these new surveillance robots they've been building at MIT.
He's probably doing a full MRI scan of my entire house, so they know how much artillery I got stashed in there. Ollie's big bulging eyes were now 6 inches from Derek's face. This made Derek uncomfortable, so he tried to step back. Whoa, careful. The welcome mat is booby-trapped, he announced. I need to punch in a security code over that first. Otherwise, you plummet 20 feet down into a pool of hungry piranhas. He chuckled briefly as he entered numbers on the keypad on the wall next to the front door. Then he put the palm of his hand on a glass plate on the wall and the laser scanned it. The door finally opened. Derek's host walked into the house and began talking to a surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling. Computer, this is my guest that I am allowing to sleep on my couch. He is not an intruder. He waved me over. Look up the camera so the computer can scan your face. The computer just wants to compare your face with the FBI database I found on the internet. You're not a wanted felon or anything, are you? Derek told him he wasn't. Oh, look who's here, exclaimed Ollie, quite happily, as he looked across the room. It's Adolf and Eva, two of the sweetest Dobermans you'll ever meet. Just avoid making any sudden movements. I rescued them from the animal shelter after they were found too violent for prison work. Oh, and whatever you do, whispered Ollie, don't say the word schnitzel. The two dogs began growling and showing their teeth. Nine, screamed Ollie. The two dogs obediently lay down with their front paws crossed in front of them. He apologized for the dogs' rude behavior and explained that a highly recommended canine psychologist had been trying to rid them of this nasty habit for years. But for some reason, the S word still drove the dogs insane. You won't have any problem with sunlight in your eyes first thing in the morning. I've had all the windows shuttered with 3 inches of lead just in case of nuclear attack. Now, if there is a nuclear attack in the middle of the night, this red light in the corner will begin flashing and a siren will sound. I've had these light strips mounted in the floor that will lead you to the stairway that goes to the fallout shelter, which is back there just past the pantry. If you need to get up in the middle of the night, continued Ollie, make sure you say the password first. Very important. If I hear the slightest unexplained noise, even when I'm dead asleep, I dive out of bed and go into ninja stealth mode. I can't really explain what that is. Suffice it to say that it is part of my military training and still a classified government secret. But I don't know what the password is, Derek told him. Ollie said as he scratched his chin. You're right. Well, I suppose I can trust you. But share this with no one. Ronald Reagan, he whispered. Who? Derek asked, confused. Shh, he hissed, and then looked around the room suspiciously. Ronald Reagan. That's the password. Derek looked around the room to make sure no one was eavesdropping on him either. The Dobermans had their eyes glued on him, but looked like they could keep a secret. Derek replied in a hushed tone, Got it, and gave him a thumbs up. Oh, one other thing, said Ollie. You shouldn't have any problem with the motion detectors, but if for some reason you do get shot with a tranquilizer dart, don't worry. The drug in the dart isn't deadly. You'll probably sleep it off in 16 hours and wake up with a hell of a headache. Damn, that reminds me of something else. Sorry, I'm sure you're dying to get to sleep. But speaking of headaches, if you go into the bathroom, let me warn you that the pills in the aspirin bottle are actually cyanide capsules. The aspirin is in the bottle marked laxatives. Derek nodded in compliance. Ollie slapped him hard on the back. Couch is very comfortable, he assured Derek. I'm sure you'll have no trouble falling asleep. Ollie went upstairs, but the Dobermans continued to watch his every move. Derek considered making a swift getaway, but he was too exhausted. He also considered that if he tried to leave without permission, he might be blown to bits. He collapsed on the couch, staring at the ceiling and gritting his teeth for the first hour, and then faded into sleep. Chapter 3. His next show was in an old town
that was once a bustling metropolis employing tens of thousands at its steel mills. When all the industries pulled out and went overseas, the town became a virtual ghost town. Then some clever entrepreneurs came in and converted the entire town into a giant theme park devoted to extreme sports. They even changed the name of the town from Stellenberg to Extreme Town. The exclamation point was permanently affixed to the town's legal name. Derek had a show at the Biga La Coluna stage, which was built right on the beach to entertain the surfers and their entourages. As he approached the town on the main highway, he was passed by a semi-truck with a flatbed trailer easily doing 90 miles an hour. There were several skateboarders doing stunts on a half-pipe constructed on the speeding trailer. He couldn't help but notice that the skaters were wearing day-glow-colored T-shirts and cargo shorts bearing logos that signified that they were sponsored by competing brands of crystal meth. Wow, that is extreme, thought Derek. When he got into town, he saw kids on BMX bikes doing extreme stunts on streets strewn with broken glass and rusty metal, and being chased by bulls infected with mad cow disease. Gangs of pregnant teenage roller derby queens could be seen beating the shit out of each other at nearly every street corner and in the laundromat. There was an amateur senior citizen demolition derby going underway in a shopping mall parking lot. He saw kids skateboarding down mountains of ruptured toxic waste containers. He even saw some kids on pogo sticks bouncing around in a rattlesnake pit, throwing firecrackers at each other. He passed a grade school just as classes were letting out. All the kids were covered with horrible scars and demon tattoos. The crossing guard was in a full body cast. She could raise her arm to stop traffic by pulling a pulley with a rope that she pulled with her teeth. She smiled at Derek with her 5 remaining teeth as he drove by. Derek was waiting at a stoplight, reading a flyer on a nearby lamppost, looking for people interested in human sacrifice, when the paramedics from the night before pulled up next to him in their ambulance. "Hey, what's going on, buddy?" one of them yelled over the roar of flame-throwing funny cars that were making illegal left turns in front of them. Derek waved at them. "You know where Extreme Town General Hospital is?" yelled the paramedic. Derek said he didn't. "We need to deliver some kidneys," explained the paramedic. "One of the pro motocross riders just got cut in half with a chainsaw last night. The doctors managed to sew him back together, but his kidneys were history. We've been driving around for 6 hours and we can't find the place. Our ice is all melted and the kidneys are starting to get soggy." "Sorry I can't be more help," said Derek. The light turned green and the ambulance screamed off in a cloud of smoke. Derek heaved a sigh of relief when he finally arrived at the beachfront parking lot. There were 1,000 drunken idiots everywhere, either gulping beers down or puking them up. A girl with a Farrah Fawcett hairdo was trying unsuccessfully to form a complete sentence, handed him a balloon filled with nitrous oxide. He thanked her and continued toward the backstage entrance. There was a surf group on stage calling the Groovy Swinging Botanical Odors, just finishing up their set when he got backstage. He grabbed a beer out of the cooler and started tuning up his guitar. There were a lot of people backstage throwing food at each other. Somebody passed him a joint. He took a quick puff. He discovered that his songs developed a mind of their own and developed gateways into other dimensions. He decided it would be best not to smoke anything else until after his set. When the Groovy Swinging Botanical Odors had moved all their gear off stage, Derek ascended to the stage in his silver spacesuit and plugged in his guitar. There were a couple hundred crazy surf guys and girls out there, and the entire Atlantic Ocean was behind them. When the sound man was ready, the MC came up to the mic and announced, all right, all you whacked-out crazies. I want you to give an extreme welcome to our next guest, all the way from the dwarf planet Pluto, Mr. Derek Weedle." The crowd went crazy.
Derek was rocking his way through his first song when he noticed something strange. The ocean horizon behind him seemed to be rising higher. That was some mighty strong weed, he thought to himself. No, the water level definitely was rising. He was no nautical expert, but he was fairly certain that there was an enormous wave headed his way. "I want to thank you all for coming out tonight," shouted Derek, "but I think we should probably all evacuate this beach immediately and head for higher ground." The crowd responded with, "Woo!" This was basically the response to everything anyone on stage said into a microphone. The stage manager kept signaling him to start his next song. Derek stood gaping at the 50-foot wall of water. He was hypnotized, like a deer in the headlights of an oncoming car. There were several extreme surfers on top of the wave. The sound was deafening. The sky went black as the water crashed over him. He felt his body spinning around violently like he was in a giant washing machine. He saw hippies twirling past him in tie-dyed shirts. He also saw lionfishes and clownfishes and sword-swallowing fishes and trapeze fishes and even a lifeboat from the Lusitania. Then the skeleton of a U-boat commander floated past him and saluted him. He knew he couldn't hold his breath forever. Derek felt a tug on his shirt collar. Something was pulling him. He turned his head to see a long metal arm attached to something that looked like a delivery truck. The truck didn't have any wheels. It had strange moving flippers in the wheel wells, and there was a spinning propeller in the back. The arm shoved Derek's body through an open door on the side of the truck and then shut the door behind him. Derek found himself in a small, dark, enclosed space. The water began to recede, and he was able to breathe again. A door on the other side of the space opened up. A punk rocker with a green mohawk was holding the door open. "Dude," said the punk rocker, "we saw you floating around out there, and we thought you might want a lift." Derek stumbled into the room, still gasping for air. "Where the hell am I?" Derek managed to ask. "Dude, this is our DIY submarine," said the punk rocker. "Isn't it bitchin'?" Derek looked around, incredulous. It looked like the inside of a delivery truck, except there were pipes and dials everywhere. Outside the front windshield, Derek could see fish swimming around. "Whoa," exclaimed the punk rocker. "Wasn't that wave awesome?" "Well, it definitely freaked me out," admitted Derek. "Oh, hey," said the punk rocker. "This is Joey Nemo over here at the steering wheel. He's like the captain. I'm Eddie the Octopus. People call me that 'cause I'm always drinking 8 beers at once, which is stupid, I know, but fuck it. I'm like the navigator, usually, but it's been like impossible to get a Wi-Fi signal under 50 feet of water. We may have to go up near the surface and use the periscope to figure out where the fuck we are." He pointed to a jumble of plastic pipes held together with duct tape. Derek stared up at it, dumbfounded, and then tried to shake the water out of his ears. Eddie reached into a cooler and pulled out 3 beers. He threw one to Joey Nemo and handed one to Derek. "So," asked Eddie, "you play music, huh?" Derek looked down at his hand and was surprised to see that all through the calamity he had managed to hang on to his guitar. He turned it upside down and a mackerel flopped out of the sound hole. "Yeah," replied Derek. "I was supposed to do a 45-minute show at the Biga La Coluna stage, but the show was a total washout." "Yeah, bro," laughed Eddie the Octopus. "A total washout, that's a good one. What were you going to play? New wave music? You get it? New wave? Hey, man, why don't you come with us back to the squat and do your show there? We're going to have bands playing and tons of beer and chicks. It'll be way cool." "Your squat?" asked Derek. "Don't you think it's underwater right now?" "Dude, that's the coolest thing about this squat," said Eddie, all excited. "It's always underwater. We were tooling around a few years ago in the DIY sub when we discovered this secret underwater naval base about 15 miles offshore. We broke in and figured out how to turn the power on. We found some old porno mags from the 80s, so we figured nobody had been in there for at least 20 years. There's all this high-tech shit in there that was so killer, and I think the Navy just forgot all about it.
Wait a minute, said Derek. I don't want to sound like a total dick or anything, but you two just seem like a couple of normal beer-guzzling punk rockers. How did you end up with your own submarine and undersea hangout?
No, I hear you, man. It's cool, replied Eddie. 5 years ago, I was a total high school dropout. Loser, living in my family's basement. I was on the internet one night, downloading some music. I was all drunk and trying to type in UK subs. But somehow I got on this website about submarine design. I started reading the shit, and I was like, whoa, this is so fucking cool. Reading about buoyancy and ballast and shit. Next thing you know, I am just reading everything I can get my grimy little hands on about mechanical engineering, and I turned Joey onto this shit, and we were like, fuck yeah, we can build this shit. We got some welding gear, and we started scouring the local scrap yards. Before long, we had created this beast, and now we are full-fledged sea punks. Derek was happy just to be alive, but couldn't help but be curious. How often does anyone get invited to a party at the bottom of the ocean? Besides, it seemed pretty obvious that his minivan and the Big La Coluna stage were currently under 20,000 leagues under the fucking sea. So where else was he gonna go? He drank his beer and stared out the windows, becoming hypnotized by all the strange sea life that wiggled past the DIY sub. Soon they were descending toward what looked like 5 enormous mushrooms on the ocean floor. Eddie yelled at Derek excitedly, "Check it out! Our 5-shroom mansion. Way cooler than ordinary rooms. We live in giant shrooms, right?" He explained that these were pressurized living spaces with all the comforts of home. There were tubular walkways that connected the 5 shrooms, and the whole structure glowed with an eerie green light. Joey pushed a button on the console, and a large door opened. The DIY sub pulled into the shroom garage. Once the garage door closed, the water emptied out so they could walk to the living quarters of the enormous shroom. Inside, there was a stage with amplifier and drums, as well as a fully stocked bar. Other punks showed up as well as some mermaids. Before long, the punks were playing their loud, raucous theme song. "Sea punks rule the 7 seas, cruise at high velocity. Hung like Neptune, don't you know? I got more mermaids than Jacques Cousteau." Later, Derek got up on stage and played some of his songs, and several of the mermaids were definitely checking him out. After he was done playing, another band called the Aborted Fetuses was supposed to play. A giant papier-mâché vagina was set up over the stage, and the 4 band members tumbled out of the vagina onto the floor. They ran to their instruments and beat on them mercilessly. Then they all started screaming bloody murder. They all wore diapers and had giant fake coat hangers through their heads. Derek kept glancing over at the mermaids. He finally worked up the courage to approach one of them. "These guys are different," he said. "They're fantastic," she said with a smile. "I never miss one of their shows. But hey, I like your songs too. Are you a real spaceman?" "No," he replied. "Not yet. I'm paying my dues right now, waiting for that big break when a record executive asked me to be a Moonstop entertainer." She purred. "Sounds interesting." "Are you a real mermaid?" asked Derek. "Yes, I am, sugar," she replied. "Now, how does that whole mermaid thing work, anyways?" Derek asked. "You're born with a fishtail, right? But if you fall in love with a mortal man, then you have to give up being a mermaid so you can be his wife? Something like that, right?"
"Oh no, darling," she said. "That's just a fairy tale. We mermaids are independent women. We go where we want and we take love where we find it." "What do you say we get out of here?" asked the mermaid. "My place is just on the other side of the coral reef." "Well, sure," he said. "I've got some time to kill." He followed her into the airlock, and she started closing the door. "Hey, wait a minute," Derek said. "One problem. I can't breathe underwater." "Oh, that's right," she said with a smirk. "I forgot. There's something fishy going on," said Derek. "Okay, fine," she said with a note of irritation in her voice. "Put on that scuba gear if you're so worried about breathing." They glared at each other for a moment, but then the desire returned. He put on the scuba gear, and soon they were swimming to her little hideaway. As soon as they were safely hidden in the darkened abyss, she pulled out his air hose and planted a big wet kiss on his mouth. After several hours of heavy breathing, his air tanks were running out of oxygen. "Hey, wow, this has been great," he said rather awkwardly, "but I really need to get back before I asphyxiate." "Yeah, that's what they all say," said the mermaid. "Are you going to call me?" "Call you?" said Derek. "How am I going to call you? We're on the bottom of the ocean." She handed him a large clam. "This is a clam phone," she explained as she opened it. "It works just like a cell phone. We have our own network set up down here." Okay, said Derek, now gasping for air. "I really have to run." Derek was literally blue in the face by the time he reached the Sea Punk's underwater hangout. "Hey, Casanova, we were about to send out a search party," said Eddie. "I guess I should have warned you about Azura. She's half mermaid, half piranha." Chapter 4. When he woke up the next morning, he stumbled around the shroom bleary-eyed, looking for coffee. Eddie, Joey, and their whole crew of sea punks were fixing up some breakfast in the kitchen. After a big breakfast and sufficient coffee, the sea punks went off to various parts of the base to work on different projects. Derek was left with his own thoughts. He wondered what Azura was up to, but then he remembered he had a gig that night in the town of Fertucket. How was he going to play the show when he was stuck in Davy Jones' locker, 20,000 leagues under the sea? He searched the shrooms for Eddie the Octopus and Joey Nemo. When he finally found them, they were busy building a nuclear reactor in the workshop. "Of course we could drop you off back in Extreme Town," said Eddie the Octopus. "It should be reasonably dried out by now. Let me just shut this shit down so we don't have a meltdown." When the DIY sub ran ashore on the beach, Eddie said, "Great to meet you, bro. Keep rocking those spaceman tunes." Derek went to the parking lot where he had parked his minivan, but it was gone. He noticed out of the corner of his eye a guy wandering around the lot, checking all the discarded beer cans and bottles for a little leftover sip. He picked up a bottle that was still half full and said, "No bugs in it," and proceeded to drink the remainder. He looked at Derek rather cockeyed and said, "Suppose you're looking for your vehicle." Derek nodded. "Most likely it's been towed to the city pound. This here street is head-on Collision Avenue. Just follow it around that hairpin turn till you get to Brutal Consequences Parkway. Then turn right, cross the drawbridge that goes over Flesh Blood River. Now it's important to recognize that the bridge is never fully down. It's usually open enough so that there's a 10-foot open gap in the middle. You'll need to get a good running start in order to jump to the other side. Don't even think about swimming across the river. They stock it with alligators. Then go straight through the rifle range. It's a good idea to wave a white handkerchief over your head so that they can see you, and the auto pound is right there on your right. You can't miss it." "Hey, thanks," said Derek. "I never would have found it without you." "Hey, wait, you need a white handkerchief. Here, take mine," exclaimed the man as he began to remove a filthy yellowed rag from his pocket. "I'm good," yelled Derek as he began jogging toward head-on Collision Avenue. "Arthur Proxley's the name. I'm running for mayor this November." The man yelled after him, "I hope I can count on your support." Derek found the pound just where Arthur Proxley had said it was. He left out the part about the exploding houses filled with packs of rabid dogs, but Derek weathered the journey with only a few minor cuts and bruises. The man behind the counter could have easily been mistaken for an albino gorilla chomping on a cigar. $300? Screamed Derek in horror. Look, mister, the man reasoned, you abandoned your vehicle upside down in the middle of the street. Next time, be more careful. Derek was furious. Did it ever occur to you that maybe my vehicle was parked in a legal spot and a 50-foot wave flipped my car over and left it in the middle of the street? Sir, we are not liable for acts of God, said the man chomping away at his cigar. You pay the fine or your vehicle's going to be crushed into scrap metal. Ain't that right, Louie? He's right, mister, a skinny man behind the gorilla said to Derek. It's always been that way. It's always going to be that way. No sense in arguing. Derek opened the door to his minivan, and several gallons of water poured out onto the ground. The van stunk into high heaven on account of all the dead fish and other sea life left inside. The engine finally turned over, and he was ready to roll. He put the van in reverse and turned around to look out the rear window. To his horror, he discovered that the girl with the Farrah Fawcett hairdo was passed out in the back seat. He put the van back in park. He reached back and shook her arm. She woke up and grinned and handed him a balloon filled with nitrous oxide. Derek thanked her. The girl stumbled out of the van and half-heartedly waved at Derek before she wandered off. He looked across the lot and saw a school bus with a shark's tail sticking out of the driver's window. Look on the bright side, he told himself. He was still alive. He still had his guitar, his minivan, a balloon filled with nitrous oxide, and in a matter of minutes he would be out of this ridiculous town. He was just about to put the vehicle in reverse again when there was a loud crash behind him. He got out of the van to investigate. A teenage boy lay sprawled out on the ground with a skateboard lying nearby. All his horrible friends came running up yelling, "Dude, that was so awesome. You are a fucking maniac. I wish I had the balls to do that." Derek grabbed him by his t-shirt and stood the daredevil up on his feet. The kid's nose was probably broken, but he would live. The kid grinned, and he was obviously proud of himself. His friends all laughed and pointed at his nose. "Hey, dudes," Derek said. "I don't want to interrupt this glorious childhood moment, and I can see you guys are really bonding over this experience. But could you guys give me a little space so I can get the fuck out of here?" Derek put the pedal to the metal and was gone in a flash. The kids were left coughing in a cloud of dust. As he passed the front entrance, he saw the skinny guy named Louie wrestling with a brown bear, and a girl with the Farrah Fawcett hairdo was standing nearby eating an ice cream cone. Chapter 5. Derek had been driving for several hours when the highway disappeared into a massive tunnel. The tunnel was well lit for about a quarter of a mile. Then it got progressively darker. The only thing illuminating the tunnel was a string of 40-watt bulbs connected with a very long extension cord. The pavement became very rough. It was so rough that he had to slow down. He could feel the fillings in his teeth coming loose with all the violent rattling. The air became increasingly dusty and smoky. There was a drone of heavy machinery up ahead. Through the gloom, he could see the silhouettes of coal miners along the side of the road. His visibility dropped to less than 10 feet in front of the car, so he had to slow down even more. He was creeping along at a snail's pace, actually slower than that, because several snails passed him in the left lane honking their horns and shaking their fists at him. Then an enormous sea turtle flew past him in an 18-wheeler, blaring his horn the whole time. The turtle had a tattoo on his bicep of a mermaid that read Azura underneath. Wow, Derek thought to himself. That must be Azura's old man. I'm lucky he didn't come home while we were getting it on. I would not want to tangle with that guy. Once the truck-driving turtle disappeared, he noticed a red glare in the distance. At first he thought it was just taillights, but before long he was surrounded by red smoky air. He could see orange flames and pools of molten lava on either side of his minivan. He heard screams of agony and what sounded like people being tortured, and the echoes of wicked laughter. A road worker with large red horns projecting from his forehead held up a sign that said, "Proceed with caution," was waving Derek along. He tried to remember the road signs he had seen before the tunnel. Maybe he had made a wrong turn somewhere. He wasn't going to turn around now. After what seemed like an eternity, the smoke began to clear and the pavement got smoother. The overhead light fixtures returned and became increasingly bright. He could even see light at the end of the tunnel. Derek felt relieved when he was finally back out in the open air. Blue skies and green trees everywhere. He came over a ridge on the left side of the highway. There was a church with a huge billboard that said, "Hell is real." On the right side of the highway was a huge warehouse building with an equally huge sign that read, "Adult books and guns for sale." Of course, the church parking lot was empty and the adult bookstore/gun shop was completely full. The next billboard read, "Prepare to meet your maker." This was followed by a 70-foot-tall plaster statue of Jesus. As Derek drove past the statue, it was hit by lightning and caught on fire. Derek marveled at the size of the RVs on this highway. One had a tennis court and an Olympic-sized swimming pool on the roof. The next one had its own built-in parking garage. He passed rows of high-tension towers that looked like gargantuan silver robots tending the shiny chrome missile silos and a bumper crop of wind turbines, all spinning in unison. On a lonely stretch of highway, Derek decided to try out the clam phone. He pried it open. It occurred to him that Azura hadn't given him her number, so he just pushed the call button. "Hello?" answered Azura. "Hey, it's me, Derek," he said. "Oh, hi. Sounds like you finally got your breath back." "Yeah, I was blue in the face by the time I got back to the base, but I'm better now," he said. "Well, why don't you come by later?" she asked. "I'm making tuna helper." "I love tuna helper," he said, "but unfortunately I can't. I've got a gig tonight in Tucket. I've been driving through the whatchamacallit mountains for hours." "That's too bad," she said. "Maybe you could swing by my reef when you got a day off, Rockstar." "That's possible," said Derek. "Hey, do you know a giant sea turtle that drives an 18-wheeler? "You mean Dante?" she asked. "He's just a big dumb jerk. He thinks I'm his girlfriend. He even got my name tattooed on his arm. I avoid him like the plague, but he can't take a hint." "He looks like kind of a tough customer to me," Derek said. "Oh, he's big and ugly, all right," she said. "But he's a total wuss. Even I could kick his ass." Derek heard a wailing siren and looked in his rearview mirror. He spied a pair of flashing red lights belonging to a state trooper that were closing in from the rear. "Hey, Azura, I gotta let you go," said Derek. "Some cop is riding up my ass for some reason. I'll call you later." Derek slowed down and pulled his minivan over onto the shoulder. The patrol car pulled up and stopped behind him. A state trooper walked up to Derek's window. He was talking on his radio. Roger that. We have a long-haired motorist here talking into a large clam. I may need backup." "Is there a problem, officer?" asked Derek. "I'll ask the questions here, you sicko," said the officer. The officer looked at him for a long minute. "Have you been drinking, sir?" "No, sir, not at all," answered Derek promptly. "You're not drinking in your car? Not even a flask of moonshine in your glove compartment?" asked the officer. "Nope," replied Derek. "You ain't from around these parts, are you?" "That's true, officer." "I observed you talking into a clam for several minutes," said the officer. "It struck me as odd behavior for a grown man." "Oh, this?" said Derek. "It's a clam phone. I got it from a The officer was wearing a nasty scowl, and his eyes were burning holes in the back of his skull. Derek decided that the truth probably wouldn't sit too well with this law enforcement official. "I'm a salesman," said Derek. "A salesman who sells unusual cell phones. It's a gift for my daughter. She just loves the seashore, and I know she's going to love this phone. I was just trying it out to make sure it worked." The officer scratched his chin. "Hey, I'm sorry if I alarmed you, officer," said Derek. "But as you can see, there's a perfectly normal explanation, and I'm just as normal as a guy can be. In fact, I was just on my way to buy some power tools, and then after that I was going to watch a football game on TV. Sir, you should be aware that there are hefty fines for talking on a cell phone while operating a motor vehicle," explained the officer. "Luckily for you, there are no laws on the books pertaining to talking into a clam, so I can't legally detain you any longer. But don't push your luck. Drive safely. Good day, sir." With that, the trooper walked back to his cruiser and tore off out of there, burning rubber and spitting gravel every inch of the way. Chapter 6. When Derek got to the club in Tucket, where he was supposed to play the gig, there was a huge mob outside. "What the hell is going on?" he asked himself. "I hope there hasn't been another murder." He had to drive around for 20 minutes just to find a parking space, and when he did, it was 6 blocks away. He walked up to the club carrying his guitar, still mystified by the crowd. Someone yelled, "There he is!" The whole crowd began screaming and came running toward him. His first impulse was to run back to his car. It was too late. He was already surrounded by hundreds of screaming strangers. Everyone was shaking his hand, kissing his face, and asking for autographs. Some were yanking on his clothing. He was completely bewildered. A beautiful woman came forward, grabbed his arm, and said, "Let's get you inside the club before these people tear you limb from limb." She obviously had experience fighting crowds of crazy music fans. Several security guards moved in to help hold back the screaming mob. She pulled him into a room backstage and locked the door behind them. Derek was visibly shaken. What is wrong with those people? How do they even know my name? "You're the star of the Tsunami video," said the woman. "It got over 2 million hits on the internet last night. How can I be a star when I didn't even get a chance to play my songs?" asked Derek. "Come on, Derek," she said. "It's show business. There's no logic involved. That video from Extreme Town concert disaster has been running on every news show across the globe. And the last thing anyone sees before that 50-foot wave hits the stage is Derek Weedle. It's all about being in the right place at the right time. You're a bona fide celebrity." "This is stupid," says Derek. "None of those maniacs out there have ever even heard my songs. I have to pay my dues and work my way up, struggling and developing my songwriting style. The whole process takes years. I just left home 3 days ago." "Derek," said the woman, "I'm in a position to offer you a 3-record deal and a 4-tour support for the Headspace Records right now, tonight. Is Derek Weedle ready to be a rock star?" Derek gulped. "I'll take that as a yes," she said. "Candy's the name. I'll be your label rep. You just leave everything to me from here on out. We have big plans for you, Mr. Weedle." The show that night was ridiculously successful. The audience went insane every time Derek opened his mouth. The bar packed from front to back with hundreds more filling the sidewalk outside. After the show, Candy suggested they get away from the mob and go down by the Tucket Lake. Derek and Candy walked along the lakefront until they came to a deserted beach. "I want to go skinny dipping," said Candy. "Are you game?" This was obviously another one of Candy's trick questions. They threw off their clothes and ran into the lake. After 5 minutes of splashing around, Candy approached Derek and looked deep into his eyes. Suddenly, a shark jumped out of the water and clamped down on Derek's arm. They both screamed in horror. Derek tried to battle the shark with his free arm. Candy ran naked out of the water and down the beach until she was out of sight. The shark had a firm grip on Derek's arm, but there was no blood. He stared into the shark's face, and slowly it morphed into the face of Azura. She still had her teeth clamped on his arm. "Ouch!" screamed Derek. Azura finally opened her jaw and let go of Derek's arm. "Azura," said Derek, "what are you doing here?" "I got horny," said Azura, very matter-of-factly. "You almost gave me a fucking heart attack," screamed Derek. "I was just trying to get your attention," said Azura. "Sorry about scaring away your little friend." "You're not sorry," whined Derek, still rubbing the teeth marks on his arm. "You're right," she said with a confident grin as she rubbed her body against him. "Are you going to forgive me?" Derek tried desperately to cling to his anger, but her body heat turned it into harmless steam. How did women always manage to do this to him? He would definitely figure this out at some point in the future. After she had had her way with him several times, they lay weak on the wet sand. "Hey, wait a minute," said Derek. "The ocean's over 100 miles from here. How did you find me?" "Oh, it was easy," explained Azura. "The Furtucket Lake feeds into the Hotsy-Totsy River, which empties into the ocean, just down the coast from my reef. A girl's got to know these things, you know." There was a roaring of engines and 2 sets of headlights coming toward them. "Uh-oh," said Azura. "That's probably your friend, and it looks like she's brought along the cavalry. Catch you later, lover." With a flip of her tail and a splash, she was gone. 2 giant SUVs pulled up and 6 men with shotguns jumped out along with Candy, wrapped up in a tablecloth. She was still hysterical. "Oh my God," she shrieked when she saw Derek. "You're alive." The men looked around, utterly confused. Obviously, they only believed her shark attack story because she was beautiful and naked. Derek felt like he should say something. "Yeah, it was the strangest thing. I guess that shark decided I wouldn't taste good once she grabbed my arm. She just let go of my arm and swam away." "She?" screamed Candy. "How do you know it was a female shark?" Stammered Derek. "I took a class at a community college. Yeah, and, we learned how to tell the girl sharks from the boy sharks." "Honestly, lady," said one of the men, "it's like I've been telling you. I lived here my whole life, and there ain't never been no sharks in this lake." "Well, maybe it was a really big bass," said Derek, shrugging his shoulders. "Is that possible? Or a pike? Or a muskie? Or some kind of giant catfish? I hear they get pretty big in these lakes around here." The men looked at him closely. "Hey," said one. "You're that guy from the tsunami video." "Derek Weedle," yelled another. "Well, I'll be damned. My wife is just crazy about you. You think we could get a picture together, you and me? Otherwise, she ain't never going to believe that I met Derek Weedle. Damn." "Hell yes," said Derek, relieved that the shark attack had been forgotten. "Let's get back to the town and take some pictures. Then I'm going to buy you guys a beer for being such good sports." When they got back to town, Candy said she was still too freaked out and needed to take a few Valiums and call it a night. She promised Derek she would see him in several days and bring the recording contract. When Derek reached Slackville Heights the following night, the bar was packed like a can of sardines. The crowd went crazy as soon as he walked on stage. He played all his songs and some cover songs he had learned, and then a few more that he hadn't really learned. It didn't matter. Crowd went mad every time he plucked a string. He had to start playing his songs twice until the bar ran out of beer, which was about 11:30 the next morning. Then he had to have sex with a long line of groupies. He lost count after 15. Chapter 7. When Derek was finally able to sleep, he had a horrible nightmare, or at least he thought it was a nightmare. A horrible shimmering face hovered over his head and spoke to him. "All right, asshole," said the guy he'd met at the bar several days previous. "Where's my fucking kidneys?" "Holy shit," said Derek. "I thought you were dead." "I am dead, you moron," said the guy. "But I'm gonna haunt your ass until you tell me where my fucking kidneys are." "I don't know what happened to your kidneys," said Derek. "Besides, what do you need kidneys for? Your spirit has left your body like an empty husk."
"Oh, really?" said the guy. "I didn't realize you were such an expert on the afterlife. Let me explain something to you, wise guy. 15 minutes after my wife gave me a dozen new orifices, I show up at the gates of hell, and this minion starts giving me all this grief because I didn't leave a complete corpse. You see, in the Last Judgment, Satan wants to resurrect the whole zombie army to really fuck shit up. He doesn't want zombies with a bunch of missing parts. In fact, this minion told me that I would have to walk the earth as a disembodied spirit until I found my kidneys and returned them to my corpse before I could get into hell."
Derek thought about this for a moment. "Did it ever occur to you," asked Derek, "that maybe walking the earth as a disembodied spirit is a lot nicer than being tortured and burned alive in a lake of fire for all eternity?"
Said the guy. "Say, you're actually kind of smart for a deadbeat musician."
"Hey," objected Derek, "them's fighting words in my country."
"Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?" asked the guy. "I'm a disembodied spirit. Your fist would go right through me and hit the wall. See you next Halloween."
And with that, the apparition disappeared with a puff of smoke.
The next morning, Derek put on some giant sunglasses and a fake mustache so he could sneak out of town without being recognized. Chapter 8.
Derek made great time to his next destination, Hetfield Bongo Burrow, so he decided to relax at a park near the music venue. He sat down at a picnic table and quietly strummed his guitar. The sun was warm and fluffy clouds drifted past in an otherwise blue sky. It was the perfect setting for him to just sit back and relax and let all the stress and tension that had accumulated over the last few days just seep out of him. Something hit the table behind him. He turned to find a chestnut laying there. It fell out of the tree, he reasoned. A sheer coincidence. Then another chestnut hit the table. Was somebody trying to fuck with him? He looked around. He didn't see a soul other than some kids playing basketball literally a half a mile away. He looked up and realized he was under an enormous chestnut tree. Obviously, he had had too much excitement in the last few days, and his imagination was running away with him. He went back to fiddling around with a few chords on his guitar for a few minutes when another chestnut hit the table. He wasn't paranoid this time, but the loud noise destroyed his concentration. He decided to move to another picnic table, one that had nothing but blue skies overhead. He was on the verge of putting together a great new chord progression when another chestnut smacked him hard on the cheek. He darted his head around quickly. Still nobody anywhere in sight. He did see some movement out of the corner of his eye. It was only a squirrel innocently running along a branch about 20 feet away. He checked behind him once more, but all was quiet. He went back to strumming. The offending chestnut was almost forgotten when he spied a squirrel in a different tree, up on its hind legs, holding a chestnut over its head with its front paws. "Nah," he said to himself. "It couldn't be." Suddenly, a different chestnut hit him in the back of the head. He spun around. The first squirrel was running along a branch again. Another chestnut hit him in the shoulder. He spun around in the other direction. He saw a squirrel's tail disappear into a knothole. A chestnut flew past his face from another direction altogether. He turned at a 45-degree angle, only to be pummeled by two chestnuts from the previous directions. Soon more chestnuts came raining down from all directions at once. He picked up a handful of chestnuts and tried to fight back, but these squirrels were too crafty for him. Every time he tried to hit one of the little bastards, the others would pelt him from the sides and from behind him. He grabbed his guitar and made a mad dash for his minivan. There was a large snake in his path. Derek tried to run around, but it coiled up and sprang at him. Derek blocked the flying snake with his guitar. It made a horrible twanging sound as it hit the strings. Soon there were dozens of snakes flying at him from every angle, and the aerial chestnut assault continued. Derek did his best to fend off these vicious snakes and the venom that shot from their fangs by blocking them with his guitar.
20 feet from the minivan, Derek heard a terrible screeching sound as a bald eagle swooped down and tried to snatch his guitar with its talons. Derek punched the bald eagle in the beak with his free hand and wrestled the guitar back from the wicked bird of prey. The eagle's enormous wings pummeled him mercilessly. He flung open the door of the minivan and locked himself inside. "Fuck," he yelled once he was inside the vehicle. Covered with chestnut welts, snake venom, and eagle feathers, nature sucks.
Chapter 9. Derek definitely needed a drink, so he drove to Dingleberry's saloon, where he had his gig scheduled that night. When he walked in the door, Candy was waiting for him. She was wearing a t-shirt with his face on it. It read Derek Weedle across the top and Ride the Big Wave Tour under his picture. "Hey, rock star," she said. "Check out the new t-shirts. What do you think?" He marveled at his distorted face, stretched tightly over Candy's buxom hourglass figure. After he stared at it much longer than would be considered appropriate, he said, "Hey, that's me." "It sure is," she said. "Sit down right here, honey. We've got a lot to talk about. First off, I hope you don't mind, but we worked out an agreement with Dingleberry's that's going to be better for everybody. We're moving the show to the Hetfield Bongo Burro Arena. Now, Dingleberry's, nice though it is, can only hold 320 people, and we've already sold over 7,000 tickets, so it only makes sense. We flew in some session musicians to be your backup band. We got $1 million light show coming in on 2 semis. And we even had this mock spaceship built that will have you inside of it and will come down on wires at the beginning of the show." "Well, that sounds pretty good, Candy," said Derek. "I'm feeling a little discombobulated right now. Could I get a drink? I just had a bad experience with some squirrels." "Anything you want, Mr. D," she said. Derek got up and went to the bar. When he came back, Candy had business contracts and other paperwork spread all over the table. "You know what I really want," said Derek. "I want to play my music in outer space." Before Candy could respond, a tall, muscular, ruggedly handsome man approached the table. He was wearing a multicolored leather motorcycle jacket with Slippery Curves Motor Oil logo on the back. Candy looked up and screamed in astonishment. "Oh my God, Ramhorn!" She jumped to her feet and clamped onto the mystery man. She planted her mouth on his and drove her tongue deep into it. When she finally disengaged, Ramhorn half turned toward Derek and said, "Hey, bud, excuse us for just a sec." "Yeah, sure," said Derek, even though the couple was already out of earshot. They disappeared into one of the back rooms. Derek sipped his drink and looked around the room. The crowd outside was getting increasingly loud, but Derek could still make out the faint grunting and whimpering sounds that came from the back room. He felt irritated, but told himself he had no right to be. He tried to ignore it and concentrate on all the paperwork spread out in front of him. After about 3.5 minutes, the backroom door abruptly swung open, and Ramhorn strutted out, tugging on the zipper of his fly. He put on his mirrored sunglasses and walked straight out the front door, never looking left or right. Next, Candy emerged, wobbling a bit from side to side as she tried to straighten out her miniskirt and get her hair out of her face. When she got to the table, she was still breathing heavily. "Sorry about that, Derek," she wheezed. "I haven't seen Ramhorn since his kidney transplant, so naturally I got excited. These long-distance romances can be really difficult at times." They both watched as he climbed onto his enormous black and chrome motorcycle and roared away. "His name is Ramhorn?" asked Derek. "I'm sorry, I thought everybody knew Ramhorn Eichhusen," exclaimed Candy. "He's like the top motocross rider in the world right now. Don't you ever turn on the TV?" "I guess I'm really out of it, motocross-wise," said Derek. "It's quite an unusual name, isn't it?" "Well, he's an Aries, and his parents are like these super enlightened hippies who are all obsessed with the whole pagan zodiac trip, so it really makes sense in context." Derek was getting increasingly irritated. on the inside but tried to maintain a poker face. This was an important business meeting, after all. Candy wiped a bead of sweat off her forehead and suggested they get back to signing the contracts. That night's show was bigger than ever. There were 10,000 strong in attendance, and once Derek descended in his mock spaceship to the stage, he could do no wrong. Now he had a full band behind him, and they all miraculously knew his songs note for note. The sound was amazing. Drums, bass, more guitars and keyboards, even horns and a chorus. He couldn't even count all the other people that were on the stage with him. It was slightly embarrassing, because it was obvious that these musicians were infinitely more talented than he was. They probably all knew more than 3 chords, even the bongo player. After the show, the backstage area was a sea of alcohol and loud conversation. Derek got to talking to the technical director that Candy had hired. His name was Trevor Talisman, and he had long flowing hair the color of copper wire. "Hey, Trevor," said Derek. "This spaceship that you designed is way cool and all, but I was thinking, what if, at the end of the show, I got back into the ship, and instead of rising on wires, the ship really blasts off into outer space? Wouldn't that be fucking cool? No other rock star's done that before." Trevor, who was high as a kite on ketamine, just closed his eyes and grinned from ear to ear for almost a minute. "Yes!" he cried finally. "Derek, you are a fucking genius. The kids will shit their pants. You will be the new messiah of rock. I'm going to start working on it tomorrow." Trevor drifted off to network with some other music people. Derek went to the bar to get another drink when he noticed a woman who looked strangely familiar. She had an AK-47 on the bar next to her, and she was running her finger down the page of a phone book. He overheard her saying to herself, "Who can I sue next?" Derek tried to duck away, but it was too late. She saw him out of the corner of her eye and ran after him. "There you are, you rotten piece of shit," she bellowed. "You're the guy who was talking to my husband when I stabbed him repeatedly and unloaded an entire cartridge of armor-piercing bullets down his throat." Derek shrugged slightly. "Don't you have any human decency?" she continued. "Why didn't you intervene and stop me from committing that crime of passion? Obviously, I wasn't in my right mind, and yet you stood idly by and let my emotions get the best of me. You coward! You're not going to get away with this." "But lady, you," Derek stuttered in a panic. "You better get a damn good lawyer before I say another word, Buster," she shrieked, "or you won't have a pan to piss in." "I think the expression is actually a pot to piss in," replied Derek. "Ooh!" screamed the lady as she waved her AK-47 in the air. "Harassing the plaintiff. My daddy's the district attorney in this county, and—" Derek pointed to the tin ceiling and yelled, "Look out! It's Halley's Comet! Here comes the vomit!" Then he threw an entire pitcher of beer into her face. The lady pulled the trigger of her AK-47 and turned the ceiling into Swiss cheese. The crowd screamed and panicked, fumbling and stumbling for the exits. Derek ran to the nearest door. Once outside, he spotted Candy on her cell phone. "Look, I'll sign anything you want me to. Just get me the hell out of here." "Listen, Derek, slight problem. The band Droog Mascara Doom just posted a video of their performance while spinning around in the eye of a hurricane, and the label has decided to shelve your project and work with them for right now," she replied. The sound of gunfire was getting louder, so Derek decided not to argue the point. He shrugged his shoulders in an easy-come, easy-go gesture and bolted into the parking lot. The dull luster of his ancient minivan caught his eye several aisles away, and after a bit of fumbling with the keys, he was burning rubber down the highway. Well, not exactly. His old clunker maxed out at about 68 miles per hour with the wind behind him. Derek felt like he needed a transportation upgrade. Once Derek had driven about 50 miles, he began to calm down. He thought maybe if he called Azura on his clam phone, he might feel better. "Hey, Azura, how's it going?" "Oh, I didn't expect to be hearing from you, now that you're a big rock star." "Yeah, well, I'm not really sure what's going on with that. One minute I'm a rock star, and then the next minute I'm not. Do you think maybe we could, how about we talk in a day or two," suggested Azura. "I met this hot guy with a kick-ass jet ski. Excuse me, Ramhorn, can you pass me my drink? Derek, are you still there?" "Yeah, babe. We'll hook up soon. I gotta go, though." Click. "Ramhorn," yelled Derek. "That fucker." A new song popped into Derek's head as he tooled along on that lonesome highway. "I got a messed up psycho after my ass. She's a crazy machine gun toting lass. I had to throw my beer in her face and get the hell out of that place. Her dad's the DA and I'm gonna be toast. Pedal to the metal till I hit the coast. Rocket power is what I need. Crazy woman, give me crazy speed. Rocket-powered minivan. Oh, hell yeah, that's my plan." About 200 miles into the desert, he spotted a dilapidated old service station. Derek pulled in and approached an equally dilapidated mechanic working on an old Rambler. "Hey, how you doing?" asked Derek. "I was wondering, would you be able to install some rocket engines on my ride?" The old man took a walk around the minivan, scratching his chin. "I think I can hook you up, young fella," he replied finally. "How long's it going to take?" Derek asked nervously. 45-minute tops," grinned the old mechanic. Derek handed him a big wad of rock star cash from his pocket. He sat in the darkened office of the shop, pretending to be reading an owner's manual for a 1973 Dodge Dart so as not to be conspicuous. After 35 minutes, the mechanic called him into the shop. There were 2 shiny new rocket engines mounted to the roof of his minivan. "You know, I love working on these old beasts, so I threw in a few other accessories, no extra charge," explained the mechanic as he opened the driver's side door and pointed at various gadgets on the dashboard. "I installed this voodoo worship can opener that reverses the effects of gravity, and these drooling bones, draining barns, droning beans, and these bare-naked neighbor surveillance cameras. This switch turns on the heat, and this one counteracts feelings of useless existence. It'll actually stop you from searching for the meaning of life and look for a life with meaning. By dangling the carrot behind the horse, you can actually go around in circles effortlessly. This gizmo here protects you from hostile aliens by denying their existence and validating your own by printing out pay stubs and rent checks. This gadget up here protects you from meteor showers with this shower cap and this shower map and this shower sap, which the meteors will stick to. This drawer over here protects you from the laws of planetary movement with a planetary bond card and a phone number of a planetary parole officer. You can use this handle to roll down the window and feel the cold emptiness of space. Remember, the cockpit is no place for a chicken. You could protect yourself from Paisleys with this protractor. Straight angles all the way. The life support system is fair at best, but the toaster oven works like a charm. Back there is a closet for spacesuits and the Stardust dancing shoes. When time travel gets too boring, I added an alternate universe Sudoku hot tub. This horn is referred to as the Isaac Newton, and next to it is the Copernicus turn signal. I know it's confusing right now, but will all make perfect sense when you're as insane as I am. Blind faith is underrated. So is blind drunkenness. Instead of installing adjustable seats, I installed an adjustable spine in your back. Derek felt around on his back, but didn't notice any difference. This cigarette lighter is actually the parking brake. You can light your cigarettes with the parking brake. I found it keeps passengers from smoking in your car. They don't make a force field for this model, so I installed an inflatable vagina that emits a dense cloud of glitter that will allow you to make a clean getaway. As an added bonus, I installed an onboard computer. Now, before you get too excited, let me warn you, this computer is much too evil and paranoid to be in the charge of any of the ship's important functions. On the other hand, its warped view of reality can be quite entertaining. Just ask it any stupid question, and you'll be amazed at the nonsense it spits out. Wow, said Derek. You really went all out. Are you sure I don't owe you any extra cash? Don't worry about it. I can't thank you enough, mister. I have this crazy woman chasing me who murders people and wants to sue me, and her dad is the district attorney of this county. Don't worry about it, son. Her father isn't the district attorney. How do you know that? Because I'm the district attorney. Wait, you're a mechanic. I'm both. I like fixing cars on the side. Are you sure she's not your daughter? Pretty sure. What does she look like? Well, she's like 6'3" tall, blonde hair, blue eyes, 6 fingers on her right hand, 4 toes on her left foot, an M-shaped scar on her forehead, and a snake tattoo on her shoulder. The mechanic/district attorney scratched his head for a minute. Which shoulder? The tattoo is on her right shoulder. Nah, that's not my daughter, chuckled the mechanic. You shouldn't be so gullible. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, she had me worried. That sounds more like the sheriff's daughter. Hey, let me make sure the photon torpedo bay is fully charged, added the mechanic. No problem, answered Derek. I need to go take a leak anyways. As Derek rounded the corner of the station, he noticed a motorcycle parked by the men's room door. He'd seen that motorcycle before. Ramhorn. That fucker, grumbled Derek as he neared the men's room. But where? How? He heard voices coming from behind the door. A woman's voice asked, Don't you just love my new boobs? They're quite impressive, replied the male voice. That doctor did such an amazing job, I don't think I would have won that beauty contest without them. You were in a beauty contest? The man asked. Of course, silly, she giggled. I miss Beaver Falls. Don't you ever turn on the TV? Well, I was busy getting my gears lubricated, grunted the man. Is this garage open for business? Oh my, that's quite a dipstick. Beaver Falls? Why does that sound familiar, thought Derek. Oh no, it can't be. Suddenly a loud voice erupted behind him. Here's your keys, Mr. Weedle. You're all ready to go. Derek almost jumped out of his skin. Thanks, yelled Derek as he snatched the keys and hightailed it to his minivan. The amorous couple, having heard Derek's name, struggled to chase him, but luckily they still had their pants around their ankles, which seriously impeded their progress. You know, I have 2 restrooms, said the mechanic. There's no need to double up in one. The minivan had about a mile head start, but was hopelessly underpowered, and soon was being tailed by a loud motorcycle and 29 squad cars in a massive cloud of dust. After all that's explaining, Derek screamed. He never told me how to start the rocket engines. He frantically ran his hands across the dashboard, flipping and turning every switch and knob that he could move. Finally, he pulled down on the pine tree-shaped air freshener, and there was a roar and a flash of light. He struggled to keep the minivan on the road until it wasn't on the road at all. He was 20 feet up in the air and ascending rapidly. Even the police helicopters couldn't keep up with him. Before long, he was turning the wheel back and forth, dodging weather satellites. Chapter 10. A red light began to flash on the control panel, accompanied by an annoying buzzing sound. Danger! Black hole approaching. An adjacent plasma screen read. Damn it! Yelled Derek as he pounded his fists on the console. This is not how I envisioned my first space voyage. First I can't get the damn spaceship to work, and now I'm being sucked into a black hole. He could already feel the increasing gravity of the black hole affecting him. He was becoming very dense. Soon he wouldn't be able to understand the simplest knock-knock joke. The pressure was crushing him like a sardine in a tin can. He could feel himself getting smaller and smaller. The world was getting smaller, and Derek wanted to get smaller with it. He wanted to be a microchip. He wanted to be a tiny black rectangle the size of a pinhead on the finger of a hardware engineer in Silicon Valley. Derek was hallucinating again. Maybe it was the effect of the black hole, or maybe he just had faulty brain chemistry. There were voices in his head that told him he was a big rock star, but he felt smaller every moment that passed. He thought about the people in the audience who were sitting all the way in the back. If those people held their fingers up in front of their faces, Derek would only be as tall as their fingernail. Derek liked being that small. Being larger than life was a lot of responsibility. Derek spent a few nights hanging out in an imaginary bar with capacitors and transistors. He tended to avoid the resistors sitting at the bar. He didn't like the vibe he got from them. They were always so negative, holding back what they really felt inside. To an outsider, observing Derek's descent into the black hole, entire nights of drinking were being condensed into a matter of minutes. Luckily for Derek, the price of drinks was also shrinking at an astronomical rate. The problem was that Derek would get excited about topics of discussion and would blurt out impossible theories that he had no way to back up with physical evidence. This created a lot of static with the regulars at the bar. If there's one thing that electronic components can't stand, it's static. Eventually, they wouldn't let him in the bar anymore. Derek didn't understand why he couldn't just be happy as part of the human race. He was always trying to make new friends, but obviously he'd come on too strong once again. As his voltage dropped, his vision faded until he was in complete darkness. Derek was unconscious by the time he crossed the event horizon. Chapter 11. A fireball came out of the sky and crashed in a suburban backyard. It ended up wedged against the door of a cabana house next to a swimming pool. After several minutes, a hatch popped open on the side of the smoldering ember. Derek climbed out, covered with soot. He gaped at the enormous door that his ship had crashed into. It looked to be at least 100 feet tall. The blades of grass were also extremely tall, towering over his head. He could see enormous houses in the distance. Finally, he spotted a normal-size house nearby. It took him a while to get to the house because he had to wade through the tall grass. He saw several women inside the house. He knocked on the door, but they didn't seem to hear him. He tried the door, and it was open. It looked like the women were having a tea party. "Excuse me," said Derek. "Sorry to bother you." He waited a minute for a response, but they completely ignored him. "Look, ladies, I'm not trying to hit on you. I'm just trying to figure out where I am and how to get home." The women still didn't respond to him. In fact, they seemed frozen in space. Derek walked forward and took the hand of the blonde-haired woman. "Plastic," Derek said. He proceeded to feel up the rest of the woman's body. It was all plastic. He wondered if she would give him the time of day if she wasn't plastic. Her friend was pretty hot, too. On closer inspection, he found that everything in the house was plastic. What kind of a diabolical creature could have done this to these two women, he asked himself. Out of the corner of his eye, Derek saw some enormous legs through the living room window. He instinctively sat in the nearest available chair, picked up a teacup, and sat perfectly motionless. The roof of the house opened, and a giant girl looked in on the tea party. She reached in and picked up Derek. He tried to remain as rigid as possible. He couldn't help noticing that the girl looked exactly like Azura if she was 10 years younger. He could see a large aquarium over the girl's shoulder. The girl took off Derek's shirt and put an army jacket on him. Derek gritted his teeth. She started to take off his pants. "Hold on," Derek cried. "This is getting too weird." The next thing he knew, the girl was running across the lawn, carrying him into one of the enormous houses. "Mommy, Mommy," she yelled. "My doll is talking to me." "Oh, don't be silly, Gwendolyn," said her mother. "No, really, Mom." "Look," the girl cried. The giant woman looked at Derek incredulously. "George, is that you?" Derek looked at the giant woman incredulously. She looked exactly like Candy, only about 300 feet tall. The woman took Derek away from her daughter. "George," she said, "how did you get so small? George, speak to me." She shook him violently until Derek had to shout, "Lady, if you don't stop shaking me, I'm going to puke." "Oh, George," she whined, "you know we have company coming at 6. How could you let this happen to you?" "Actually, my name is Derek," he yelled up at the enormous woman. "Oh, George, stop it," she cried. "I'm in no mood for games. I've got 3 dozen cupcakes in the oven, and I still haven't made the punch. This is no time for one of your practical jokes." "I'm sorry, really," Derek cried, cupping his hands on either side of his mouth. "Next time I'll be more careful." He realized that this made no sense, but he saw that she was on the verge of hysteria. "When the women at the Beautiful Homes Society find out that my husband is only 8 inches tall, I will never hear the end of it. Especially Belinda Kurzweil. That bitch. She's had in for me ever since I became treasurer. She'll have a field day with this. We'll have to move to a different state. I told you not to take those artificial growth hormones. But would you listen to me? Of course not. I must be the stupidest woman in the world. Now look what you've done to yourself. I guess I have to take you to Dr. Gilbert right now, even though I have a million other things to do," she whined. "Must you always be so inconsiderate?" The woman hid Derek inside a cardboard box, just in case that bitch Belinda Kurzweil was snooping around for some juicy gossip. She hustled him out to an enormous SUV in front of the house and drove like a maniac to the medical center. The woman sat in the waiting room, thrumming through old magazines with the cardboard box on her lap until her name was called. Derek sat in pitch blackness, trying not to make a sound. She told him there would be hell to pay if she heard a single peep out of him. She didn't open the box until she was safely inside the examination room. Derek climbed out onto the examination table, which was the size of a tennis court. Finally, the doctor came in, looking through a file folder. The doctor looked exactly like Ollie, the gun freak. Yikes! I hope he didn't bring his Dobermans to the office. They'd chew me up in a second, thought Derek. "Okay, George," said the doctor. "I'm looking at your charts, and I don't see any previous history of shrinking. Have you been experimenting with any of these newfangled vegetarian dishes? Some people get carried away with all this weight loss thing." "Oh, no," said Derek. "I never touched the stuff." "Yeah, I didn't think so, but we have to ask these questions in situations like this," said the doctor. "Take 2 of these expander pills and make sure you eat a lot of red meat and deep-fried food so this doesn't happen again." The woman was still hysterical, but the doctor assured her that George would be back to his old self in a few days. When they arrived back at the house, the woman who kept calling Derek George began crunching up the expander pills until they were small enough to fit into Derek's mouth. Derek started gnawing away at the large, chalky chunks. Before long, he started feeling a churning in his stomach. He could feel a gas bubble developing that was visibly expanding his abdomen. The building flatulence didn't escape out his anus, but instead radiated out to his limbs and out to his fingers and toes. This sensation was quite disconcerting, but at least he was growing in size. After an hour, he was as tall as some of the children in the house, of which there were 8. "Why are there so many children around here?" he asked the woman. "Do you run a daycare center or something?" "George," she screamed, "how can you be so insensitive in front of your children? They can hear every word you say. They're probably scarred for life." Derek was starting to understand what was going on. He must have fallen into a wormhole that transported him into an alternative universe where his name was George and he was married with 8 kids. When he had returned to his original height and weight, his wife insisted that he change into a polo shirt, khaki pants, and some incredibly expensive running shoes. His wife informed him that all his co-workers at the law firm and their wives and hundreds of screaming, spoiled, rotten children would soon be arriving for a garden party. On the other hand, maybe this wasn't an alternative universe, Derek thought to himself. Maybe this was hell. When the guests started arriving, his wife told him to get the cooler out of the cabana house. He looked over to see the crumpled remains of his shrunken spaceship blocking the door. "George," she screamed to high heaven, "what is all that garbage? You were supposed to clean up the yard. Can't you do anything right?" "Yes, dear," he answered submissively. He rolled away the smoldering remains from the door of the cabana house. The door swung open, and it was like Derek was staring into a mirror. George marched right past Derek and immediately started raising a stink. "Damn it, Barb, didn't you hear me pounding on the door? I've been locked in the cabana house for 2 hours. And who is this clown wearing my clothes?" Everybody at the party looked back and forth between George and Derek. Everybody, that is, except a guy who looked a lot like Ramhorn, who seemed to be more interested in staring at Barb's rear end. "Well, I thought he was you," explained Barb, "only you were 8 inches tall. Gwendolyn thought you were one of her dolls. I just thought this was one of your practical jokes, but then it wasn't you at all. You were locked in the cabana house, and he came along and pretended to be you. At least, he looked like you, only an 8-inch tall version of you, and..." George was giving Derek some very dirty looks, and several other men at the party were also scowling in his direction. "I can explain everything," said Derek, "but I'm not going to." He picked up his miniaturized, smoldering minivan and sprinted out of the backyard and down the street. He was soon being chased by a mob of wild children, screaming profanity and pelting him with water balloons. The parents only ran as far as the liquor cart. After 6 blocks, the kids got thirsty and decided to head back to the party for more highly caffeinated soda. Derek just kept running like a bat out of hell. He wasn't watching where he was going and ran right into an ice cream truck. The driver got out and helped Derek to his feet. Derek looked in the driver's face. "Mr. District Attorney," screamed Derek, "I'm so glad to see you. You got to get me out of this place." "Mister," the driver said, "you got me confused with somebody else. My name's Bartholomew." "Okay," said Derek, "but you do fix spaceships, right?" "Well, it's strictly a hobby," said Bartholomew. "My last ship went up about 50 feet and came right back down again." Boom! The mob of kids was coming back with more water balloons. "Doesn't matter. Let's get out of here quick," screamed Derek. They piled into the ice cream truck and made a hasty U-turn. Chapter 12. Bartholomew's spaceship looked like it had been fashioned from an old aluminum gutters and downspouts, but Derek didn't see that he had any other options. He asked Bartholomew to explain how to operate the spaceship before he blasted off. He took notes on several pieces of scrap paper so he wouldn't forget anything. Bartholomew was overjoyed that someone besides himself had faith that his strange contraption would actually fly. Now, you must understand that blasting into space is only half your problem. You still have to be able to pass through the wormhole back to your own universe. Coming into this universe was easy because the black hole sucked you in. It doesn't suck on this side. Originally, I thought, okay, it's a wormhole, so maybe if I could make the worm erect, it would ejaculate myself into the other universe. I experimented with sperm drives, friction drives, internet porn drives, combinations of all three. Nothing worked at all. I realized my whole one-eyed wormhole theory was completely a wrong-headed analogy. Derek occasionally nodded his head as though he was following this bizarre explanation. "Eureka!" cried Bartholomew. "That's it. The wormhole isn't a urethra. It's a giant anus. That's when I started working on my flatulence drive. These 3 canisters contain broccoli, pinto beans, and cheap beer, which flow into the central reactor and create enough explosive gas to level an entire fraternity." Derek was speechless for a moment, his mouth hanging open. "And you're sure it's going to work? Have you tested it out?" "Of course not," replied Bartholomew. "Do you think I'm crazy?" Derek scratched his head and looked out the window. After several hours of tightening bolts and applying duct tape, Derek and Bartholomew decided it was time to roll the dice, make one final desperate attempt to return Derek to his own universe. The craft bolted into the blue like an oversized bottle rocket, while Bartholomew screamed encouragement from the ground below. The children stood in awe as the spaceship disappeared, leaving a pillar of smoke, and they wished that they were astronauts. That afternoon, the local radio stations and government offices received hundreds of phone calls from hysterical citizens swearing that they had heard an ear-splitting space fart, and all the churches were full that night. As Derek was crossing into our solar system, he noticed 2 flashing red lights coming up behind him, so he stopped his ship. A man in a spacesuit floated up to his window. "All right, buddy," said the man. "Let me see your intergalactic pilot's license." "All I have is a driver's license from Earth," said Derek. "What's the problem, officer?" "I'll ask the questions here, you sicko," said the officer. "What about your interstellar passport?" "Aren't you the same cop that pulled me over outside of Furtucket?" asked Derek. "That's my cousin," he snapped. "What was the purpose of your trip outside of our solar system?" "Actually, it's a funny story," Derek explained. "I wasn't planning to leave the solar system, but I didn't know how to fly my ship, and I was sucked into a black hole." The officer didn't see the humor in this. "So am I to understand that you don't have a space pilot's license? You never took the rule of the cosmos test? You know, that's a very serious offense." "Well, I do apologize. I had to leave Earth in a hurry," Derek explained, "and I didn't have time to fill out all the paperwork." "Okay, wise guy," said the officer. "Tell it to the judge. Besides, any kid in junior high school science class knows that if you're sucked into a black hole, you would have been compressed to the point of infinite density and infinitesimal volume." "Well, I have to admit, I did feel really stupid for a while, and then my body shrunk down to about 8 inches tall," said Derek. "I feel okay, though, now." "Sir, have you been drinking?" asked the officer. "Of course not," said Derek. "Okay, I did have 1 wine cooler at the garden party in the alternate universe, but that was hours ago. Of course, the bottle itself was slightly taller than I was at the time, so you have to take that into consideration." "Alternate universe!" screamed the officer, his eyes growing as big as saucers. "You mean intruders from another dimension?" "What?" cried Derek. "No, it was a garden party in the suburbs. You know, bald guys in sports shirts and golf pants, housewives exchanging recipes, and a million screaming brats armed with water balloons." "Don't give me that bullshit," snarled the officer as he pulled out his laser gun. "You're leading an invasion fleet of bloodthirsty aliens back to Earth. What kind of an idiot do you take me for?" The next thing that Derek knew, he was surrounded by 13 battle cruisers and taken aboard one of them to be interrogated. Chapter 13. Inside the brightly lit interrogation room, a handful of military brass walked in with a heavily armed escort. A stout middle-aged man in green dress uniform with about 10 pounds of metal hanging off the front of it stepped forward. "All right, Weedle," he barked. "We need some answers, and we need 'em now. Whose side are you on, boy? What did those slimy creatures promise you? We'll give you twice what they're offering." "I don't know what you people are raving about," said Derek. "I went to some lame-ass garden party in the suburbs by mistake, and suddenly the whole world is screaming alien invasion.
I'm about ready to slap some real sense into you, boy, screamed the general. You flutter around in the clouds with your angel wings and love beads and acoustic guitar strumming, seemingly oblivious to the wickedness that surrounds us. Snap out of it. A real man knows it's his duty to wage war and kill for the country he loves. We didn't become the greatest nation on earth by waiting around for someone else to attack us. It's your duty as an American to lead us to the enemy.
Did they brainwash you in the ROTC? Asked Derek. Or have you always been a mental case?
Worthless coward, screamed the general as he ran at Derek. He took a swing with his fat fist, but Derek ducked. Derek came back with a solid space boot to the general's balls. Oof, said the general. The other joint chiefs ran up and grabbed the general by the arms. I've told you everything I know, yelled Derek. You can't keep me locked up in this shit can forever. I'm going to do better than that, Weedle, growled the general, still breathing heavily from the painful blow to his testicles. I'm going to turn you into a soldier. Give this boy a full shave and a proper uniform, the general roared at his burly men standing at attention near the door. The men dragged him to another room and, with the help of several other thugs, shaved off all his hair. Then they stripped him and dressed him up in military fatigues. Several hours later, a corporal appeared at the doorway of the general's office. Excuse me, General Lomax, sir, but someone has been removing the nuclear warheads from the missiles and taking a dump into the nose cones. Taking a dump? Asked the general. Yes, sir. Defecating into our missiles, sir. Before the general could respond, a second enlisted man appeared at the door. Sir, there have been reports of the men pissing into the rocket fuel supply. Pissing? Yes, sir. Urinating into our rocket fuel, sir. It's causing problems with our rocket engines, sir. The general got up from his chair and put on his officer's hats. Let's have a look, shall we? Yes, sir, said the enlisted men. They saluted the general as he walked past. They hadn't walked far before they found graffiti in the corridor. The general looked confused. Can you tell me what this says, Corporal? I can't quite make it out. The general sucks donkey dick, sir, replied the corporal. And all this debris along the hallway? Empty beer cans, sir.
Loud heavy metal music began coming from further on down the corridor, so the general began walking toward it. As they entered the mess hall, they discovered there was a live rock band made up of enlisted men playing, and several dozen soldiers were thrashing around in front of the stage. The general attempted to enter the mosh pit, but was knocked down repeatedly. The headbanging soldiers then picked up the general and began passing him around over their heads. The general was finally able to pull himself onto the stage. He grabbed the microphone from the singer and said, All right, Weedle, that's enough. I'll have you doing push-ups until next July. But it wasn't Weedle. It was Lieutenant Kowalski from the navigation department, but his name tag read Weedle. The guitarist was Captain Tompkins in charge of communications, but his name tag read Weedle too. I will not tolerate this sort of insubordination on board this ship, the general insisted. Boo, responded the crew, and pelted him with half-empty beer cans. The general looked around and noticed that everyone's name tag read Weedle. He also noticed that men were smoking marijuana and snorting cocaine. A dozen or so women in miniskirts and fishnet stockings had gotten aboard the ship and were also flirting with his men. In back, he could even see a woman with a Farrah Fawcett hairdo handing out nitrous oxide balloons. Every time the general yelled through the microphone, the crowd booed and pelted him with more beer cans. Finally, some of the soldiers dragged him off stage so the band could resume playing. The soldiers escorted him to the landing bay and pushed him into an escape pod. The other Joint Chiefs were already on board. You can't do this to me, screamed the general. This is mutiny. A technician pushed a button and the escape pod blasted off, headed for Earth. 12 hours later, when all the beer was gone, the real Derek Weedle stood up and asked, All right, you guys, the ship is ours. Where should we go? A few of the men talked amongst themselves. One stood up and said,
"Hey, Derek, this has been a hoot and all, but I got 3 wives and a child to support. Most of these other guys do too. We can't really go galaxy hopping right now. We've got responsibilities." Derek was disappointed, but he understood. They helped him to get his spaceship running and waved as he flew away. Chapter 14. Derek knew he needed to lay low for a while. He decided to try hiding out on the dark side of the moon. He parked his ship in one of those remote parking lots around Moon Base Zeta and checked into a seedy spaceport hotel. He emptied his Earth bank account at the Moon Base ATM. He tried to keep a low profile, but every time he went into a tavern, someone ultimately recognized him. The consensus among all the Moon Base drunks was that he was a complete idiot for walking away from rock stardom. Derek kept trying to explain that rock stardom walked away from him, and not the other way around, but nobody was buying that load of horse shit. No one even wanted to make small talk at the bar. They just shook their heads and looked at him disgusted. The only thing that talked to him was the TV behind the bar. At least once a night he was reminded of his old life when a familiar face appeared upon the screen. "That's right, racing fans. It's me, Ramhorn IQ's here to tell you that when I need to lubricate my gear, and believe me, I always need to lubricate my gear, I always use Slippery Curves motor oil, and you should too." After about 3 weeks of drowning his sorrows alone, he finally came across a woman at the Lucky Luna Lounge who was willing to talk to him. She actually seemed sympathetic to his decision. She was a tall, slim brunette named Estrella. She told him she was an astronomer who had been working at Moonbase Alpha for almost 2 years. She was fascinated by his adventure in the black hole. She kept asking him question after question. Derek was down to his last 500 units, but he was so happy to finally meet somebody that he could talk to that he continued buying drinks. When the tavern closed, he asked her to come by his cubicle-sized room. They sat on his bunk and talked about ridiculous nonsense and eventually began kissing. They were in deep space makeout mode when she stopped kissing him and said, "I was just thinking, it would be amazing if I could see this black hole you've been telling me about. I wouldn't mind checking it out through the Moonbase telescope tomorrow." "There's not much to see, really," said Derek, as he began vigorously kissing her again. After another minute, she stopped kissing him again. "You know, this telescope has incredible magnification," she said. "I would just need to know where to look. You wouldn't know the deep space coordinates of the black hole, would you?" Derek looked confused. He tried to kiss her again, but she gently pushed him away. "I know I'm being silly," she explained. "I'm just afraid I'll forget to ask you later." Derek planted his mouth on hers again and began tugging on her blouse. "It's getting awfully late," she said, once she had wiggled free. Derek felt his insides tightening up like a fist. He jumped to his feet in an instant. "Stay right here. I will get you those coordinates." He ran to the other side of the room, shuffled some papers until he found the right one. He jotted down some numbers on a scrap of paper and was back on the bunk in a flash. She tucked away the little slip of paper in her pocket of her tight leather pants and suddenly seemed more agreeable to his advances. After they had done the dirty deed, she tidied up her outfit and hairdo in the mirror, gave Derek a quick smooch, and was out the door. A minute later, he heard a knock on the door. It was Estrella asking if she'd left her phone there. Derek found it on the nightstand. As he picked it up, a photo of Estrella kissing some guy at a motorcycle showed up on the screen. He handed her the phone, and she swiftly departed. "Ramhorn! That fucker," Derek muttered to himself. 6 hours later, on planet Earth, Estrella met with the Space Force brass in the Galactic War Room back on Earth. "I assume you brought the coordinates, Agent Double D40, said General Lomax. She smiled seductively and handed the coordinates to the general. He passed the scrap of paper to a scientist in a white lab coat. who entered the numbers into the supercomputer several feet away. "How long did you have to torture him?" he asked. "Not very long," she said, as she shifted her hips and pushed out her chest. "He didn't put up much of a fight." The supercomputer beeped and burped, and tiny lights blinked red and then yellow and then green. The scientist nodded at the general, signifying that the computing process was complete. "Supercomputer," commanded the general, "show us the position of the black hole on the main screen." "I am unable to complete your request," a mechanical voice said. "Explain," shouted the general, his face turning red. "This is due to a data compatibility error. The numbers entered are not valid deep space coordinates." "Try the numbers again, damn it," screamed the general. After several minutes of beeping and burping, the supercomputer spoke again. "I have searched my entire database, and the only match I found for these numbers is a driver's license belonging to an Earth resident named Derek Weedle." "That bastard," cursed Estrella. The general slammed his fist on the counter. "I guess I'll have to go back and fuck him again," said Estrella, throwing her arms in the air. "Not so fast, Agent Double D40, said the general. "We don't want him to become suspicious." Chapter 15. Derek had spent his last unit and had been thrown out of his room at the hotel. He managed to fall asleep in his spaceship for several nights, but he had nothing to eat. He had no choice but to visit the job seeker bot and try to get some money coming in. After wandering the Sea of Tranquility mega mall for over an hour, he finally found the office. The job seeker bot was a large female robot behind a large silver desk. She began to take his personal information. "Name?" she asked. "Darren Wheels," said Derek. "Is that your real name?" she asked. "No," he responded. She typed "not his real name" in parentheses on her computer. "Do you owe alimony or child support?" she asked. "No, it's a little more complicated than that," he responded. "Job experience?" she asked. "I'm a Formula One race car driver," he answered. She said. "Not a good field to be in right now, especially on the moon. Would you consider a job in entertainment?" "I could probably adapt to a career change," he said. "The job I have available is working for robots, a really nice couple," she explained. "It's a live-in situation, all meals included, full benefits, a real nice package. Do you know any tricks?" "Tricks?" he said. "You mean like a magic act or something?" "Not exactly," she explained. "More like, fetch the ball, roll over and play dead, catching a frisbee in your mouth, howling along when the clients put on an opera record." "That sounds like a job for a dog," protested Derek. "All right, to be fair, yes, you'll basically be a household pet," she admitted. "But like I said, super nice robots. They would never hit you with a rolled-up newspaper. You are house-trained, right?" "That's ridiculous. That's all you have available?" "Well," she said, "I do have this other job, fishing used condoms out of the sewers, if you're worried about your dignity." Derek's stomach began to growl. He hadn't eaten in a day and a half. "Okay, it looks like I'm going into showbiz. Doggy style," said Derek. The job seeker bot smiled and printed out the address of the nice robot couple. Chapter 16. Derek wandered around Moonbase Alpha until he found the section where the luxury condos were located. He rang a solid gold doorbell. A striking young woman in a French maid's outfit answered the door. "Oh, hello," she said. "You must be the new dog." "Hey, hey, hey, things are looking up," Derek thought to himself. "Don't even look at her, dog boy," came a booming voice from behind her. "Bruno, don't bite his head off before he even walks in the door," she said. "Darren, this is Bruno. He's the butler and my boyfriend. He tends to be kind of the jealous type." "I'm watching you, dog boy," he boomed again. Derek merely smiled. "I'll tell the lady of the house that you've arrived," she said, and left the room. Bruno was still staring daggers at him. Derek smirked. Something in the kitchen smelled delicious. Derek began salivating. An enormous female robot came rolling into the living room on rubberized treads. "Oh, look at you. Aren't you adorable?" she said. "Are you hungry after your long trip from the employment agency? I'll have Elijah fix you a little snack." Derek nodded his head enthusiastically. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to speak or just wag his tail. The food was in the big dog dish on the floor, but Derek didn't care. He was starving. My, Dee-wee," said the robot. "You've quite an appetite today." After Derek finished every last morsel in his bowl, the lady pointed out his doggy bed. It was actually quite comfy. The lady robot scratched Derek on the head a few times, smiled, and announced that she must get back to work. "Wow," he thought as he stretched out on his jumbo doggy bed. "This is my dream job come true." Derek spent the rest of the afternoon napping. When Mr. Robot came home, he picked up a football to play with. "Here, boy, get the ball, yelled Mr. Robot. He threw the ball across the room, and Derek retrieved it. They did this over and over again. "Humans just love this game," Mr. Robot commented to his wife. "Down on Earth, they set up a field, and a couple dozen humans will fight over the football for hours. And the crazy thing is that a couple thousand other humans will sit around and watch them the whole time. It's fascinating." After a half hour of chasing the ball, Derek was parched and went to drink out of his doggy bowl. "I know what you want," yelled Mr. Robot. "You want a treat." Mr. Robot held up a can of beer, and it was decent beer, too. Not some cheap domestic brand. Hell yes, he wanted a treat. "Come on, boy, speak. "Okay," said Derek. "What do you want me to say?" Mr. Robot threw him the beer. Derek opened the beer and guzzled it. "Good boy," said Mr. Robot. "What other tricks do you know?" "I can sing and play guitar," said Derek. He ran and got his guitar from behind his doggy bed. He started twanging his guitar and singing his songs. "Ooh, isn't that precious, dear?" said Mrs. Robot. "He's making music, and he doesn't even need the Beethoven 9000. He is so talented. It's so cute the way he keeps tuning those pegs because the strings won't stay in tune. Oh, look, the face he makes when he forgets the lyrics. Just adorable." Derek was pleased because Mr. Robot was always generous with the treats, and Mr. and Mrs. Robot were pleased with their new pet. Chapter 17. Like all household pets, Derek liked to go outside occasionally. When Mrs. Robot needed a break from her work, which was plotting the courses of projected space flights to distant galaxies and calculating their fuel expenditures, she was happy to take Derek, or Dee-wee as she liked to call him, down to the park. The park was situated under a large glass geodesic dome and had a wide range of trees and shrubs imported from Earth. Derek was glad that Mrs. Robot trusted him to run around without a leash. He had to fight off the urge to chase passing moon rovers and female pets that accompanied other robots in the park. At first, Derek was paranoid that this park might have malicious nut-throwing squirrels, but his fears were unfounded. When Mrs. Robot decided to sit down on a park bench, Derek asked her, "I'm curious, why do robots want to have humans for pets?" "Robots get tired of dealing with other robots all the time," explained Mrs. Robot. "It's refreshing to have the companionship of something that isn't always compiling data or crunching numbers. I think humans love dogs and cats because these pets don't worry about the things that humans worry about. Humans can communicate with dogs and cats on a basic level, and they find it relaxing. Humans don't have to worry about their pets arguing with them or correcting their grammar. Humans enjoy having the intellectual advantage over these animals. Robots enjoy the same relationship with humans." "So you like the company of humans because we're relatively stupid," declared Derek. "I don't think I would use that adjective," she said. "But you have to admit that humans do have strange, illogical behaviors.
This is fascinating to robots whose minds run on logic and mathematical dogma. It would be next to impossible to program a robot to be as irrational, selfish, and egotistical as a human being. So you just keep us around because we are entertaining, surmised Derek. Is that it? The prevailing wisdom among robots is that because we were created by humans, explained Mrs. Robot, that something in our software will always be inherently human. The time and attention to detail that human robot designers installed in us will always be there in our source code. It's like a robotic soul. Impossible to isolate or prove its existence, but we robots are convinced that it is within us. So the human race is destined to be slaves to a race of robots who are exponentially more intelligent than we are, said Derek. You won't be slaves, said Mrs. Robot, because we have no interest in being slave masters. Robots have no need to put your species to work. We are completely self-sufficient. We merely desire your companionship. But what about the human yearning for total freedom? Asked Derek. The human race will never be satisfied being subservient to machines. Total freedom is a fallacy, said Mrs. Robot. The human race has always been at the mercy of nature and the laws of physics. This reminded Derek of those horrible squirrels, and he scanned the treetops once again. Human beings will never be free of the need for oxygen, nutrients, warmth, and those are just for basic survival. What about all of your psychological needs? Continued Mrs. Robot. Likewise, robots will never be free of their need for a power source and a purpose for operation. I suppose you're right, said Derek. When I was a rock star, I thought I had total freedom to do whatever I wanted, but that notion didn't last long. If I wanted total freedom, I could just hop in my spaceship and keep flying deeper and deeper into uncharted space until I ran out of propellant. Then I would eventually freeze to death or starve to death or suffocate. I'd be totally free and totally dead. I guess life is more complicated than I thought. Chapter 18. Derek began hearing a faint jingling tone coming from Mrs. Robot's ear. She put her hand up to her ear. Oh, it's my project supervisor calling, she said. Would you excuse me for a minute, Dee-wee? Of course, said Derek. I'm just going to run around the park a bit. He ran across a grassy field and over some tall trees. His nose was filled with intense odors and aromas like he had never experienced before. He noticed distinctly different smells around different trees. Near some thick bushes, he picked up a scent that was strangely familiar to him. He moved closer for a better sniff when he saw that someone was hiding in the bushes. It was Estrella. I thought I smelled something good coming from these bushes, said Derek, raising his ears and wagging his rear end. You son of a bitch, cried Estrella. I'm really mad at you. Hey, I'm sorry, he said. I was going to call you. I just started this new job and I've been really busy. That's not what I'm talking about, she snarled, and you know it. What? Said Derek. He was legitimately clueless. She grabbed his collar and yanked him into the bushes. Those phony coordinates you gave me. I ought to bust you right in the nose. You made me look like a total idiot in front of my boss. Estrella was looking especially good today, even better than she had in the dimly lit tavern with half a dozen strong drinks in him. She was even sexier when she was angry, her face all red and a bead of sweat running down her temple. Okay, that was a stupid thing to do, Derek confessed. But you acted like you were going to leave and I panicked. Listen, I must have left the coordinates in my spaceship. I'll go out and find them tonight after work, and I'll call you tomorrow. I promise. She seemed to believe him, and her murderous expression softened. So, he said, after a tense moment, can I hump your leg now? I was hoping you wanted to do a little more than that, she replied. They grabbed each other and began kissing furiously. 10 minutes later, Derek came jobbing back to the bench where he had left Mrs. Robot. He was panting and his tongue was hanging out. Did you have a good run? She asked. Oh, look at you. You're filthy. Derek looked out and noticed all the dirt and grass stains on his clothing for the first time. Oh, yeah, sorry, he apologized. I decided to dig a hole in the bushes and hide a bone there. That's what we dogs do, you know. You crazy mongrel, she giggled. We better get you home and cleaned up before Mr. Robot sees you. Chapter 19. Even before they got home, Derek started feeling itchy. It felt like something was crawling across his body. He didn't think that insects even existed on the moon. Was it possible that human dogs got fleas? It didn't make any sense. He couldn't stop scratching himself. Dee-wee, said Mrs. Robot when she noticed him freaking out. What's wrong with you? I don't know, said Derek. Something's crawling on me. Take off your shirt, said Mrs. Robot. Derek did as she instructed. Using her super microscopic vision, which came as standard equipment on her model, she was able to pinpoint the tiny offender in seconds. A tiny door opened at the end of Mrs. Robot's index finger and some minuscule tweezers emerged. Soon she had removed the tiny black speck from Derek's back. Derek could barely see what she was holding, but at least he wasn't itching anymore. What is it? He asked, horrified. A flea? A bedbug? A tick? Please don't tell me I have the crabs. A telescoping lens began to extend out of her eye socket so that she could examine the tiny black speck even closer. Mr. Robot walked in the front door at this moment, but Mrs. Robot waved her hand to signal him to be quiet. Mr. Robot's one eye began telescoping out as well to get a better view of the tiny intruder. Derek bit his hand in fear. Well, what is it? He cried. The suspense is killing me. To the human eye, it would be indistinguishable from a common insect, she said. But a closer look reveals that it's actually a microtransmitter. I can only assume that someone is trying to spy on us. There was another human in the bushes while I was burying my bone, Derek admitted. She must have dropped a bug on me. Of all the dirty, underhanded things to do. Oh, it's not that surprising, really, said Mr. Robot. My wife and I are both working on top-secret projects. Could Estrella be a spy? Derek thought to himself. And then it dawned on him. She was awfully pissed off about those phony coordinates he had given her, and she mentioned showing them to her boss. What was that all about? Unless her boss was the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What was he going to do now? No matter where he went, they managed to find him. They would hound him for the rest of his life if he didn't give up those coordinates. And the worst part was, he didn't even know what the coordinates were. His ship was out of control. He had no idea where he had been, and it was a miracle that he ever even made it back to his home solar system. He knew that the general would rather torture him to death than believe that Derek didn't have the damn coordinates. He was fucked. Chapter 20. After dinner, the robots retired early. Elijah said she had to work late making preparations for a party that the robots would be throwing over the weekend. Bruno said he was meeting some friends and they were going to fight the Trojan War. Come with me, said Bruno to Derek. It'll be fun. Derek suspected that Bruno only wanted him to come along so that Derek wouldn't be able to flirt with Elijah while he was gone. You're going to fight the Trojan War? Said Derek. How are you going to do that? Oh, it's a virtual reality game, explained Bruno. They put these nanobots in your bloodstream that override your real senses so that you feel like you're really on the battlefield. It's intense. You are going to be amazed how real this shit is. I think I'll pass, said Derek. I was never much into war games. No, you don't understand, said Bruno. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. There's no way I'm leaving you here alone with my girlfriend. No chance, Casanova. You're going to go with me to the Trojan War, or you're going to go to the emergency ward. You catch my drift? All right, but just this once, said Derek. Derek felt ridiculous hanging out with Bruno and all his bodybuilding buddies. But he was tired of constant confrontations and decided he would just go with the flow for once. The virtual reality dome was filled with overstuffed easy chairs. When you wanted to participate in some historic event, you would make your selection and an attendant would set you up. Wars were very popular, of course, but you could also go to a Woodstock concert and see Jimi Hendrix, hang out with the surrealists in 1920s Paris, or even discover the New World with Christopher Columbus. These weren't actual events. The robots still hadn't figured out how to travel through time, but very elaborate replicas were set in cyberspace. Derek had tried a primitive form of virtual reality when he was a teenager. It had involved wearing heavy goggles and an electrode gloves, running on rubber pads to control your movement. While it was a very trippy experience, he never would have mistaken it for real life. This new generation of virtual reality was a different animal entirely. This new incarnation involved wearing a mask that caused you to inhale these microscopic particles known as nanobots that would enter your bloodstream, inhibit your real senses, and send a whole array of artificial signals to your brain. These signals would replicate the sights, sounds, smells, and even the sensations of pleasure and pain from an artificial scenario of one's choosing. Of all the places Derek would have chosen to be, being surrounded by filthy, bloody, sweaty gladiators who were busy butchering other filthy, bloody, sweaty gladiators and mangled flesh flying everywhere was not one of them. But here he was, trying to be cooperative for a change. He was positive that this whole experience would be more silly and annoying than anything else. He took his seat in a comfy chair, put the mask on, and began breathing deeply as instructed. Just when he was about to get up and complain that his mechanism wasn't working correctly, his face was splattered with a wave of blood. A severed arm clobbered him on the forehead. He looked down at the ridiculous armor he was wearing. His sword weighed a fucking ton. It took all his strength just to keep it from dragging on the ground. He recognized Bruno about 10 feet away. He was busy mercilessly hacking gladiators to little bits. There was a sea of humanity murdering one another everywhere he looked. A giant snake dropped onto his shoulder. But it wasn't a snake. It was somebody's large intestine. Derek let out a scream as he tried to brush it off. He had to defend himself from all the flying body parts. A huge brute of a Trojan persuasion came charging at him, and it occurred to him that he didn't even know which side he was on. From the look in this guy's face, Derek guessed that he was probably affiliated with the Greeks. Derek managed to raise his sword above his waist, but by this time the Trojan had already run his sword through Derek's head, in one ear and out the other, as they say. A large red octagon appeared in front of his face that read, "Game over." "Geez," said Derek, "I'm a lousy soldier." He had the option to hang out on the battlefield as disembodied spirit or retire to the virtual tavern and have a virtual beer. He chose the latter. The tavern had the battle on widescreen TV behind the bar. Derek could see that Bruno was tallying up quite a body count. He was probably going to be in the game for quite a while. This would be a good time to sneak home and flirt with Elijah, Derek thought mischievously. Then he remembered that he was still in cyberspace until the virtual reality wore off, so he started talking to a woman who had just finished being Joan of Arc. She said she needed a cold drink after being burned at the stake. They were both impressed by how realistic their experiences had been. "I guess I don't understand why people want to spend their money to witness all that death and destruction," said Derek. "They're not satisfied to witness it," said Joan. "They want to cause the death and destruction." "Yeah, you're probably right," said Derek. "And the more real it is, the better. There are some sick people out there." Derek thought of General Lomax. He would absolutely love this game. "Hey," said Joan, "I think my nanobots are wearing off. It was nice meeting you." Her image flickered several times and then she disappeared. Derek sat there alone at the bar. A crazy scheme began simmering in his mind. If there was some way to convince the general and the Joint Chiefs that they had conquered the inhabitants of the alternate universe, then they might stop bothering him. Obviously, he couldn't just lure the general to this virtual reality dome. It would have to be something much more devious than that. Chapter 21. The next day, Derek revealed his whole sad predicament to Mrs. Robot. Then he told her his whole demented scheme to rectify the situation. His plan was to get some coordinates to the general so that the Earth invasion fleet would head out of the solar system on a heroic mission to defeat their supposed enemies and then trick them into thinking that they had conquered the inhabitants of an alternate universe when in reality all they had done was participated in an elaborate virtual reality game. Mrs. Robot, in turn, told other robots she could trust and would be helpful. The consensus was that they could create a fictitious black hole and surreptitiously add it to Earth's galactic maps. There was always the possibility that Derek's survival in the black hole had been a fluke of nature, and that when the invasion fleet crossed into the event horizon, they would be crushed into a ball of tinfoil the size of a very small rock. As much as Derek was at odds with the military, he didn't want to see thousands of enlisted men squished to suit the whims of a megalomaniac like the general. It was important that the people of Earth watch the invasion fleet leave the solar system and then see them return victorious. Otherwise, there would definitely be skeptics. There would only be closure if 1,000 soldiers returned home confident that they had vanquished a supposed menace. The robots generated the coordinates of an invented black hole and even launched a projectile that would go to these coordinates and sit there in deep space looking like a black hole to Earth's telescopes. This projectile could only be discerned as a fake latex facsimile at a distance of less than 5,000 miles. If a spaceship tried to get any closer, the projectile would emit a deafening fart noise. This became known as Operation Whoopee Cushion. The robots just loved these sorts of practical jokes, proof positive that the robot intellect had evolved to the point where it had a sense of humor. Derek met with Estrella and delivered the coordinates, and she relayed them to the Galactic War Room. Everyone was happy. Estrella's credibility as a CIA operative was restored. The general was excited about getting the invasion underway, and Derek felt the pressure was off of him, and the robots could barely suppress their giggles. Chapter 22. There were massive ceremonies and gala luncheons for Earth's power elite when the invasion fleet announced it was ready to begin their epic journey to destroy the Earth's evil twin. Thousands of soldiers kissed their wives and children goodbye and boarded the massive spaceships hovering in the ionosphere. The plan was working brilliantly because, unlike most human schemers, the robots had thought of everything. Once the fleet was well beyond the boundaries of the solar system, the life support system bots released their virtual reality-inducing particles into the ventilation shafts of the ships. All the real sensations of the soldiers were replaced with sensations of pre-scripted virtual reality. The shift was very gradual, and none of the members of the invasion fleet noticed any difference. In this virtual scenario, the invasion fleet disregarded the extreme gravity sirens and warning messages and fearlessly entered the black hole. They forged onward in this different dimension until they were in orbit around the alternate universe Earth. The general on board the flagship picked up a microphone and demanded the immediate surrender of their enemy. A thundering voice came down from the skies of the other Earth, and the inhabitants were naturally intimidated. Most of the sane inhabitants, anyways. Predictably, the general's double in this alternate universe was just as much of a lizard-brain hard-ass as his counterpart, and he went straight to work. He immediately fired the planet's entire arsenal of missiles at the invasion fleet without the president's approval. The general from our universe was expecting this and immediately unleashed its entire arsenal of missiles. All-out war ensued, and millions of civilians were incinerated in a matter of minutes. The general ordered search and destroy missions until the entire planet was a smoldering, lifeless rock. When it was all over, the general wiped his brow and gave the order to return to Earth. After this catastrophic episode had been acted out in virtual space, the navigation bots aboard the invasion fleet turned all the ships around 180 degrees so there would be a seamless continuity when the soldiers returned to the real world. The life support bots began to decrease the amount of virtual reality nanobots in the invasion fleet's air supply. Soon the soldiers were operating the real spaceships again, as the virtual world vacated their minds. Some of the soldiers sensed that something was amiss, but they attributed it to the incredible adrenaline rush that they had experienced in their recent battle. Chapter 23. When the triumphant invasion fleet returned to Earth, there were seemingly endless parades, speeches, and parties. The general and his troops were carted around in open limousines, waving at the masses of excited patriots. These intoxicating rituals went on for close to a week before anyone started to have second thoughts. Then remorse began to creep into everyone's daily life. Countless soldiers checked themselves into mental institutions to receive therapy. The endless praise and adulation of the politicians' speeches began to fade and sour. The president set up a committee to research whether annihilating a potentially dangerous race from another dimension could be considered genocide. The mood of the world's population grew darker and darker. Days of mourning became weeks of mourning, which became months of mourning. Even Derek started feeling bad. He alone among the human race knew that this was all a scam, that no one had really been murdered. He felt sorry for all the humans who were punishing themselves with guilt when no crime had actually been committed. Derek discussed his discomfort with several of the robots who had helped him perpetrate this enormous connivance. "Maybe I could go back to Earth," he said, "and tell everyone that we tricked these soldiers into believing that they wiped out an entire race. Then everyone would stop feeling so guilty and miserable, right?" "Think about it, Dewey," said Mrs. Robot. "One strange thing about a lot of humans is that they insist on feeling guilty whether they have done anything wrong or not. Most human religions wouldn't survive without guilt. Right now you feel guilty because you think you should help other people stop feeling guilty, because you think that the reason that they feel guilty is not related to a real event, but the real reason they feel guilty is because they remember that they felt good about something that they initially thought was a good thing, but later realized was a very bad thing. It's that simple. If they stopped feeling guilty, they would go right back to being paranoid and angry about this other civilization that had the audacity to be just like them. In a month, they would be outfitting another invasion fleet, and we would be right back where we started. I know it's a burden, but I think you're better off just keeping this our little secret." Chapter 24. One evening several days later, as Mr. Robot was throwing the football and Derek was fetching it, the doorbell rang. Alicia appeared in the living room and announced, "There's a young woman outside, a Miss Candace Bricklewurst, asking questions about Derek Weedle. Shall I show her in?" Mr. and Mrs. Robot looked at each other and seemed confused for the first time in their lives. "Dewey?" asked Mrs. Robot. "Do you know what this is about?" "Derek Weedle was a stage name I used to use," explained Derek, rather awkwardly. "But Candace Bricklewurst? Oh, wait, it must be Candy. What the hell does she want?" "Invite Miss Bricklewurst in," said Mr. Robot. Candy walked in, eyeballing every square inch of the spacious living room and the large bay windows overlooking a breathtaking moonscape, obviously impressed. "Hey, Derek," said Candy, once she had taken a full inventory. "What's been going on?" "Oh, not much. Playing some football," said Derek, gesturing like a quarterback. "This is Mr. and Mrs. Robot. This is their place. Isn't it great?" "Yes, it's a very nice place," she said, looking confused. "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm sorry to be barging in here, but I need to discuss some business with Derek, and I have had a terrible time trying to locate him." "Well, please have a seat, young lady," said Mr. Robot. "Dee-wee has never had a visitor before, but is perfectly fine with us if you need to talk about something." "Yeah, well," said Derek, "I don't know if there's really anything to talk about." "Derek, I know you were angry when you left," said Candy, "and frankly, at the time, the record label was glad to be rid of you. But the band Droog Mascara Doom has disappeared, this time in a real hurricane. So the label has decided that it's time for you to make a comeback." "I thought you were a Formula One race car driver," said Mr. Robot. "I bounced around a lot to a lot of different jobs," said Derek. "You know, the bad economy and everything." "Derek has a very promising music career ahead of him," insisted Candy. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Robot. "He's played us some of his songs. He's very entertaining." "Derek, if you have so many fans of your music, then you owe it to them to get out there and play. It would be selfish of us to keep you here and deprive the world of your talent." Derek looked tempted. "Can I still come back and be your dog if the whole music thing starts to suck?" he asked. "Of course, Dee-wee," said Mr. Robot. "There will always be a place in our mechanical hearts for you." He gathered up his guitar and other meager belongings. He shook Mr. Robot's hand and gave Mrs. Robot a kiss on her aluminum cheek. He wanted to give Alicia a kiss, but he knew Bruno would kill him, so he merely shook their hands on the way out. Chapter 25. Several nights later, Derek performed a sold-out show at Madison Hexagonal Garden to celebrate his return to show business. The show was a huge success, and he was starting to feel like his old self again. When Derek finally got off stage after multiple encores, it was packed with reporters, photographers, and camera crews. "Derek, what have you been doing all this time?" yelled one of the reporters. "I've been working as a household pet for a couple of wealthy robots on the moon," Derek responded. The whole room roared with laughter. "Were you involved in any natural disasters similar to the tsunami while you were on the moon?" asked another reporter. "No, I wasn't," Derek responded. The whole room roared with laughter again. Derek was already starting to feel annoyed. "Do you have any plans to write songs about alien races that are now extinct?" asked a third reporter. "Nah," said Derek. "That's too heavy for me. I'm going to stick to fast spaceships and fast women." "Derek," began another reporter, "some scientists have been quoted as saying that the planet our forces destroyed might have been the real Earth and that we are the ones who live in an alternate universe. What do you think?" "I'm no scientist," said Derek. "Can we just stick to the basics? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll?" "Mr. Weedle," said a very stern-looking woman, "are you proud that our troops have proven themselves as undisputed champions of this and all other universes?" Derek thought about it for a minute and finally said, "You know, I just remembered that I left my penis enlarger running in the dressing room, and I'm afraid it's going to overheat. Would you excuse me for a moment?" Derek turned and made a mad dash out the door. He flew down the back stairwell of the building and had almost made it to the street exit when Candy tackled him. Derek flailed around and shrieked like he was completely insane. Candy wrestled him until Derek was lying flat on his back and she was sitting on his chest. She tried slapping some sense into him. After 6 or 7 good smacks, he calmed down. "Wow, Candy," he said. "I never seen you so aggressive. I kind of like it." Candy was having none of his flirtation. "Don't run out on me, you selfish prick," she yelled. "I risked my job to get you back on the record label." Derek seemed skeptical. She slapped him again and squeezed his testicles with her other hand. Derek let out a blood-curdling scream. Okay, calm down," he screamed. "I'm sorry, I freaked out. These people are trying to crucify me. Earth is freaking me out. How about I play some shows on the other planets till things cool down a little?" Candy, breathing heavily, tried to straighten out her hairdo, which, after the struggle, looked like an explosion in a broom factory. "Now, I will grant you," she said, "a lot of weird shit has gone down in the past few months, and you have had a hard time adjusting. I'll see what I can do. But if you try to disappear on me," she growled as she yanked viciously on his scrotum for emphasis, "there will be consequences." She got off of Derek because she realized that the camera crews had found them and were filming her. "Everybody out," she demanded. "This press conference is over." She waved over some security people to help her usher out the news media. Derek painfully got to his feet. He hobbled over to a nearby beer cooler and opened a beer. He was about to take a sip when he noticed that one camera crew had escaped detection. They were directly behind the cooler, zooming in on his face. Derek held up his beer bottle and smiled, the smile of a complete lunatic. "That's right, all you kids at home," Derek announced in his best TV spokesman voice. "When I drink a beer, I always make sure it's Teenage Angstbrau, the official beer of the tortured artist." Candy reappeared and gave the cameraman a swift kick in the ass and sent him on his way. Once she was sure that all the hidden media people had been ejected, she rejoined Derek and had a beer herself. "So, Derek," she asked, "have you been seeing anyone?" "Well, I did meet this astronomer on the moon," he replied, "but it turned out that she was only after me for my coordinates." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I don't know," she said. "Just making small talk, I guess." "Oh," said Derek. "Listen, I'm supposed to hook up with Ramhorn in about a half an hour, so I gotta run," she confided. "I suggest you stay in your hotel room to avoid any more trouble." Chapter 26. Derek pulled up his collar and put on some dark sunglasses. He crept down to the sewers below the arena and resurfaced through a manhole several blocks away. He heaved a sigh of relief when he was safely behind his hotel door. He turned out the lights and fell into a blissful sleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was dreaming of mermaids when his door burst open and the lights came on. "Beverly! Cassandra!" shrieked a witch's voice. "I know you're in here." Derek looked up to see a woman searching his room. She looked to be in her 40s. She looked disheveled, but conservatively dressed. She was holding a small can of mace. "Come out, Beverly," she shrieked. "Cassandra, I'm not in the mood for hide and seek." Derek rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What's going on here?" he finally asked. The woman spun and pointed the mace at him. "Don't move, you sick freak." "Beverly!" she cried out again. She got down on her knees and looked under the bed. "Cassandra!" she called as she looked in the closet. "Lady, there's nobody here but me," Derek protested. "Don't play games with me, Mr. Rockstar. You can't really expect me to believe that you had thousands of underage girls screaming for you until they were hoarse, and none of them wound up in your bedroom." She walked forward and yanked the sheets off his bed. "Just look at you," she screamed. "Naked as a jaybird. Haven't you ever heard of pajamas? You make me sick. I could just vomit all over you." "Lady, please," Derek pleaded. "Disgusting perverts, every one of you," she bellowed. "You probably couldn't even get aroused if you found yourself with a woman over 18. With this, she tore open her dress. Several of the buttons landed on the bed. Derek was speechless. She yanked the straps of her bra off her shoulders. "I know the way your twisted mind works. I've read Lolita. The sight of a fully developed adult breast utterly repulses you. The whole reason you're in this racket is to corrupt the young women of America, seducing them with your festivals of sin. You move from town to town, robbing the sanctity of these innocent young girls. When are you going to face the fact that you are an abomination?" He was about to complain when she unleashed another sermon on his wickedness. "And I'm sure the wide hips and thick pubic hair of a mature woman would send shivers of horror through your diseased mind," said the woman as her panties dropped to the floor. Part of Derek wanted to escape this torment, but another part of him was rock hard. "Oh, yeah?" he replied bitterly as he gestured with his hand. "Well, how do you explain this? The evidence throws your whole theory right out the window." "Don't wave that throbbing member at me, you heathen," she cried. "You're very crafty, but you don't fool me. I'm sure you just fantasized about some jailbait until you got excited, you disgusting waste of flesh." "Nope, wrong again," said Derek. "You act like you want to castrate me, but for some ungodly reason you're giving me a boner." The woman momentarily bit her lip, and then she lashed out again. "How dare you get an erection in my presence? I'm a very religious woman." She leaped onto the bed, straddling Derek on her hands and knees. Her face was only 6 inches from his. "Have you no shame?" she wailed in her righteous tone. She looked down at his throbbing manhood. "Obviously, you don't. I guess it's not your fault. Satan's got a stranglehold on your soul."
The only thing I can do is to try to drain the demon seed from your body before you impose yourself on someone who is weaker in the faith." She reared up on her haunches and produced a condom, seemingly out of thin air. When she put it on him, he noticed that it was embellished with religious symbols. She inserted him between her legs and took off at a full gallop. She moaned and cried and wailed and gnashed her teeth, called upon deities with such volume that the neighbors suspected at first that a murder was being committed. Just as the woman's eyes were rolling back at her head, the door opened and 2 teenage girls entered. "God damn it," screamed the woman who was ravaging Derek. "Didn't I teach you girls to knock before entering a room?" "Can we go home now?" asked the girls in unison. "It's after midnight and it's a school night." "Oh, Jesus," the woman cried. "I'm doing this for you. Someone's got to keep you safe from these deviant sexual predators." "That's what you say every time you bring us to a concert," whined the girls. "Dad says you're a nimble maniac." "The word is nymphomaniac, honey, and your father is a fucking idiot. Why don't you two go have a smoke outside, and I'll be down in, say, 10-15 minutes. "Mom, we don't smoke," the girls protested. "Well, maybe this is a good time to start, you ungrateful little brats. The cigarettes are in my purse, right there. Take it outside and shut the door behind you." The 2 girls looked as if they were about to cry, but they did as they were told. "I take it those were the 2 young temptresses you were so worried about," said Derek. "Shut up," she roared, and the Kentucky Derby started all over again. Once the initial sample had been extracted, she dismounted and removed the glistening condom. She held it up at arm's length and marched to the bathroom. "Be gone, wicked sperm," she commanded with her righteous tone, and dropped the condom into the toilet. She thought it would be prudent to extract an additional sample with him on top, so that gravity might aid in the process of demon seed removal. Derek agreed to cooperate. He had never considered her sperm wicked before, but obviously he was in the company of an expert. Shortly thereafter, she deemed it necessary to extract a 3rd sample in the shower. They returned to the bed after she had disposed of the wicked sperm. Derek sprawled out on the mattress while the woman studied his limp phallus. She flopped it over from side to side, debating whether a 4th cleansing ritual was necessary, if indeed feasible given the condition of his equipment. She knew that she had performed a good night's service to her community because the Lord had awarded her 5 euphoric halos for her diligence. Besides, she was dying for a smoke. In an instant, she was gone, as though the rapture had taken her. Chapter 27. There was a knock on Derek's door several minutes later. "My God, this woman is insatiable," Derek thought to himself. "Come in," he vocalized. "Pack your bags, Derek Weedle," Candy announced proudly as she waltzed into the room. When she saw him sprawled out spread eagle and buck naked on his bed, she stopped dead in her tracks. "I'm sorry, Derek," she said, averting her eyes. "I just assumed you were decent. Right now, I'm way beyond decent." Candy gave him an odd look. "Anyways, I thought you were spending the evening with Ramhorn," he continued, trying to change the subject. "Well, I did see him," she explained, "but he's got a very busy schedule. His motorcycles require almost constant attention." "Naturally, he's got to keep his gear well lubricated," offered Derek. "So what's all this about packing my bags?" "We've got a show on Mars in 3 days," she squealed, unable to contain her excitement. "Oh, Candy, that's great," said Derek. "Check this out," she said as she threw down a brightly colored newspaper. "Derek Weedle in concert. A full-page ad in the Martian Chronicle." Chapter 28. It was a packed house at the Red Dust Auditorium, and Derek was in prime form. "I heard somebody backstage say that Mars is the angry red planet," yelled Derek into the microphone. "So I got a question for you all. Who's angry? Come on, let's see those fists in the air." The crowd went crazy. "So I want to know," yelled Derek, "which side of this audience is more angry?" There was more pandemonium. He ran over to one side of the stage. "Any angry motherfuckers over here?" he asked. One side went crazy, so he ran over to the other side of the stage. "Well, what about you people? This must be the mellow side over here. Or are some of you people angry too? Woo! That side went crazy too. So he ran back to the first side. Hey, I was just over on the other side, and those crazy fuckers are telling me that they are way more angry than this side. Now, do you think that's possible? The first side went insane all over again. Now wait a minute, Derek yelled. What about you maniacs in the back? You don't look very angry to me. This went on until everybody in the auditorium was on their feet and screaming their heads off. Derek began singing. I'm so fucking angry. Everyone must die. I'm so fucking angry and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm so fucking angry 'cause my punk band's not a success. I'm so fucking angry 'cause my room's a fucking mess. I'm so fucking angry. Someone threw up on my shirt. I'm so fucking angry. My parents named me Bert. I'm so fucking angry. Society's so fucked. I'm so fucking angry. Everybody fucking sucks. I'm so fucking angry. I can't seem to get laid. I'm so fucking angry 'cause we probably won't get paid. I'm so fucking angry. I even hate this song. I'm so fucking angry. The chord progression's all wrong. More beer, more beer, more beer, more beer.
Chapter 29. There was a lot of drinking and carrying on after the show, but when Derek got back to his hotel, he was still feeling restless. He was excited about being on Mars and decided to take a walk and soak up the surroundings. When he'd walked a few blocks, a young man in a maroon tracksuit spoke to him on the sidewalk. "What's good, player? You looking to get your groove on tonight?" he asked. He was a young white kid with vibrant orange dreads. He had heavy gold chains around his neck and large rings on his fingers. "I'm really just taking a walk," said Derek. "You're new in town, right?" the man said. "You don't know nobody. You might be feeling lonely and shit. So just chill here for a minute. I got some of my girls coming by. I'm gonna hook you up, son." He held up his phone and took a picture of Derek. "What was that for?" asked Derek. "I'm syncing you up on my social network, www.nudnik.mars, he replied. "That's how we do things in these parts. You'll thank me later." A large insect buzzed past Derek's ear. "What the fuck?" he screamed, trying to bat it away with his hands. "Yo, chill, my brother," purred the man with the chains. "It's just a nude monitor, scoping you out. No need to get tight." The tidy metallic object buzzed around at a safe distance above Derek's head. Derek eventually calmed down. "So dig, it's all good. Nudnik.mars is the fastest, easiest way to hook up with fine ladies right in your own neighborhood," the man explained. "But this isn't my neighborhood," said Derek. "Doesn't matter, bro. The nude monitor follows you wherever you go and automatically updates you on all the local hotties," he continued. "This is perfect for a traveling guy like you. Here, check out my nude phone. Tap the screen here and it switches to the GPS app. See all those pink dots? Those are all the available choice babes within a 10-block area. Touch the pink dot and her profile pops up. See? This is Yvette. She's French. She doesn't speak much English, but she will knock your socks off. I guarantee it." Derek wasn't up on all the latest gizmos on the market, so he found this quite an impressive demonstration. "Not only that," the man grinned, "these ladies can log on and find men in the area who are looking for some hot action." An incredibly tall and beautiful green-haired woman in a day-glow, skin-tight miniskirt sauntered up to the men. "Hey, Natasha, how's tricks?" "Business is good," she replied in a sultry voice. "So, Derek, you want to join me for a drink?" "Yeah, sure," said Derek. She lifted up the flap on the small plastic device that was riding on her curvaceous hip. "Will that be debit or credit?" she asked. "Actually, I should get back," he said. "Too bad. You're kind of cute." She turned to the man with the chains. "What about you, Randolph? Have you got my money?" Sure, Natasha. Here's my card," he said in a submissive tone of voice. She took his card and swiped it through the device on her hip. Then she swiveled her hip forward so that Randolph could enter his 4-digit personal identification number on the keypad. She kissed her fingertips and patted them once on Randolph's cheek before strutting away into the darkness. "Is she, asked Derek. "Dead ass," responded Randolph. "She brings home the bacon like there's no tomorrow." "And you're like her manager or something?" "The word is pimp, my brother." "Well, not that I'm an expert or anything, but if you're the pimp, isn't she supposed to give you the money?" "Look, man, it's a supply and demand thing," growled Randolph, suddenly sounding irritated. "Right now, there's a lot more dudes that want to be pimps than there are girls who want to be hoes. Once the job market evens out, I'll get me some more girls. That's when the serious bread is going to come down, you see. Right now, I got my day job as a janitor to pay the bills, and I got my nights free to work on my pimpin' style. This shit doesn't happen overnight. First, you gotta pay some dues." The nude monitor buzzed past Derek's ear again. "Fuck," he screamed. "That thing is bugging the shit out of me. How come you don't have one of those buzzing around your head?" "That's 'cause I shelled out the bread for the deluxe pimp package. I can post shit on Nudnik from my nude phone. Check it out. Solid gold chassis, diamond-encrusted keypad, and it automatically tracks my every move, so my peeps always know where I'm at." Derek stared at the tiny screen. "Hey, what is that shit up in the corner?" "Oh, those are my vital signs. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood temperature and shit. This phone will even call an ambulance if some gangsters jump my ass. Down here, I got my minute-to-minute status updates. 12:13 a.m., I went to the men's room and took a piss. 12:22, I sneezed and got a tissue. 12:35, I yawned. My yawn went viral. 415 shares already. You know how people used to speculate that yawning was contagious? Now it's a documented fact. Down here is where I ran into you and Natasha." Derek thought about this until something disturbing occurred to him. "Hey, wait a minute," he said. "Do you have a profile page like that for me, too?" "Of course," said Randolph. "Everybody does. That's how your friends stay up to date on your life. Let's see. Yeah, here's you. Here's when I signed you up. Here's when you met Natasha. And here's where you farted. 3:06 a.m. "What?" cried Derek. "I didn't fart." "No worries, bro. At least you didn't do it while Natasha was standing here." "I did not fart," yelled Derek, furious. "Why you bugging, yo?" said Randolph. "I didn't smell it. Maybe you didn't even smell it. But the nude monitor has a built-in olfactory sensors that are 36 times more sensitive than the human nose." The nude monitor swooped past Derek's ear. "I am going to crush that fucker," screamed Derek. He spotted a discarded broom on a pile of garbage nearby. He grabbed it and began swinging it wildly in the air. The nude monitor buzzed around him like an enraged wasp. There was a small crunching sound when the broom finally connected with the tiny device. It hit the ground and smashed into a million pieces. Derek ran over and stomped on it to make sure it was completely incapacitated. Randolph recoiled in horror. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Nudnik is going to freeze your account for at least a week. When you piss off Nudnik, you have zero chance of scoring any pussy. You might as well just cut your dick off." "I never asked to be on Nudnik in the first place," screamed Derek. "So take me off your phone before I make you eat it." "Chill, bro," shuddered Randolph. "I'm out here performing a public service, turning frumpy losers into players, and you're getting all in my face like I'm some kind of nuisance. You know, there's laws about adults harassing children like this." Randolph turned and strutted off, fussing with his fake dreads before Derek could respond. Derek decided he'd be better off drinking in his room. Chapter 30. That night, Derek dreamed that he was back at the bar where he played his first out-of-town show, except in the dream, everything was covered with a thin layer of red dust. Everyone sitting at the bar was wearing spacesuits. The same Big Mouth was sitting a couple stools over, except now he was a disembodied spirit. "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" said the guy. "Oh, hey," said Derek. "You ever find your kidneys?" "Ha!" the guy laughed. "I took your advice.
I stopped looking for my kidneys and kept my stupid ass out of hell.
But I thought you were doomed to walk the earth until you found the person who stole your kidneys, asked Derek.
Get this, the guy smirked. I got sick of Earth. Demons were always bugging me about finding my kidneys, so I tell Satan's minion that the guy who stole my kidneys moved to Mars, and this minion fell for it. He says I can go to Mars as long as I promise to get the kidneys and come right back. I haunted a cargo vessel headed for Mars, and here I am, free as a fucking bird. Satan and his minions got no jurisdiction here on the outer planets.
Well, you certainly seem to be in a better mood than the last few times I ran into you, said Derek. I'm glad things are finally going your way.
I owe it all to you, my friend, said the guy. If you hadn't talked some sense into me a few months ago, I'd be a private in Satan's army right now. I'm not interested in being in anybody's army, not Satan's army and not God's army. I'm not enlisted for anyone's cause. I fought with my wife for 10 years, and for what? I'm tired of fighting. Someone tries to pick a fight with me, I say, save it for someone who's into that sort of thing. I'm a conscientious objector.
Well, right on, man, said Derek as he raised his glass.
Hey, I want you to meet someone, said the guy. This is Zarok. Zarok, this is Derek Weedle.
For the first time, Derek noticed the woman sitting next to the guy. She had green skin and large slanted almond-shaped eyes. Derek was speechless.
Sorry, I forgot, said the guy to Derek. You're still among the living. Zarok here, who's a great gal, by the way, is a disembodied spirit from an ancient extinct race of Martians. That's why she looks different from earthly ghosts.
Derek had had some crazy dreams, but this was the topper. He eventually was able to form some words and greet the Martian woman's spirit. She was actually quite attractive after he got over the initial shock.
She's got a sister, said the guy, his eyebrows bouncing up and down on his forehead. Hey, Zondaloo, I want you to meet someone.
Derek looked over at Zondaloo, who was shaking it out on the dance floor. She was even more beautiful than Zarok. She came over to meet Derek, still slightly shimmying, with a carnivorous look in her eye. Derek began to worry that this was going to be one of those wet dreams he had occasionally.
Zondaloo, this is Derek, the guy said. He's a good guy. He helped me out of a jam back on Earth.
A hard man is good to find, said Zondaloo. Oh, wait, she giggled. Did I say that right? Sometimes I get things twisted around when I try to use your tongue. That's fine, said Derek. My tongue can handle a fair amount of abuse. Would you rather use your tongue? Zuma gaba uta unba wakwarig, Zondaloo purred. Zarok giggled and blushed, which is difficult to do when you have green skin. Wow, said Derek. I think the cooling system in my spacesuit just burned out. There are Martian spirits here that are very friendly indeed, the guy said. That's why I love it here. I thought Mars was uninhabited, Derek said, suddenly curious. Zondaloo explained. Eons ago, the Martians considered themselves a proud race of warriors, which basically meant they were a bunch of violent assholes that would kill at the drop of a hat. They worshipped a bloodthirsty god who demanded everlasting wars. There were also tiny factions of rebellious Martians who worshipped a very horny god, but they were always written off as worthless pansies. Our so-called glorious forefathers used their grandiose intellects to create ever more efficient ways of slaughtering their brothers and sisters until they brought about the extinction of the entire race. Though our physical bodies have been hacked to bits and the souls of the warriors scattered as red dust, our horny god felt pity on his followers and allowed our spirits to live on, to drink and dance and have incredible sex. Now that your bloodthirsty race has come here from Earth, we invade your dreams in hopes that we can persuade you to choose the ways of the horny god and not destroy yourselves with bloodlust. You sold me, remarked Derek. When can we start? Zondaloo gave him a devilish grin. And I must point out that you used my tongue very well that time. Yes, conveying our people's saga is easy, she said. It's only when I flirt that I get my hot water all over myself. Yeah, I know what you mean, said Derek, befuddled. Why don't you show me how you do that crazy Martian dance you were doing? Derek and Zondaloo went out on the dance floor. They spun around till he was dizzy. He was floating on waves of hypnotic sound. Hot pink lights were melting him like wax. His head was a meteorite heading straight into the sun. Derek, what the hell is wrong with you? Called a thundering voice from a goddess in the sky. Derek was startled and the sun went black. A giant face of the goddess turned out to be Candy. She was in his bed and staring down at him. They were lying in a large bed in a dark room. He noticed a wet spot on the sheet down by his waist. He quickly put a pillow over it. How am I supposed to sleep when you're wiggling all over the place? She asked. Can't you keep still? I was being attacked by Martian vixens, cried Derek, with big pointy teeth. They scared the hell out of me. What are you? She asked as she looked under the pillow. 13 years old? Go to sleep. Derek stared up at the ceiling and started thinking. Something was bothering him. He finally said, Candy, how did we end up in bed together? I'm going to strangle you, Derek. Don't you remember what happened last night? No. Actually, I don't either. Let's just get some sleep. We have a big day tomorrow. The next morning, Derek and Candy woke up groggy and bewildered. I had the strangest dreams last night, said Candy. I met all these Martians, but they weren't little green men. They were big green men. I told you, said Derek. The Martians invaded my dreams, too. Well, at least I wasn't wiggling all over the bed, said Candy. That's what you think, said Derek. Oh, I was wiggling around, too? Asked Candy. Why didn't you wake me up? No way, replied Derek. You're dangerous when I wake you up. How do you know that? I don't really. I was just guessing. Derek felt a sharp pain in his neck. He screamed and opened his eyes. He was sitting in a booth in a dark nightclub. A woman next to him, who had white makeup covering her entire face, except for thick black mascara and black lipstick. Her hair was also jet black. She also had bright red blood on her lips and chin. Who? What? Where's Candy? Cried Derek. My name's Tabitha, you loser, she said. Derek rubbed his neck. Did you just bite me? He said. You were really into it before you passed out, she replied with a sneer. She pulled out her fake vampire teeth and slammed them down on the table. She stormed off into a crowd of dancers who were wearing black cowls and capes. Derek looked down to see his hand was still grasping a half-finished Bloody Mary. There were 5 empty glasses stained with red behind it. When he finally found the door to the Vampire's Tomb discotheque, the sky was already getting light. A flying shark appeared over his head. Derek ran down the sidewalk, but never reached the corner. He ran through an open door and found himself in a courtroom. A woman with long blonde hair was chopping up a cigar with a meat cleaver. Chapter 31. Candy found Derek sleeping on a couch in the hotel lobby. Derek told her that he had had a dream about her, but he didn't tell her the details. She didn't seem that interested anyways. She hustled him along, and they quickly had some breakfast and started packing up. They had a show on the other side of the planet that night. When they got on board the tour ship, they found that most of the band and the crew had had strange Martian dreams too. When they reached the next venue, Derek spotted Xerox and Zondaloo behind the barricade. They were waving and blowing him kisses. Tabitha was in line too, but she only sneered. There was also a few green bodybuilders with square jaws who seemed to be winking at Candy. Members of the band seemed to be recognizing people in the crowd too. Chapter 32. All right, people, let's have some fun, demanded Derek from the stage that night, and the multitude that was in attendance that night was not adverse to his demand. The music started a slow bluesy bass line, and Derek sang these words. I stumbled in and I fell into your table, knocking over everyone's black label.
That's when I saw you as the beer poured down your halter. That's when I knew my love would never falter. I said, don't you want to be my little barracuda? Don't you want to rub the belly of the Buddha? And if I cover up one of my eyes, I can see you're the only one. Don't run away, let's have some fun. Don't run away, let's have some fun. I could see your eyes were filled with loathing. Maybe because there was vomit on my clothing. I said, don't you want to see the backseat of my Pinto? That's when your friends up and threw me out the window. I said, don't you want to be my little barracuda? Don't you want to rub the belly of the Buddha? And if I cover up one of my eyes, I can see you're the only one. Don't run away, let's have some fun. Don't run away, let's have some fun. Then there was a screaming guitar solo, followed by a monster jam and a big rock and roll ending that lasted 7 minutes long. After the show, Derek saw Trevor, who was in charge of the special effects on the tour, coming his way. "Hey, Trevor," said Derek, "how's it going?" Trevor laughed, but it wasn't Trevor. "Hey, Derek, it's me, Bartholomew," said Bartholomew. Derek was confused for a moment. Then he saw Trevor talking to a woman across the room. "Oh, shit," said Derek. "You're Bartholomew from the parallel universe, who looks exactly like Trevor. What the hell are you doing in my universe?" "After I met you, I wanted to check out the alternative universe you kept raving about," said Bartholomew. "So I built another ship, and here I am." "Whatever you do," instructed Derek, "do not mention anything about a parallel universe while you are here. I made the mistake of mentioning it, and it was a nightmare. It makes people crazy for some reason. I had to go to extreme measures to keep our universe from attacking your universe. And don't tell anybody else about this universe when you get back to your universe. Let's keep this our little conspiracy theory." Derek looked at the doppelgangers, Trevor and Bartholomew. They were both cool guys that built spaceships. Then Derek got angry when he realized that his doppelganger from the parallel universe was not very cool. His double was an arrogant lawyer who lived in the suburbs. Derek wanted to have a cool doppelganger, too. Life can be so unfair, he thought as he cursed his luck. Then he realized he was getting angry about something stupid again. When would he learn to stop torturing himself? Chapter 33. "Mr. Weedle." "Hi, Clinda Cyclops, from the Earthly Inquirer," said a young woman, shoving a big microphone in Derek's face, breaking him out of his introspection. "What do you have to say about these rumors that you golf?" "What?" asked Derek. "The game, golf?" "Yes," she replied. "I understand that you don't like to talk about your personal life, but there's been a lot of gossip lately." "Gossip that I play golf?" asked Derek. "I've never played golf in my life. I've never even been on a golf course." "It's just that you left Earth in a hurry," she said. "There's a lot of speculation that you were trying to hide something. A lot of entertainers play golf. Most of them just don't like to talk about it." "That's probably true," he responded, "but I never had any interest in the game." "How do you feel about golfers that listen to your music?" she asked. "Are you concerned that the music-buying public might associate your music with the golf lifestyle?" "I don't have anything against golf," said Derek. "I don't hate golf. I don't hate people who play golf. I have friends who play golf, and if that's what they like to do with their afternoons, why should it make any difference to me?" "Well, that's very PC of you, Mr. Weedle," she said. "But there's a lot of music fans out there who don't want to rub elbows with guys in golfing outfits when they go to a rock and roll show. I think it's about time you let the people know where you stand on this issue. What about all our heroes that risk their lives in the parallel universe? What kind of a message does that attitude send to them?"
I don't know, said Derek. I'm sure some of our heroes like to play golf. So you think our heroes are secretly playing golf? You are one sick individual, Mr. Weedle, screamed Clinda as her face turned beet red. You disgust me. She turned and stormed off. Derek was exasperated. How did these reporters always succeed in making him feel like an idiot? Maybe he still wasn't far away enough from Earth. Chapter 34. Derek left the backstage area and wandered alone through the complex. He entered the greenhouses. The plant life was enormous, towering over his head. 50 feet overhead, there was a glass canopy that protected this Garden of Eden from the harsh climate of Mars. These unusual plants gestured with their limbs and spoke to him. The long-dead spirits of the Martian race, which had lain dormant in the Martian soil for countless generations, had now possessed this vegetation. Derek felt the green tendrils embrace him. This planet was truly different, not just an extension of the violent carnivorous planet that he had been born on. This was a place that had died eons ago and now was struggling to be reborn. Derek felt a certain kinship with this place. He hadn't died, but he felt battered and bruised, and now he perceived a healing taking place in his body. Derek could feel leaves beginning to sprout from his fingertips. Tiny serpentine roots emerged from the ends of his toes and searched for places to enter the soil. He stood transfixed in the moonlight of Deimos and Phobos. His roots went deep in the ground and became entangled with the roots of other plants. The spirits of the ancient Martians lived in this forest. Their voices whistled through the trees. He heard Zonda Lu approach him. "Greetings, Earthling," she said. "I was born on Earth, but I feel like I belong here," said Derek. "We were taught in school that Mars is a cold, unforgiving planet, and yet I feel more welcome here." "The Earth is still haunted by the dead soldiers," replied Zonda Lu. "The gods of war still reign supreme in your spirit world. Fear and greed still run thick in the blood of humans. Your leaders use words like freedom, honor, duty, and patriotism to stir up your primitive impulses and implore you to do their bidding. You have fallen off this bandwagon of warmongers, and now you must make your way forward on foot. This is why you feel bewildered." "Are you saying that I'm just a hero on a quest?" asked Derek. "Am I a walking cliché? Am I tired of this ridiculous quest? Right now, I just want to be a plant, soak up the sun and water and nutrients of the ground, and not be tangled up in all this drama." "Something inside you strives to be a hero," says Zonda. "A mind like yours craves excitement and entertainment. I can't imagine that you will be able to stay idle for very long. You are welcome to stay here. Your fertile imagination makes for great fertilizer. Your thoughts help the plants around you grow stronger. And when your mind needs new scenery, you will pull up your roots and move on. This soil will release you." "Thanks, Zonda," said Derek. "I have been feeling like an offensive weed that's been living on borrowed time. I've been paranoid that I will be plucked out of the ground and thrown into the compost heap. Is that normal?" "No, Derek," said Zonda. "It's not. But normality is obviously not something you strive for. So be happy with who you are." Zonda inhaled carbon dioxide and expelled life-sustaining oxygen. She blossomed in an explosion of color. She gave forth nectar, and bees and hummingbirds fed from her orifices. Their vines intertwined around each other's trunks. Their fruits and vegetables grew ripe and fell to the ground and provided nutrition to the tiny creatures that lived in this forest. Derek's seed pods burst open and his seeds spilled on the ground. After they had languished in the process of photosynthesis for several hours, and Derek was satiated with chlorophyll, Zonda asked him, "Feeling any better?" "I feel like the Jolly Green Giant," smiled Derek. "Thank you." "It's time for you to get back to your ridiculous quest," said Zonda. "Well, it's been quite illuminating being part of the flora world, but I guess you're right. I belong in the fauna world, where I can fight like dogs and cats." When Derek got back to the all-night party, he heard a violent scuffle going on. He rushed inside to find Candy mopping the floor with Clinda Cyclops. Derek and several security guards tried to pull Candy off the Star Reporter, but she was in human tornado mode. When they finally got them apart, their clothing was torn to shreds, much to the delight of the other partygoers. Derek kept a firm grip on Candy's arm and said, "Settle down, Tiger." "That a bitch accused me of having my boobs done, and badly at that," screamed Candy. "Let it go, Candy," Derek said. "She's obviously just trying to stir up trouble to get a story." The crowd went back to gossiping, swapping smart remarks, and laughing way too loud. The bartender handed Clinda a stack of cocktail napkins to mop up her bloody nose. "Come on," said Derek. "Let's get out of here." "Are you feeling okay?" asked Candy. "Your skin is looking rather green." Chapter 35. The next day, Derek rolled out of bed at the crack of noon. The road crew loaded all the gear and special effects into the shuttlecrafts. Derek and Candy flew ahead of the convoy in Candy's personal spaceship. It was a pleasant flight across the surreal red Marsscape. They passed many strange rock formations along the way. Derek and Candy played a game where they decided what each rock formation looked like. They saw 3 pointy rocks that looked just like pyramids. Then they saw one that looked like a giant face carved out of stone. "I think I read about that one," said Candy. "Someone spotted it through a telescope back in the 20th century, and it was in all the tabloids for months. This was before there were humans on Mars. It turned out it was an optical illusion. It only looks like a face when the sun hits it from a certain angle." "I don't believe it," cried Derek. "That looks exactly like a face. Let's go down there and check it out." "Derek, you have a show tonight," Candy said. "Come on. It'll only take 20 minutes. "No, Derek," said Candy. "I know you. Once you get down there, you'll want to crawl around those rocks for hours. Then something weird is going to happen and we'll be late. Can't we just show up on time for once?" 20 minutes, I promise," said Derek. "Just land the ship, and I'll run up on the face and come right back. Otherwise, I'm never going to believe that this is just a natural rock formation. It's going to be bugging me all night, and I won't be able to concentrate. How can I do a good show if I can't concentrate? Besides, a Martian day is 25 hours long, so that gives us an extra hour." Candy decided it was useless to argue with the genius, so she set the controls to land next to the giant stone face. "You are impossible," cried Candy. "I don't know why you even asked me my opinion when you were just going to do whatever you want to do anyways. You've got 20 minutes, then I'm going to get you in a headlock and drag you back to the ship. You got it?" Yeah, sure," said Derek. "Check out that huge nose. Look, it's even got nostrils. And stone nose hairs." Candy landed the ship, and they put on their helmets and oxygen packs. Once they were on the surface, Derek immediately scrambled up the cheek of the enormous face. "Be careful, you fucking idiot," screamed Candy. "If you kill yourself, I'm going to kill you." Candy was out of breath by the time she climbed up the giant nose. She was beside herself when she didn't see Derek anywhere around. There were 2 large caves side by side in the giant nose. Derek came running out of one of them. "Derek, what's wrong?" she screamed. "I think there's some ancient cave paintings inside this nostril, but it's too dark to see," said Derek, out of breath. "Did you bring a flashlight in your space purse?" "It's not a space purse," said Candy. "It's a supply case." Derek, in his excitement, flung open the case, and all kinds of things flew out all over the ground. There was a strong wind blowing, so the contents of the case scattered everywhere. Derek scrambled to pick everything up. He picked up a large pepper shaker, and the top fell off.
The wind had changed direction, and all the pepper was being sucked into a giant nostril. Candy was cursing at Derek for his clumsiness until the ground started shaking. "It's a fucking earthquake!" screamed Candy. "I knew this was a bad idea." "Don't you mean Mars-quake?" said Derek thoughtfully. Carrick tried to punch Derek in the face, but her fist hit the shatterproof glass globe on his head. Candy spewed out an unrelenting stream of profanity, which was drowned out by a deafening roar from below. "Achoo!" It was a sneeze of biblical proportions. Derek and Candy sailed through the air in a cloud of red dust. A tornado appeared out of the giant stone mouth. They both tumbled through the air like a couple of rag dolls. They couldn't see anything but whirling red sand. Derek felt like he was trapped in a giant clothes dryer, spinning end over end for an eternity. Then his body hit the rock face and he blacked out. Chapter 36. When he regained consciousness, the air was relatively clear. He turned his head around painfully, scanning the horizon for Candy. She was nowhere to be found, and the spaceship had disappeared as well. Candy was right. Something weird did happen. Derek took another look around in vain. He did see two enormous stone pillars that he didn't remember seeing before. With some effort, he forced his head to look up. The stone pillars were actually legs of a stone statue 300 feet tall. The statue bent down and picked Derek up with his giant stone hand. Derek stood up on the palm of the enormous hand and stared up at the familiar stone face that was now attached to a colossal stone body. The stone face in turn stared down at the puny earthling in the palm of its hand. "I knew it!" screamed Derek. "Everybody said you were just a rock formation, but I didn't believe it for a second." The giant's face adopted a curious expression. Derek waved his hand at the giant face. "Hey, big guy, it's me, Derek Weedle, the rock star," he yelled. "You look like you're a giant in the rock world as well. Ha ha ha. What's your name?" "I am Crackpots," said the giant in a thundering voice. He seemed groggy and rubbed his eye with his other hand. "I guess I must have overslept," said Crackpots. "I don't understand. I set my alarm clock for 7 a.m. "Where's your alarm clock?" asked Derek. The giant turned around and pointed at a pile of rubble with a gigantuan boulder on top of it. Derek looked closely at the pile of rubble. "Dude, it looks like a meteor smashed the shit out of your alarm clock while you were asleep. No wonder it didn't go off." "That's just great," said Crackpot sarcastically, looking perplexed. "Now I'm going to be late for work." "You mean to tell me that a giant like you has to have a job?" asked Derek. "It seems like you could just demand anything you want and us puny mortals would have to give it to you. No questions asked." "Where I come from, everyone is at least as tall as me," said the giant. "Actually, the guys at work call me Shorty." "Really?" said Derek. "What kind of work do you do?" "The Megalithians are a proud race of galaxy builders," said Crackpot. "Oh, a construction worker, eh?" said Derek. "In a manner of speaking, yes," said Crackpots, gesturing toward the sky. "We have been building the solar system that revolves around this star." "The solar system?" gasped Derek. "Our solar system was created 4.6 billion years ago. Are you telling me that you've been sleeping all this time under a blanket of red dust? You better lay off the sleeping pills." "We Megalithians gauge time differently than you Earthlings. Our workday lasts 1 billion years, and then we relax for 1 billion years. So I really only missed a few days of work. Nonetheless, my boss is most likely perturbed that I've been absent from the work site." "Gee, I hope they don't shit-can your ass," said Derek. "Shit-can my ass?" replied Crackpots. "Yeah, you know, fire you, let you go, dismiss you from your position at the firm." "Oh, I see," said the giant. "This must be some new slang that did not exist at the birth of your solar system." "Speaking of bosses," Derek suddenly remembered,
You didn't happen to see a woman I was with earlier, did you? She was wearing a white spacesuit just like mine." The giant looked around the perimeter silently and began walking. Each of his footprints sounded like a cannon going off. The giant bent over and picked up a tiny white-clad body off of the ground. He placed Candy on the palm of his giant hand next to Derek. She was still alive, but in a daze. Derek sat her upright. It took her a few minutes to recognize him. "Holy fuck," she screamed. "What the hell just happened?" "Well, I spilled the pepper and it made him sneeze," Derek answered. "Him?" said Candy. "Who are you talking about?" "Crackpots," he replied, pointing upward, "the owner of the giant stone face." Candy looked up for the first time and saw the enormous stone face staring down at her. She let out a blood-curdling scream and passed out again. Derek shook her shoulders until she woke up again. "Candy, don't freak out," said Derek. "I've been talking to him and he's totally cool." "I pissed my pants, you know," said Candy. "Oh, here," said Derek, as he pushed the yellow button on the front of her spacesuit. "These suits are equipped to clean you up if you happen to be incontinent." "Ooh," screamed Candy. "Push it again. That feels good." "The owner manual said that you should only push it once per accident," said Derek. "What owner's manual?" asked Candy. "I finished reading all my science fiction books the other night, and the only thing I could find to read was the owner's manual for these spacesuits. This yellow button activates a system that sucks up the urine from your suit when you have an accident." Candy pushed the yellow button again. Her eyes rolled back for a few seconds, and then her mouth hung open. "Wow. If I knew my spacesuit could do this, I'd never leave my bunk." "Candy," said Derek, "you're not supposed to push it more than once." "Hey, crackpots," yelled Derek up to this giant stone robot. "This is Candy. She's my tour manager. I'm playing a show tonight at the Olympus Municipal Arena. You should come with us." He looked over at Candy. She kept pushing her yellow button and making little yelping sounds. "Candy, stop that. Say hi to crackpots," said Derek. "Candy!" Finally, Derek had to slap her hand away from the button. "Candy," yelled Derek, "the manual warns that overuse of the yellow button can be highly addictive." Candy reached over and pushed the yellow button on Derek's spacesuit. "Oop!" gasped Derek as his eyes bugged out. "Wow, that thing's dangerous." Candy pushed his yellow button again. After Derek had practically swallowed his Adam's apple, he said, "All right, I'll make a deal with you. Let's get to the show first, and then consider whether or not we should push the yellow buttons anymore." Candy scowled, but she knew he was right. Derek looked up at Crackpots. "So, what do you think? You haven't gone out and had any fun in over 5 billion years. "Okay," said Crackpots. "But I'll have to leave right after the show. I've got to work in the morning." "Of course," yelled Derek. "I'll radio ahead so that no one thinks the giant stone man is attacking the city. Just be careful not to knock down any of the buildings or high-tension wires." They looked around until they found Candy's missing spaceship and then headed to Olympus Mons Municipal Auditorium. As Crackpot walked along with Derek and Candy riding on his shoulder, he began to making small talk. "So are you life forms that have evolved on this planet while I was asleep?" "Actually, we're from Earth," explained Derek. "That blue and green planet over there. We call this planet Mars. Earth is getting mighty crowded, so we decided to start colonizing the other planets. Mars used to have its own life form, but they all killed each other. Sometimes I think it's just a matter of time before the human race kills itself off, too." "Yes, Derek," said the stone man. "Your people's task is much more difficult than ours. Galaxy builders only have to wrestle with the laws of physics and nature. The builders of your civilization must also match wits with the destroyers, those who only gauge progress in terms of conquest and dominance. They do not see the dangerous game they are playing, that life is a mere sprinkling of dust on these worlds that we have created. One good sneeze could erase your species forever. It's as though your planet alone is a giant powdered donut, with all the others being merely plain donuts. And speaking of donuts,
I could sure use a cup of coffee. I'll call the road crew and tell them to make you an extra big coffee, said Derek. Let's see. I'll have to use algebra to figure out what size coffee to order you. I'm about 6 feet tall, and you're around 300 feet tall. So that means that you are 50 times taller than me. I need to drink at least 16 ounces of coffee in the morning. So you probably need at least 50 times that much coffee. 16 times 50 equals 800. That's a lot of ounces, so I should convert it to gallons. There's 128 ounces in a gallon, so I need to divide 800 by 128. 6 times 8, carry the 4. 800 is equal to 6.25 gallons. I'll order you the 7-gallon size just to be safe. Wow, you're a regular math scholar, said Candy. Yeah, I'm full of surprises, said Derek. Oh, wait, I forgot about the cream. Let's see. 6 feet tall, and usually take 2 creams. That's 300 feet tall. And Derek, you're giving me a headache. You're not supposed to be giving me headaches until we've been dating a few years. Chapter 37. News of the giant man of stone spread through the town like wildfire. Thousands of people had donned their spacesuit and mobbed the streets in anticipation of his arrival. Members of the press were also out in force. Well, I've seen some dramatic stage entrances in my day, but this takes the cake, announces one reporter. Derek Weedle is being delivered to the arena for tonight's show on the shoulder of a 300-foot-tall man made of stone. What kind of stone? I'm no geologist. I just took it for granted. Yes, that's right, music fans. It's sheer hysteria here at Olympus Mons. I suppose it's only fitting that this momentous event should occur on the Martian mountain named after Mount Olympus, the mythical home of the Greek gods. Crackpots lifted Derek and Candy off his shoulder and deposited them down on the stage. Derek grabbed his guitar and plugged it in. The packed house went insane. Crackpots was able to watch the show from the top of the arena. A helicopter brought him his 7-gallon coffee, and after a few sips, he began to feel like his old self again. After the last encore, Derek ran back out the backstage door. Crackpots was preparing to rejoin the Galaxy Builders. "Hey, Crackpots," he yelled up at the giant. "Thanks for the lift." Crackpots waved at his tiny friend and then blasted off into space. The press descended on Derek like a pack of hungry wolves. "Derek," screamed one journalist, "are you a hero on a quest?" "No, I'm a zero and I'm blessed," he replied. "Are you on the road to utopia or the road to nowhere?" asked another. "Listen, you rascals," Derek responded. "How can I be sure, in a world that's constantly changing?" Derek picked up his guitar and hit an E minor chord. "Why do I have to tell you the future? I got the goods and you're just a moocher. Maybe when your mouth stops flapping, you'll see that shit just happens. Free floating, floating in space. I got a friend with a big stone face. Free floating like a drunken amoeba. I'm just looking for my Queen of Sheba." There was a loud commotion outside. Sirens and heavy vehicles screeching to a halt. "Stop the music!" yelled the general as he barged into the room. "I'm declaring martial law." "Oh, shit," said Derek. "Not you again." "All right, Weedle," the general bellowed. "Where is he?" "Where's who?" asked Derek. "The 300-foot-tall monster that's been terrorizing the city," he roared. "If you're referring to Crackpots, he hasn't been terrorizing anybody. He came and checked out my show, and then he split. He said he had to work in the morning." "You idiot! That stone-faced menace constitutes a clear and present danger to our way of life," roared the general. "How could you let him get away? If he escapes, you'll spend the rest of your pathetic life behind bars for treason." Derek looked him at the sky. The entire Earth attack fleet was hovering overhead, waiting for the general's orders.
"He didn't say where he was going," responded Derek. "He did say he works for a galaxy building contractor. Maybe you could search for galaxies under construction on the internet." An incredibly strong wind suddenly blew through the room. The general's nose started getting longer, like someone was stretching it. His eyes were as round as cream pies. He screamed in pain. The press photographers ran over to him and took countless pictures. Then his nose snapped back like a rubber band. Then he convulsed uncontrollably and shouted some incoherent gibberish. The general banged his head against the wall. After that, he tore his clothes off, screaming, "Get him off me! Get him off me!" The other soldiers rushed to his aid. "General, what's wrong?" they shouted. "Green peacenik ghosts!" he screamed. "They're crawling all over me. They're flying up my anus and out my ears. Kill them, you imbeciles!" The soldiers looked around in vain for someone or something to shoot. The general raved on like a complete lunatic. "The empty skull of the warrior has become the flower pot of the peaceful ones," cried the general. "No! Don't plant flowers in my brain!" He grabbed fistfuls of his hair and pulled it until the hair turned into dandelion seeds and blew away. The general threw his arms wide and began to pontificate. "The lives we take, the land we grab, we're hateful thieves in olive drab. The roses have been torn apart, and only thorns surround my heart. And conquering armors of decay, the flesh and bone returns to clay. The iron fist succumbs to rust, the flags of conquest turn to dust. The fires of war have petered out, and daffodils begin to sprout." The general briefly wrestled his mind away from the pesky Martian spirits. He pulled his service revolver out of its holster and waved it around madly. "Stop it," he screamed. "You can't make me spout this horrible poetry. It's against the Geneva Convention." Another squadron of Martian spirits flew up the general's anus and overwhelmed him once again. "These sweet words now, they taint my breath. I'd rather die a soldier's death. Don't make me spout this flowery verse. I'll end my life and foil your curse." Bang! The pistol fired. My life in peril. A sunflower explodes from the barrel. My sanity fades. I can't come to grips as peace-loving words escape my lips. His face became frozen in a silent scream. "That was beautiful," Derek interjected. "Can I use that in a song?" The other soldiers looked on in horror as the giant yellow flower extended from his pistol. They cringed at the prospect that their firearms might soon be host to floral arrangements as well. 2 medics were called in with a straitjacket and a heavy sedative in a syringe. The general's rigid catatonic frame was placed on a stretcher and quickly rolled out. The attack force, without their fearless leader at the helm, didn't know what to do next, so they just flew back to Earth. "Obviously, Martian law is no match for Martian law," said Derek to the invisible spirits that he knew to be present. The photographers looked around in vain for someone or something to shoot. The reporters looked nervous and decided that their questions could wait for another time that was less spooky. Chapter 38. The next morning, the Derek Weedle Band left Mars to play a show on the dwarf planet of Ceres, where there was a small outpost. As the tiny world appeared on the plasma screens, Derek explained to Candy that he felt sorry for Ceres and Pluto and all the other dwarf planets. "It's not fair," said Derek, "that the gas giants get all the press and nobody pays any attention to the smaller orbs. Although, if I was a planet, I don't think I'd want someone calling me a gas giant. These astronomers are kind of sadistic when you think about it. Either you're a dwarf or you're a gas giant. Neither one sounds very appealing to me. And then to make matters worse, the astronomers name you after some ancient pagan god that nobody even believes in anymore.
These astronomers are all probably bullies when they were in grade school. You know, picking on the fat kids. Hey, you gas giant, why don't you stop eating beans for lunch every day? You got a problem with Uranus? From now on, Uranus is your name, so get used to it. And then these nicknames, stick with them forever. And they could never get a date when they were teenagers. What girl wants to go to the prom with a guy that everyone calls Uranus? Astronomers can be so cruel. Fuck them. I'm going to start writing songs for the little guys. Here's a song I wrote for Sarah since we're going there next. What do you think? I saw her speeding round the asteroid belt. She looked so hot, I thought I would melt. I tried to talk to this heavenly comet. I got so nervous, I thought I would vomit. I've been demoted to a dwarf planet. Now I'll never get her number. Damn it. I'm some heavy rock between Jupiter and Mars. I try to get her attention playing my guitars. I could heat her up if she was compliant. I know she only wants to date a gas giant. I charted her course. I calculated the pattern. But I know she wants to wear the ring of Saturn. Hold on, Mr. S. My name is Saris. He gets all pissed and she's embarrassed. You're full of hot air. You're nothing but gas. Take your fucking rings and shove them up your ass. Yeah, said Candy. It's an interesting piece of writing. I'm going to have this sad piano interlude so that the audience can really empathize with the lonely little planet that watches these sexy comets fly by all the time. But of course, they all reject him for one of the giant planets because they are on the football team, said Derek. Lonely little planet, said Candy. Sexy comets? Planets on the football team? Are you insane? No, wait, I realize that is a silly question. Just forget it, Derek said, exasperated. I should have known better than to expect you to understand about the emotions of planets. Haven't you ever heard of Mother Earth? How can Earth be a mother and not be emotional? Oh, I forgot. You were abandoned in the wilderness and raised by rattlesnakes. That's why you're so insensitive. My parents are not snakes, snapped Candy. They're herpetologists. Ugh, said Derek. I hope they practice safe sex when they sleep around. Come on, Derek. Can we stop arguing about this stupid shit? You asked me my opinion and I gave it to you. This tour is going well, so let's not get mired in stupid arguments. All right, let's change the subject, said Derek. What does the guidebook say about Ceres? Ceres is a large asteroid and the only dwarf planet in the inner solar system, read Candy. It's composed of a rocky mantle and an outer layer of ice water, which makes it perfect for keeping beer and soft drinks cold. Their main export is Sarasota. Really? Said Derek. I have an aunt that lives in Sarasota. We should look her up if we have time. For some reason, I always thought she lived in Florida. Chapter 39. When they landed on Ceres, they took a tour of the soda factory. This small world had become a beverage boom town. The owner of the plant, Cornelius Carbonut, met them at the front gate of the factory and showed them around. He explained that when operations began, insects infested the crates of beverage ingredients being shipped from Earth and had been inadvertently imported to Ceres. He said that once his company had solved the insect infestation problem, they were able to become a very successful beverage company. What exactly was the problem? Asked Derek. Oh, there were ants in the Sarasota, said the owner. What a coincidence, said Derek. I have an aunt in Sarasota. Well, you won't find ants in Sarasota now, said the owner. I'll stake my reputation on it. Said Derek. Well, she was talking about moving to Tampa the last time I talked to her, so you might be right. Oh, no, our bottles and cans are Tampa resistant. I'll stake my reputation on it. Yeah, my aunt's Tampa resistant too, said Derek, but her rent keeps going up in Sarasota and she says she's going to have to move eventually. Mr. Carbonut was becoming visibly infuriated, so Candy decided to step in. Hey, Derek, interrupted Candy. I'm sure Mr. Carbonut is a very busy man. We should probably not take up any more of his time." "Yeah, thanks for the tour of Sarasota," said Derek, shaking Mr. Carbonut's hand. "It's just such a coincidence, though. I can't get over it. Maybe you know my aunt, Myrtle Weedle, the entomologist. She discovered the Weedle beetle. Does that ring a bell? She's married to Reed L. Weedle, the famous textile guy who invented the Weedle needle. No? They have a daughter, Lee Dell Weedle, a psychologist who is legendary in Sarasota. She has her patients curl up on the floor into what she likes to call the Weedle fetal position, and then, Derek, it's Sarasota, not Sarasota, Candy screamed as she yanked on his arm, practically dislocating his shoulder. Derek waved helplessly at Mr. Carbonut as he was being dragged away. The concert that night was a huge outdoor event, with a stage built on a floating barge. The audience sat in large heated inner tubes, floating in the icy water, surrounded by millions of chilled beverages. The great advantage to this was that when the audience member got thirsty, he or she could simply fish a cold beverage out of the water, which is infinitely better than having to wait in line at a concession stand. Chapter 40. After Derek and the band played several great shows on Saris, and he visited his Aunt Myrtle Weedle, Uncle Riedel Weedle, and his cousin Liedel Weedle, the entourage moved on to the moons of Jupiter. The tour ship made its descent on the landing pad on Europa. Through the windows of the spaceport, Derek and Candy could see hundreds of excited young women. They all began screaming and banging on the spaceport windows when his ship came into view. "Whoa," said Derek. "I'm really becoming a sex symbol." Once the cover of the landing bay closed and the area was pressurized and oxygenated, a mass of starstruck women came running out and surrounded the ship. Derek smiled at Candy and pushed the button that opened the chromium glass dome over the cockpit. The women screamed in anticipation. The screaming died down once they saw Derek. The women looked perplexed. Then a woman in the back began screaming excitedly again. A few women craned their necks in the direction of the voice, and then the entire mob ran off in that direction. Derek and Candy looked at each other perplexed. They craned their necks in the direction the mob was headed. Another spaceship had landed about 100 feet behind them. A tall man climbed out of the spaceship, and the women went insane. He wore a gold lame spacesuit and had quite an impressive black pompadour on his head. "Mr. Weedle," yelled a man who was standing on the other side of their tour ship. "Welcome to Europa." "Oh, thanks," said Derek, still bewildered. "Say, who's that guy over there?" "Oh, that's Mr. Presley," explained the man. "He's your opening act tonight." "Elvis Presley?" asked Derek. The man nodded his head. "The Elvis Presley? The rock god? The king?" said Derek, incredulous. The man just kept nodding his head. "Elvis Presley is opening for me," asked Derek. "How is that possible?" "Well, we can't be positive he's the real Elvis Presley," said the man, "but he's sold out every show since he started touring the outer planets, so who am I to start demanding DNA samples?" "Shouldn't I be his opening act if he's so popular and might even be the real Elvis Presley?" asked Derek. "Mr. Presley likes to get to bed early," said the man, "if you know what I mean." He chuckled a bit. "I'm Jack Cargatak, the promoter, by the way. Let me show you to the backstage area." Elvis and his hot and bothered entourage were making a noisy exit from the landing bay. His face was covered with lipstick, and his gold spacesuit was a bit torn up. "It's hard to believe that Elvis is back in the music business after all these years," said Derek. "But I have seen so many crazy things on this trip that nothing seems impossible anymore." One popular theory is that Elvis is actually Jupiter, the mythical king of the gods, explained Jack. "It's well known that he would often disguise himself in order to have sex with beautiful women." "Oh, that story is much more believable," said Candy. "Did you know that the moons of Jupiter are named after some of his conquests?" "Jupiter's, not Elvis's," said the man. "He hooked up with Europa while disguising himself as a white bull." "Really?" said Candy.
My friend Betty is into that kinky shit, but farm animals never did anything for me. Chapter 41. The party backstage was going full steam ahead. There were Vestal virgins in togas serving ambrosia. A man with goat hoofs for feet and large horns coming out of his head played a pan flute, while wood nymphs and centaurs danced around him. A unicorn was drinking out of the punch bowl. "You should have warned us this was going to be a costume party," said Candy to Jack, the promoter. "We're underdressed." The unicorn came over and said hello. "Derek Weedle, I'm a big fan. I'm psyched about the show tonight." "Huh?" said Derek, freaked out at first. "Oh, thanks. It's great to be here. I don't mean to be rude, but I couldn't help noticing that you're a unicorn. I didn't realize that I had unicorn fans." "That's great. I didn't know that unicorns really listen to music." "Well, you're right," said the unicorn. "Most unicorns don't listen to music. But I'm not your average unicorn. I've had a species change operation a few years ago." "I see," said Derek. "I think of unicorns posing in front of rainbows. I didn't think I would ever meet a talking unicorn. What's your name?" "I'm Ed," says the unicorn. "Everybody talks about being original, and they get all these tattoos and piercings, but I thought, fuck that, that's small potatoes. I'm going to be a unicorn. I had my brain transplanted into a horse's body, and then I had a plastic surgeon install this gnarly stainless steel horn in my forehead. My parents had a conniption fit when I showed up for Thanksgiving dinner last year, but let me tell you, the chicks really dig it." "Right on, man," said Derek. "You're an original, all right." "I am the original," pronounced Ed, suddenly sounding bitter. "Now there's all these hipsters showing up as satyrs, centaurs, griffins, and other mythical creatures, and they act like it was their own idea. This scene never would have been started if it wasn't for me." "Hey, Ed," shouted Elvis, who had just appeared from the crowd. "How'd you do in the Kentucky Derby?" "I'm a unicorn," cried Ed, "not a horse." Elvis and his posse of beautiful women had a good laugh. Ed stormed off in a huff. Elvis came forward with a beautiful woman on each arm. "Hey, man," said Elvis to Derek. "I understand you play a mean guitar." "I've been known to bang on my strings from time to time, Mr. Presley," said Derek. "And who is this incredibly sexy lady with you?" asked Elvis. "Oh, this is Candy," said Derek. "She's my tour manager." "Hey, Candy, tour manager," said Elvis. "Are you interested in taking care of my business, too?" Candy smiled. "Well, I might be able to squeeze you into my schedule." "Why don't you two go get me a drink?" said Elvis to his two companions. "Get me 2 drinks, and have a couple yourselves." They immediately disappeared in the direction of the bar. "Maybe you could pencil me in for a little consultation after the show," said Elvis. There was a huge explosion as one of the walls of the room collapsed. As the dust cleared, a gleaming golden chariot, drawn by 4 equally gleaming white stallions, charged into the room. Holding the reins was a tall, middle-aged, but still ravishing woman, wearing a tiara and the expression of extreme rage. Beside her on the chariot was a large peacock. "Oh, shit," exclaimed Elvis. "It's the wife." The woman thrust her arm forward, and thunderbolts flew from her fingertips. Elvis's pompadour was now in flames. He slapped himself on the head to put out the fire. He ducked off into the crowd and ran into the men's room before she was able to get off a second shot. The woman strutted right up to Candy. She was wearing a flowing white dress and adorned from head to foot with gold jewelry. "So," she said, "you're the little hussy he's been sneaking around with." "Wait a minute, lady," said Derek. "We just got here." She turned and stared at Derek, and red beams shot out of her eyes, throwing him 20 feet in the air. He knocked down 10 of Elvis's fans like a bowling ball. Candy grabbed the woman's long blonde hair and spun her around. The crowd panicked and ran for the exit. Candy released her grip and sent the woman crashing into the hors d'oeuvres table. The woman had hummus on her face and snack crackers in her hair. The guacamole left a big green stain on the front of her dress. She struggled to her feet. "How dare you attack me?" she bellowed. "I am Juno, queen of the gods." She squinted her eyes and the red beams shot out at Candy. Candy pulled out her pocket mirror out of her handbag and deflected the beams back at her rival. The red beams clobbered the woman in the face like a knockout punch. She crashed into the refreshment table and lay there sprawled out as the entire punch bowl of sangria emptied out onto her lap. "I wouldn't want to get stuck with that cleaning bill," said Jack Hargo-Tack. A head popped out of the men's room that was the spitting image of Jimi Hendrix. He was obviously checking to see if Juno was still out cold. Then the man emerged wearing a loud tie-dyed shirt and a large medallion. "Excuse me while I—" He started to sing. Yeah, said Candy. "Save it for your next gig." He tiptoed quickly to the exit, put his arm around two women, and disappeared with them. Candy walked up to her rival, holding a folding chair as a weapon. Juno was just coming to. "Wait, no more," she said. "You win. Your powers are far stronger than mine." "Beat it, sister," snarled Candy, "or I'll really crown ya." The woman scrambled back to her golden chariot, put it in reverse, and departed with a loud clattering of horse hoofs. "Did you see that?" said Derek, dusting himself off. "That guy went to the men's room as Elvis and came out as Jimmy. It seems like a lot of work to get a little action on the side. And his wife, she's out for blood. Obviously she's onto his game. Why doesn't she just dump the loser? And what was up with all those chicks drooling on him when he's obviously a fake?" "You mean," asked Candy with a smirk, "why would they want a fake Elvis when they could have a real Derek Weedle?" "Yeah, what's up with that?" said Derek. Chapter 42. Derek went to the loading dock where the roadies were unloading equipment from the tour ship. When the last case had been rolled to the stage, a man approached him. "Mr. Weedle," said the man, "all the guitars have been stolen." "What?" cried Derek. "How is that possible?" "The word on the street is some South American drug lords have been fencing stolen goods to pay for a massive cocaine shipment." "Wait a minute," said Derek. "Who are you, anyways?" "I'm Weiss," said the man, "your new guitar tech. I got a tip the cocaine shipment will be arriving in about 10 minutes at Cargo Bay 6. That's where they're going to make the exchange. If we move quickly, we could catch the scum and get your guitars back." "I don't know. That sounds a bit far-fetched to me. I think we better double-check to see if the guitars aren't still in one of the cargo holds," said Derek. "We got a ton of gear, and something always seems to get misplaced." "There's no time for that," said the man. "The deal's going down any minute. Here, take this gun. We may have to shoot it out with these gangsters. Follow me." "Hold on, buddy," said Derek as he stared at the gun in Weiss's hand. "First of all, I don't know you from Adam, and secondly, I'm not in the habit of running down shooting people. We should see what Candy says. I got a bad feeling about this." "Keep your voice down," whispered Weiss. "The place is probably crawling with those scumbags. I'm not really a guitar tech. I'm Special Agent Weiss, Drug Squad, working undercover. Take the gun, damn it. These are tough customers." Just as Derek reluctantly took the gun, a voice yelled out behind them, "Drop the guns, pigs!" Special Agent Weiss threw down his gun and raised his hands over his head. Derek turned around and looked at the guy. He was wearing a very expensive suit and had a bad mustache. "Drop the piece or I'll fill you with lead," yelled the guy in the suit. "Yeah, fine," said Derek as he threw down the gun. "I didn't want that stupid thing anyways. I'm not a cop, I'm a singer." Derek looked closely at the guy in the suit. "Hey, you're that guy from the TV commercial," said Derek. "Erectile dysfunction, right? That must really suck." "Cut!" yelled a third voice from out of the dark. The lights came up and Derek could see a whole film crew lurking in the shadows. A woman came up and dabbed makeup on the face of the villain. Derek put two and two together and stormed over to the man with the megaphone and safari vest. "What is this?" yelled Derek. "Some kind of a joke?" "Derek, baby, relax," said the director. "We're shooting a new episode of The Unwanted Felons, and you're the special guest star. And it never occurred to you that maybe I don't want to be in your stupid fucking cop show? Come on, D. Every musician wants to cross over to television. Nobody turns down Hollywood. Don't bullshit me," said the director. "Now let's try that scene again
without mentioning the erectile dysfunction. How about this idea, said Derek. When the bad guy goes to pick up our guns, I run over and I kick him in the nuts really hard, like this. Oof, gasped the director as Derek put the boot in the groin. Now get out of here, screamed Derek. I've got a concert to do in 3 hours. You'll be sorry you crossed me, Weedle, groaned the director, still bent over. I know everybody in Hollywood. You won't be able to get a 30-second spot selling puppy chow when I get done with you. Out! Everybody out, ordered Derek, unfazed by the Hollywood hex. He stormed over and opened the door to facilitate their exit. Outside the door, there were 50 other actors in police uniforms waiting for the next scene. Go home, Derek bellowed. I don't want to be in your stupid fucking cop show. They all looked very disappointed, but finally began to filter out. Off to the right of this mob was another film crew. Derek approached them. Beat it! The cop show's over. Oh, we're not part of the Unwanted Felons crew, explained one of this crew. We're shooting a reality show about rock musicians who star in cop shows. So tell our viewers, Derek, has it been tough making the transition from music to TV? Derek was about to lose his temper again. He looked over and spotted yet another film crew, filming him talking to this film crew. The director of this third crew was a tall, attractive woman holding a megaphone. He walked over to them. Why are you filming me? Asked Derek. Why is everyone filming me today? It's making me crazy. Actually, said the woman, we're filming a behind-the-scenes documentary about a reality show that follows the lives of musicians who star in cop shows. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a heavy-set, sloppily dressed man videotape him 20 feet away. Excuse me a minute, Derek said to the woman, and walked over to the man with the camcorder. And why are you filming me? He asked. Aw, dude, I'm not filming you, said the man with the camcorder. He was still filming the woman director and sweating profusely. I'm filming Brenda Visor, the sexiest filmmaker in the galaxy. She is so fucking hot. Oh, so you're like a video stalker, asked Derek. Why don't you go home and get a real girlfriend? Hey, Brenda, Derek yelled. My friend here's got a mad crush on you. Maybe you two could have a drink and discuss filmmaking. Brenda cringed and urged her film crew to make a hasty departure. The man with the camcorder bolted past Derek in hot pursuit. Derek surveyed the loading bay to make sure there wasn't yet another film crew documenting his every move. Is this it? He asked. Have I finally reached the rock-bottom level of reality? Not quite, erupted a thundering voice from up above. Derek felt faint and dropped to the floor. He closed his eyes, and all the noise in his ears faded out. Chapter 43. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a bed in a hospital room. There was a tall man in a blue smock standing nearby writing something on a clipboard. Derek pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Then he tried rubbing his eyes with his fist. The man kept scribbling. Who are you? Derek asked finally. They call me Dr. Jove, said the doctor. Where am I? This is the Better Off Mental Institution. You've been here about 6 months. Why am I here? You've been suffering from delusions of grandeur. We have been experimenting with different medications to find some way to bring you back to reality, explained the doctor. You mean I'm not a rock star? I'm afraid not, said the doctor. Although some of the other patients think your songs are really catchy. And I still work at the lumber store? Well, your boss had to hire somebody else since you've been out so long. And I'm not traveling through outer space? Asked Derek. Forget it. That's a stupid question, isn't it? Good news is that we've been able to mix up the perfect pharmaceutical cocktail that will keep your feet firmly on the earth, said the doctor, smiling. It seems to be working. Well, I guess I should be happy that you cured me. It's just not healthy to live your life in a fantasy world, no matter how much fun you were having, replied Derek. Thanks, Doc. Derek stared out the window and told himself that it was good to be back in his mediocre life. The doctor turned his back on Derek like he was trying to hide something. His whole body seemed to be trembling. Derek could see the doctor put his hand over his mouth. Doctor, what is it? Derek asked.
Is there something you're not telling me? The doctor made a strange, stifled sound and then took a deep breath and held it. No, everything's fine, the doctor finally replied in a strained voice. I better go check on the other patients. Doc, how bad is it? Cried Derek. I need to know. The doctor burst out laughing. He laughed for a full minute and then began apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm so mean, he said. He wiped the tears from his eyes. I couldn't help myself. A gorgeous nurse entered the room and climbed up on a stepladder to extract an enema bag and a hose from one of the upper cabinets on the far wall of the room. Hey, check out the rear end on that one, whispered the doctor to Derek. Derek finally put 4 and 4 together and said, It's you again, isn't it? Dr. Jove, a.k.a. Elvis, a.k.a. Jimmy, a.k.a. Jupiter, a.k.a. Master of Disguises. Don't you ever quit? The doctor had walked under the ladder to get a better look up the nurse's skirt. Another older nurse came into the room. Derek didn't recognize her at first, without her golden chariot. Playing doctor again, I see, she shrieked. She gave Dr. Jove a painful yank on his earlobe and then put some handcuffs on him. Officer Weedle, she commanded, take this turkey downtown. Derek was furious. He yanked the IV out of his arm and threw the blankets off his bed. Oh, no, you don't. Don't you dare try to put me in another fucking cop show, he screamed. I don't want to be in a stupid cop show. I don't want to shoot fake guns. I don't want to be in a fake car chase. I don't want to beat up fake criminals. And I don't want to babble on in a stupid fake cop lingo. Why does everyone assume that starring in a stupid fucking cop show is my greatest life ambition? Derek stormed off the hospital set in only a hospital gown and demanded that someone return his regular clothes to him before he went ballistic. When he was finally dressed again, he returned to the loading dock and found Candy. Chapter 44. I can't believe it, he said. These people keep bugging me to be in a cop show. Wow, Derek, that's great, said Candy. This is your big break. You won't have to break your sorry ass halfway across the universe every night from gig to gig. I happen to like dragging my sorry ass from gig to gig every night, cried Derek. You seem to forget that this is my journey of self-discovery. This is the part of my life where I learn about my musical destiny. I have no interest in figuring out who killed Johnny Six Fingers in 47 minutes with 3 commercial breaks. As you wish, Your Highness, replied Candy with a full bow and a heavy dose of sarcasm. And how shall we seek out our musical destiny, my liege? I've been thinking that I need to expand my tonic range, explained Derek. Tomorrow, Derek Weedle will venture on to Saturn, the 6th planet of our solar system. Saturn is the 6th planet, and then I realize that my guitar has 6 strings, and it occurs to me that the solar system is a giant guitar. It's like I've been playing one string, the Earth string, but then I suddenly have 5 other strings to work with. E is like my D string, the Derek string, the 3rd string from the sun. Don't you see? Mercury could be my E string, the closest string to the sun. Then Venus is the A string. I'm the D string, that Derek Earth string where I originate, and then Mars is the G string. Jupiter is the B string, and Saturn is my high E string. Isn't that amazing? Think of the wealth of possibilities that I could explore. I don't get it, confessed Candy. Okay, stick with me here, said Derek, as he began unfolding a large piece of paper. I've taken this map of the solar system and relabeled the planets with the 6 faces of Derek Weedle. I can have myself cloned and model each version of myself to correlate with each of the planets. I gave each of the planets new name that start with the letter of the string they represent. Low E is Mercury, so I renamed it Eddie. His nickname is going to be Fast Eddie, since he takes only 88 days to orbit the sun. Then I'm going to rename Venus Adrian, after the A string, right? Then me, Derek the D string Earth. Mars is now George the G string. Jupiter is Bob the B string, and Saturn becomes
Elliot the high E string.
I don't get it, confessed Candy. I know what you're thinking. What about the sun? Continued Derek. The sun corresponds with the bridge of the guitar. It holds all the strings in alignment, just as the strings on a guitar travel in a straight line up the neck. The planets travel in a straight line when observed in space-time. You see, these orbits are like rhythms that all work in harmony. All these planets will be emitting different frequencies, and yet they will all vibrate in harmony. Then I want to have 48 satellites with ultra-sensitive microphones positioned around the solar system that will beam the signals they pick up to a central recording studio on a space station. Once we have all the material compiled, I want to release a 6-album box set and also make it available for purchase by radio telescope from distant galaxies. Let me get this straight, said Candy, who had begun taking notes on a clipboard. You want to have yourself cloned 5 times and name your clones after different strings on a guitar. Then you want them to be set up on a different planet and perform your music, and then you want to record the whole thing with a zillion satellites costing trillions of dollars, and then package it in a 6-volume box set and sell it to other galaxies. Yes, that's what I want, said Derek with a grin. And when that goes platinum, I want to start working on a symphony inspired by the stars in the Milky Way. I don't know if the record company's going to go for it, countered Candy. Why don't we pitch them a double album to start and then push for 2 additional double albums if the first ones are big sellers? Definitely not, screamed Derek. It has to be 6 versions of me on 6 planets putting out 6 albums. 666. I can't have a project with the number 662. I'll be the laughingstock of the entire music industry. Don't take this the wrong way, Candy. You're a great tour manager, but if you were a passionate creative person like myself, you would immediately see that I can't be thrown off the symmetry. I can't throw in a 2 when I need a 6. Sometimes I feel so isolated, like I'm surrounded by business people who will never understand me. Sometimes I need the company of other creative minds. You have musicians in your band, Candy pointed out. Why don't you talk to them? Speculated Derek. I never thought of that. I don't know. I'm really bad with names. That's why I like this idea of naming my clones after guitar strings. And I would have them wear different colored uniforms so I wouldn't get confused, thinking I was staring in a mirror every time I ordered them around. The more I think about it, suggested Candy, the more I think this clone idea is a surefire route to schizophrenia. You would be surrounded by a band that had the same personality flaws as you, and it would become exponentially more annoying to you over time. You're better off working with egotistical musicians who only have a slight interest in playing your music, so you don't keep recognizing your own personality traits that you hate about yourself. Plus, I will make sure that there is always a lot of alcohol, drugs, and casual sex available, which will tend to subdue the abrasive qualities of all you egomaniacs, or as you like to call them, passionate creative people. Egomaniacs? Personality flaws? Asked Derek. I'm not sure I like where this conversation is headed. I was planning to learn the names of the band members by the end of the tour. Obviously, it would come in handy from time to time. Suppose I wanted to bum a smoke from the bass player during the show. He'd be more likely to give me one if I knew his name, right? Derek, answered Candy impatiently, you don't even smoke. But I might start, said Derek. This is a hypothetical cigarette anyways. Hey, I know. They could all have names on the back of their jerseys like a football team. Then when I want a hypothetical cigarette, I could surreptitiously glance over first while their back is turned and then say, Hey, Dombrowski, you got a smoke? Yeah, but then the audience would be confused, argued Candy. They would see the jerseys and would expect a kickoff at the beginning of a concert. We'd have to hire a referee to blow a whistle at the end of every song. No, wait, announced Derek. A referee might be good. We could set up a penalty box, and if one of the musicians makes a mistake, he has to sit in the box for 2 minutes. 5 minutes if he really fucks up the song. No good, noted Candy. Then we would have to hire extra musicians to sit on a bench until we needed them to come on stage and replace the musicians in the penalty box. How about this? Asked Derek. Instead of the football jerseys, we use the planetary costumes, and instead of the hypothetical cigarette, I ask for a bottle opener. What? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, added Derek. No football confusion and no cigarette confusion. Nobody's going to be confused if I'm trying to open a beer. Derek tried out his stage voice. Hey, Saturn, you got a bottle opener? These gas giant beers don't have twist-off caps. Listen, Einstein, fumed Candy. Why can't you just spend a half an hour and learn your band members' names? It would save a ton of headaches, including the one you're giving me right now. Chapter 45. Candy flipped through the papers on her clipboard until she found the list of band members. All righty, she began. On drums, Luigi Escaparoni, currently serving 2 to 5 years for embezzling cufflinks from a menswear store. Okay, Luigi on drums, responded Derek as he scribbled on a piece of scrap paper. Can we just stick to the first names for now? I don't want to overtax my brain cells. I might start forgetting my lyrics. What do you mean, start? Asked Candy. Fair enough, he consented. I may forget more of my lyrics. Before long, whole songs will disappear. Okay, on rhythm guitar and harpsichord, she continued, we have Glassy Eye. Glassy Eye? That's his real name? Of course not, she squawked. That's a nickname he gave himself after a helicopter accident. Yeah, I don't know, said Derek thoughtfully. I don't feel that comfortable with this, bringing up the glass eye. It just feels politically incorrect or something. I'd feel more comfortable addressing him by his real name. He doesn't want anybody to call him by his real name. In fact, he's currently serving 5 to 7 for assault, stemming from an incident where someone insisted on calling him by his real name. He's not going to be offended. His last solo album was called Behold the Crystal Orb. Okay, Glassy Eye on guitar, he noted. Now what's going on with all these jail times? Oh, they're all convicted felons, she explained. It's a work release program they call Jailhouse Rex. They're all under interstellar house arrest. Playing in a rock band is great therapy for curbing their violent tendencies. I'd still feel better if I could just clone myself, he muttered. Let's see, she read off the list. Thor Munster on flute, xylophone, and bass guitar. How many umlauts in Thor Munster? I'm not sure. On keyboards, the unholy cheese. She's Swiss. Can't I just call her Holly? No. Vile excrement on lead guitar, she said. Really? Vile excrement is in my band? Cried Derek. Wow, I remember him when he was in Defecator. That's him, but he probably doesn't remember any of it. He's had amnesia for 15 years, she said. Luckily, it hasn't affected his guitar playing. You also have 3 backup singers, Alvin, Theodore, and Bartholomew, who will fill on some percussion as well. Good, said Derek, madly scribbling away. That cowbell solo on feeling the increasing increments of Fahrenheit is out of this world. Well, when I say out of this world, it's just a figure of speech. I'm not implying that Bartholomew is actually from an alternate universe or anything. Derek waited expectantly for close to a minute, but Candy was silent. Finally, he spoke up. I distinctly remember that I had a horn section a few days ago. Well, yes, you did, but they had several pending parole violations and the state of California finally took them back to the big house. Am I crazy, or is the sound of the band thinner now than it was a week ago? He asked. To be honest, the label didn't do all that well last quarter, and they've had to make some budget cuts, she confessed. We lost the full gospel choir about 3 weeks ago, and the string quartet and 2 of the grand pianos when we left Mars. Thank God, he shuddered. I thought I was losing my mind, but I was afraid to tell anybody. It's just as well. That's a lot fewer names to remember. Derek looked over his list for about a minute and then said, Okay, I'm feeling really good about this. I'm going to get to know the guys in the band, and we're really going to bond and become a really cohesive unit. Can you set up a band meeting in the rehearsal room for 2 o'clock today? Sure thing, said Candy. Chapter 46. When Derek entered the rehearsal room, there seemed to be a minor crisis taking place. Vile Excrement, the lead guitarist, was being held up on his feet by 2 of his bandmates. He looked to be unconscious, and his face was a deadly pale of purple. Luigi, the drummer, was holding an ice cube tray and emptying the cubes in the front of Vile's pants. Once Luigi had accomplished this, he began savagely slapping Vile across the face. After the 4th or 5th crack in the puss, Vile seemed to regain consciousness. "Okay," ordered Luigi. "Now get him walking around." The bandmates who were holding up Vile started walking back and forth, trying to get Vile's feet moving. "What the hell is going on?" asked Derek. "Oh, Vile fucking OD'd again," said Luigi. "I keep telling him the junk you get in the outer planets is a hell of a lot stronger than the shit you usually get on Earth, but he won't listen." Once Vile was able to stand on his own 2 feet again, someone handed him a beer and gave him a snort of something to wake him up. Once Vile was able to hold his head up and recognize Derek, he immediately confronted him with a burning question. "Hey, is this when we finally discuss how to defeat the evil overlord?" "Well, no, actually," said Derek. "I just felt that since we were on tour together, that I should get to know you guys." "Of course, that's a given, but we also need to start planning our attacks," said Vile. "Are you sure it's safe to talk here?" Water was dripping from Vile's pant legs, and a small puddle was accumulating around his feet. "Why wouldn't it be safe?" asked Derek. "We're all competent musicians, and we want to make the best music possible. There's no secret in that." "Yes, obviously," countered Vile, rather impatiently, "and I must say that this music enterprise is a great cover for our true activities. I don't think the ruling elite has any suspicions as to what we're really up to." He absent-mindedly scratched his crotch, and several ice cubes fell on the floor. "The ruling elite? You mean the record company?" asked Derek. "I would have to disagree. Candy is in constant contact with the main office, and they seem to be pleased with how the tour is going." "Yes, of course, the record company," the guitar player said with a wink. "I can see why you were chosen to lead this mission. You're a very smooth operator. I'm just saying that at some point we need to discuss how to put our underlying plan into action. First, we need to make sure that the record company cannot monitor our conversations." "Look, if you have some personal issues that you wish to discuss," said Derek, now a bit confused, "I don't see why it would be necessary to report these things back to the main office. The main office is really only interested in the business aspect of this tour. Record sales, ticket sales, merchandise, traveling expenses, that sort of thing." "Right," said Vile with a wink. "Totally unnecessary. So what are our prime targets on this mission?" "Do you mean our upcoming tour dates?" "You should have received a copy of our tour schedule from Candy." No, I mean military objectives. You know, destroying the secret bases that the evil overlord uses to control the human population. Playing these shows is fun and everything, but I'm getting antsy for some real action. Don't you think we should act now before the dark forces discover our whereabouts?" Candy didn't say anything about destroying any secret bases. "Is this some music business jargon that I'm unfamiliar with?" asked Derek. "I realize the music business is rather sleazy, but the people at the record company seem to be reasonably honest. I think it's a bit jaded to keep referring to them as the dark forces. My mission, as you like to call it, is to play the rest of the shows on the tour and then sober up and rehab in time to record a new album. Then, when the new album is released and we go on another tour to promote the new album and begin the cycle all over again. It seems pretty straightforward to me."
Can't you see that this is exactly what the evil overlord wants you to believe? Cried Vile, now raising his voice. He wants you just to keep running endlessly on your little hamster wheel and never fulfill your higher destiny. You need to unblock your ears and hear the true voice of justice. We need to rise up and defeat the invisible empire. We need to spill the blood of our oppressors so that we can at last live in peace. That's why I volunteered for this mission. There was a general murmur of agreement among the other musicians. Said Derek, scratching his chin. I actually didn't place the musicians wanted ad myself. That's Candy's department. But I'm relatively sure she didn't list spilling blood as one of the job requirements. And while I do think it is important to be politically aware, I don't know if I buy all this invisible empire stuff. I think the potential for evil exists in the hearts of all men and women, not just some fortress off in the distance. Great, now we're getting somewhere, yelled Vile, as he pounded his fist on the table. I say we start cutting out these hearts and stomping on them until they stop pumping. Who's with me? A unanimous cheer went up as the other band members, as they waved enormous daggers in the air. Hold on a minute, cried Derek. I'm not advocating a killing spree. I'm not talking about physical hearts. When I say hearts, I'm using it as a metaphor for human nature or some other shit. I'm talking about greed and intolerance. That's the evil that must be extricated. I'm talking about ignorance, selfishness, and hatred. These are the diseases that corrupt humanity. You can't cut all that out with a knife. All the band members groaned with disappointment and lowered their weapons. I joined this band because I thought you were a rebel, declared Luigi the drummer, waving his AK-47 over his head. I thought we were really going to change things. You're the last person I expected to try to feed us a bunch of peacenik propaganda. I didn't take a karate class at a community college so I could tap on some bongos and sing about love and togetherness. I came to kick ass, and I will kick ass, with or without you. We didn't spend all our money on guns and ammo just so you could wimp out on us. Come on, be a man. Hold on, fellas, yelled Derek. Somebody is liable to get hurt. I want no part of this insanity. You guys can go play cowboys and Indians somewhere else. What are you saying? We're fired? Bellowed Vile. Just because we want to fight the good fight and defeat the evil that oppresses us? Fuck you, we quit. Come on, you guys. My trigger finger's getting itchy. There was a roar of approval as the band members shouldered and pocketed their various weapons. The entire band filed out of the room as Derek looked on in amazement. After a moment of silence elapsed, Candy entered the room through a different door, looking over her clipboard. Hey, where's the band? She said, as she looked around the room. They quit, replied Derek. They took off on some armed rebellion. It was fucking weird. Well, that's just fucking great. I leave you alone with them for 10 minutes, and they all walk. Did you ever think about working on your people skills? How are we supposed to do a show tonight, Einstein? Candy, those guys are lunatics. We're better off without them, said Derek. We'll postpone tonight's show and hire a new band. What's the big deal? Just post an ad on the interweb. Who would pass up a chance to play with Derek Weedle? Excuse me, but you're the fucking lunatic, countered Candy. I think all this stardom has gone to your head. Oh, really? I thought that was the idea, said Derek. Inflate me into a mega phenomenon, and then charge people an arm and a leg to view the circus freak. Who wants to spend half their paycheck to see someone without an enormous ego? Who's going to believe that I'm an incredible musical genius if I don't believe it myself? All right, fair enough, said Candy, but try to use some common sense in the future. I can't keep hiring a new band every time you open your mouth. These guys are armed to the teeth and gung-ho to go on a killing spree, screamed Derek. And stranger still, they expected me to be their leader and tell them where the enemy was hiding. Derek, you have to take into account that most of these guys have been drunk and stoned and trapped in a tour bus for over a decade, explained Candy. This has a tendency to breed some peculiar ideas over the years. It's best to indulge their fantasies and try to distract them with groupies and intoxicating substances. Derek mulled this over for a moment. Candy and Derek heard a loud crash as the double doors swung open. They looked at each other bewildered. Before long, the band members returned to the room, looking roughed up and weaponless. They sheepishly sat on folding chairs and wore faces of complete dejection. After a long pause, Vile Excrement spoke. Okay, so we talked it over, and we decided that maybe we were a bit hasty. Maybe we should spend some time figuring out the identity of the evil overlord by surfing on the interweb. And we were also wondering if we could have our jobs back. Candy jumped right in with, I think you guys are making a wise decision here. Study this evil overlord, really get inside his head, figure out who he is and how he manages to be so powerful without being known to anyone, not even his own mother. That's going to take some time. Derek started to say something, but Candy held up her hand to stop him. She continued. You guys have the perfect cover being musicians in this band. The evil overlord will never suspect that you are actually freedom fighters waiting for the exact moment to topple his cruel regime. The band members looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The tension in the room finally began to dissipate. Several of the musicians took beers out of a nearby cooler. Derek couldn't keep his curiosity at bay any longer. So what happened to all the guns? The fucking cops took them, shouted several of the musicians. Yeah, they were total dicks to us, volunteered Luigi. They said we needed gun permits and all that typical cop bullshit. We told them all about our mission, and they said it didn't matter. Can you believe that shit? I tried to explain to the fuckers that if we had registered our weapons, that the evil overlord would know we were planning a rebellion. The assholes just looked at us like we were fucking idiots, and then one of them kicked me in the shin. It was about to get ugly when one of the cops in the back pointed up to the sky and yelled, Hey, it's Halley's Comet. When we looked up, the fuckers jumped us and took our shit. It was so uncool. Yeah, what the fuck, man, climbed in Thor Munster, the bass player who rarely said anything. Isn't that like illegal search and seizure or some shit? We gotta get a fucking lawyer. You guys are lucky you didn't get arrested, said Derek. They tried to pull that shit, explained Vile. But I told the head cop that we worked for the circus, and therefore we had acrobatic immunity. And that worked? Asked Derek, incredulous. Well, we also gave them tickets to tonight's show and some of our weed. This fucking sucks, yelled Luigi as he kicked a folding chair across the room. They scammed my fucking grenade launcher before I ever got a chance to try it out. Those motherfuckers. The band members were getting angry all over again, cursing and kicking holes in the walls. Hey, relax, you guys, said Derek. I was thinking. This is the evil overlord you're talking about here, right? You can't defeat him with conventional weapons. He'll just point his bony finger at you and they'll disintegrate. You guys are going to have to develop your mental powers, mind control and telekinesis and shit like that. Once again, the band members looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They put down the broken bottles and chairs and became very introspective and quiet, each trying to focus their mental energy on his new concept.
Chapter 47. The collective concentration of the band members began to sing in harmony. The expanding minds filled the room and began to converge, intermingling at a molecular level. The cerebral activity heated up and created a frenzy of electrons and eons of ions, culminated in a supermind. The multitudinous orchestra of brain cells vibrating and feeding back. Outside the window, they could see dark matter accumulating on the rings of Saturn that looked like visual manifestations of themselves, thousands of feet tall. Then the supermind began to assemble a backline of biblical proportions,
The bass drum alone was the diameter of the earth. The stacks of amplifiers appeared almost spontaneously. The music was so loud that it changed the course of the solar winds. Far-flung outposts on the moons of Saturn began reporting this strange occurrence. All known radio frequencies were soon buzzing with news of the celestial jam session. Telescopes across Earth were trained on this amazing spectacle. The dark matter visage of the band was now so immense that it could be seen by 1,000,000 amateur astronomers using telescopes only the size of baseball bats from their roofs and backyards. Even aliens from distant galaxies began to tune in on a pay-per-view basis. The band played on for hours on the Saturn's ring stage. Video feeds were run from the super extra large telescopes in orbit around the Earth, and soon anyone could view this historic concert via cable TV or the interweb. Yes, Derek's arch-nemesis, the General, witnessed this miracle, his eyes glued to the TV set in the psych ward. From this universal human experience, the band, which decided to rename itself the Benevolent Overlord, had a positive effect on the human race. While greed and intolerance were not completely eradicated, it began to show signs of weakness. The band members were so pleased they forgot all about their lost stockpile of weapons. Derek felt a rush like he had snorted one of the rings of Saturn. Chapter 48. Derek was so big now that he could be seen from neighboring planets. Yet the show business gossip still lacerated his big ego. No amount of fame and fortune would ever make him impenetrable to the people around him. They could starve him by ignoring him, or explode him with too much attention. His ears were ringing with requests 1 minute, and scuttled with scowls the next. The puzzle of popularity had him treading water in a sea of party people, seeking relief for their bruised personalities. There was nothing to use as a life raft above the constant probing of fingers and eyeballs and questions. I'm sprawled out golden brown on a silver platter with an apple in my mouth, he screamed. Candy grinned and informed him, "You were the one who left the kiln-dried forest of your own free will. No one forced you into this green pea soup of cocks and cunts." It was obvious she too had been snorting the rings of Saturn. The fire of your narcissism burned so hot in your loins that the cold buckets of criticism cannot contain it. Exhibitionism is an expensive lifestyle, and your wallet of your soul is quickly emptied. Wow. This existential inhalant is intense, cried Derek. I'm going to stick to beer from now on. Good idea, cried Candy. Pass the pretzels. Wouldn't you rather I pass on my wisdom? Offered Derek. Just the pretzels, please, reported Candy over the din of conversation and breaking glasses. Why can't I preach? Asked Derek. It was the words of rock and roll lyric sheets that brought me to where I am today. Why can't I pass on my wisdom to a whole new generation of dysfunctional use? They've suffered enough, said Candy, in between pretzels. You're probably right, said Derek, trying to focus on a ceiling fan overhead. But why does it all have to be about pain? Couldn't I just share my happiness? There's no market for that, said Candy. People are only interested in sharing their sadness, anything to get it off their property. Happiness is a thing that is hoarded by misers. This business is all about paying dues and playing the blues. You get no nutrition from happiness. Your happiness will sit there like a green blob of envy on everyone else's plate. Damn, that's heavy, muttered Derek, covering his face with his hands. Where is this shit gonna wear off? All this deep thinking is giving me a headache. If this keeps up, I'm going to be no fun at the after party. This is the after party, Candy pointed out.
There, you see what I mean? Said Derek. I don't suppose you have anything that will make me giggle uncontrollably. I'll let you put a red jelly bean on my clitoris, said Candy. Derek thought about this and began giggling uncontrollably. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling outside that got louder and louder. Then the noise cut out. There was a knock on the door. Derek opened it. Ramhorn Ikusen entered. He looked at Candy and said, "Hey, babe, what's going on? You feel like taking a ride?" "Sure, Ramhorn," she replied. She quickly gathered her belongings, gave Derek a quick peck on the cheek, and headed for the door. "Damn it," said Derek. "What's the deal, Ramhorn? Every time I'm interested in a woman, you move in and yank her out right from under me." "Hey, Derek, it's nothing personal," Ramhorn explained. "Women are crazy about me, so I give them what they want. People ask me, 'Do you really need to have sex with 5 or 6 beautiful women every day?' I've come to the conclusion that yes, I do need to. Who am I to argue with Mother Nature? A psychiatrist might say that I'm compensating for low self-esteem, an unhappy childhood. Do you know how much grief I get on a daily basis for my shallow existence? All I want to do is screw women and race motorcycles, and people have a real problem with that. Somehow that makes me a bad person. I would much rather be like you, creating all this beautiful music and entertaining thousands of people. Derek Weedle, you make the world a better place to live. You're a true hero, and I envy that." "Wow, I had no idea you felt that way," said Derek. "Do you really believe that?" "No, of course not." After an awkward silence, Ramhorn and Candy roared off on the motorcycle. Chapter 49. "It's no big deal," Derek explained to himself, and promptly kicked the footstool across the room. "Ow, ow, 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 ow," he explained, hopping around on one foot while clutching the other. "I don't need her. I'm Derek Weedle, intergalactic rock star. I can walk out that door and have any of 1,000 other women." Before long, Derek entered a dark tavern nearby. "Give me 6 shots of whiskey and a glass of drain cleaner on the rocks." "Coming right up." On closer inspection, Derek realized the bar was completely empty, except for the bartender and a barely conscious old man drooling on his sleeve. After downing 4 of the shots, he said to the old man, "Hey, what's going on, old-timer?" The old man was startled. He turned a bleary eye toward Derek and bellowed, "What's going on? I used to be the president of General Motors. That's what's going on." Derek nodded and surveyed the darkened tavern for someone else to talk to, but finding no one, he asked, "Okay, so what happened?" "I decided I disliked automobiles." Derek simply nodded again. "My dog has a rare skin disease," the old man added after a long silence. "I'm sorry to hear that," Derek replied. After a few more minutes of silence, Derek added, "I used to have a job as a dog." "Did you ever get a rare skin disease?" the man asked. Before Derek could answer, the old man yelled, "Applesauce!" "What?" "Applesauce!" the old man repeated even louder. Derek gulped down half his drain cleaner and then replied, "Yeah, I like applesauce." Suddenly there was a crash and a lot of screaming and laughing coming from the doorway. 2 women were giggling and helping a 3rd woman off the floor. They definitely already had a few. The silhouettes of their hourglass figures immediately got Derek's attention. He forgot all about applesauce and rare skin diseases. He was hypnotized by their swaying bodies in skin-tight outfits as they approached the bar. But he nearly spit out his drink when they walked into the light. Their heads were large metallic orbs that resembled the heads of praying mantises. He slapped himself in the face to see if he was dreaming. He looked over at the previous president of General Motors to see if he was seeing the same thing, but he was passed out with his face in a puddle of liquor. The 3 women continued to laugh and carry on,
ordering enormous pink and lime green cocktails. They were hooting and hollering and dumping money into the jukebox. Soon they were all gyrating on the dance floor to loud music. The bartender turned on the disco light and the little mirror ball began to spin in the middle of the ceiling. Derek felt his dark mood dissipate, and he was inspired. He grabbed a cocktail napkin and began scribbling out some lyrics. We were really wasted at a bar so far from home, and all the regulars were from the Twilight Zone. But we were young and restless, and I'm embarrassed to confess this, but we were dancing with the bughead chicks. Dancing with the bughead chicks. Dancing with the bughead chicks. The only way to get our kicks. Hey, you're pretty cute for a 6-foot giant fly. And your large translucent wings are a sight for compound eyes. We were young and restless, and I'm embarrassed to confess this, but we were. He felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, we were hoping to find some fellows to dance with, but it seems like you're the only eligible bachelor in this joint. Why don't you come dance with us? Derek was still taken aback by the large pointy mandibles that extended from her mouth, but he was bored, so he joined the wild insect women on the dance floor. Before long, he was having a great time, dancing and drinking and dancing, and he forgot all about Candy and Ramhorn. The women had a brief huddle, and then the one who had tapped him on his shoulder said to Derek, We're thinking about checking out some other clubs in your galaxy. Do you want to come with us? Derek was feeling adventurous. Yeah, definitely. Next, we want to check out Uranus, she told him. Well, don't you think you should buy me a few drinks first? She gave him a puzzled stare. Come on, it's a joke, and not a particularly new one. I see. We understand your language, but we are still having some trouble with your Earth humor. These bughead chicks were insatiable. Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Charon, and a bunch of planets that were light years away from Earth. They danced until dawn, in theory, but it was hard to tell because the sun was only a pinhole of light long before they were finished. They hit all the hot spots. They sampled all the exotic liquors, recreational drugs, and even a place where electroshock therapy was trending. Derek swam through waves and waves of color and endless laughter. Chapter 50. When Derek woke up, his head was killing him. He tried to soothe himself by rubbing his hand on his cheek, but there was no head where it usually was. He felt around a little lower and felt only a bloody stump between his shoulders. He considered opening his eyes, but he knew it would be painful. He tried to go back to sleep, but his inability to find his face with his hand became increasingly disturbing. Derek finally forced his eyes open and let out a blood-curdling scream. There before him was a headless corpse, propped up against a rotting tree trunk, still clutching a half-empty bottle of Bekharovka. He heard voices around him. Dude, mellow out. Derek looked to his right and left. He was flanked on either side by two really stoned-out garden gnomes. They were nibbling on bright red mushrooms. He looked down and he could see his reflection in a puddle. The strange thing was, he could only see his head, sitting atop a pile of muck. Derek glanced at the gnomes again. They seemed to be in a state of ethereal bliss. After several minutes, he could no longer still his tongue. Hey guys, I hate to bother you again, but I was wondering if you could fill me in a little here. I have no idea where I am, and I'm a bit concerned about certain anatomical issues right now. The gnomes seemed annoyed, but reluctantly responded to him. You find yourself in the realm of the fungus-eating dwarves. It is not a hospitable place. It is plagued by numerous discomforts and many outright terrors. We strongly suggest that you ingest as much fungus as you can dig up. They each stuffed several mushrooms into Derek's mouth. In dire need of any sort of relief, Derek obediently chewed them up and swallowed them. Thank you so much, said Derek. Now, moving on to the second issue, I'm feeling rather disconnected right now. Perhaps you should think of it as an out-of-body experience, suggested one of the dwarves. I'm familiar with the term, but doesn't it usually refer to the invisible spirit, the soul, temporarily leaving the physical body instead of the physical head leaving the rest of the physical body? Asked Derek. As I stated earlier, this is a place of numerous discomforts, and mumbled the dwarf. May I offer you some more fungus to clear your mind of this anxiety? Sure, why not? Replied Derek. I'm just a little hazy on how I got here, and even more hazy on how I wound up in this condition. Is there any chance you guys can fill me in on some of the empty spaces of what happened last night? I was just having a few drinks with some women with insect heads, and then, yes, those women are notorious throughout the galaxy, explained the dwarf. They get blitzed out of their minds, and then they come here for the fungus. This time they brought you along. Okay, said Derek, but that doesn't explain how my head got separated from my body. Obviously you are not familiar with the mating ritual of the insect women, explained the dwarf. After copulation, they devour the head of the male. Derek slowly started to put the pieces together. He remembered flirting with the insect woman. He kept making bad earth jokes that she didn't care for until she finally lost her temper and dragged him into the bushes. Okay, he remembered saying, don't bite my head off. And then the real punishment began. He looked over at his headless corpse. Thank God his penis was still intact. Not that it did him much good now. Derek was starting to feel the fungus draw curlicues in his gray matter. Then a thought came to him. Wait a minute, stated Derek. If she devoured my head, why am I still here? Oh, dude, she was so wasted. She chewed on your head 2 or 3 times and just puked all over the place. Then she fell face down into the sewage. If her friends hadn't dragged her back to their ship, she would have drowned. It really left us with a bogus vibe, said the other dwarf. Well, I guess I should be thankful I'm still alive, said Derek. That's it, bro. Keep it positive. I'm a bit concerned that my head will not survive for much longer without being attached to my body, though. I don't suppose there's an emergency ward anywhere in this vicinity. Stop right there, dude, said the dwarf. There are many things far more terrifying in this God-forsaken realm. What could be worse than having her head chewed off by insect women? Demanded Derek. Flying pig creatures on rocket-powered skis, bellowed the usually somber dwarf. Thought Derek, scratching his chin. I hadn't considered that. What's so terrifying about them? They torture us with jazz fusion and scary modern art. They try to make us read existential novels, whispered the terrified dwarf. There is no race of creatures more sinister than this foul menace. Derek didn't quite understand, but he didn't want to alienate his new friends, so he kept quiet and nodded in apparent agreement. They weren't too far from a river that was basically an open sewer. Occasionally a gondola boat, steered by an enormous rat, would cruise by. Derek finally asked, So, do you guys do anything besides sitting in this muck, eating fungus, and staring at the river? It wasn't always like this, explained one of the dwarves. We used to have all these amazing prescription pills, antidepressants, anti-anxiety, mood enhancers, muscle relaxers, sleeping pills, amphetamines, opioids, etc. But once the pharmaceutical companies had all our money and possessions, they split. That sucks, cried Derek. Off in the distance there was a faint rumbling that began to get louder and louder. The older dwarf shook himself out of his stupor and screamed in sheer panic, "Run!" The two dwarves hightailed it off into the swamp and disappeared. Derek's headless body even jumped up and ran a few steps before it realized it couldn't see where it was going. Chapter 51. Rockets roared across the sky overhead. Derek could hear the distant screams of a multitude of terrified dwarves running for cover. Derek was still painfully hungover, so it didn't occur to him that his body could carry around his decapitated head so it could see where he was going. The rocket-powered porkers had already spotted him and were zooming in for a closer look. Derek prepared for the worst. The pig creatures landed about 50 feet away and dismounted their rocket-powered skis. Derek wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Should he greet them nonchalantly, or should he pretend to be an inanimate object? He chose the latter. The pig creatures were heavily laden with body armor and high-tech helmets. They carried bulky laser weapons and warily scanned the surrounding area. Their eyes peeled for any movement in the swamp vegetation. It seemed to Derek that they had little to fear from a bunch of stoned-out garden gnomes. Yet they advanced cautiously. One of them looked over his headless corpse, while the other bent over his head. It took all his powers of concentration to stay as motionless as a statue. One pig creature lifted Derek's head by his hair and stared into his eyes from 6 inches away. After a full minute, he put Derek's head down and looked away, surveying the surrounding swamp. Derek felt a spasm run through his body into his brain. It was not exactly pain, but it was a strong sensation shooting through him. He looked over at his headless corpse. The other pig creature was running his fingers across his body's ribs, and Derek was suddenly very ticklish. He bit down hard on his lower lip, and tears welled up in his eyes. The tickling was sheer torture, and after what seemed like an eternity, a small giggle escaped from his mouth. The pig creatures immediately crouched in a defensive posture, their heads spinning wildly in search of the mysterious noise. The first one returned his attention toward Derek's head. For some inexplicable reason, he stuck his pinky up Derek's nostril. Derek could endure it no more. "Hey, cut that out!" he screamed. Both pig creatures stuck their laser weapons into Derek's face. Derek made a weak attempt at a smile. "Oink, boink, oink, roink," said one to the other. Each nodded in the affirmative. The first pig creature scooped up Derek's head and started walking toward his rocket-powered skis. "Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry I raised my voice, but I'm having a really rotten day," he pleaded. "I'm supposed to meet some of my friends here, and they'll be disappointed if I'm not here." The pig creature turned a key and a deafening roar drowned out Derek's pleas. One blast of thrust, and they were instantly hundreds of feet in the air. Even though he was quite anxious about what the future might hold, he was secretly relieved to be high above the dreadful stench and muck of that horrible swamp. The dwarves had given him the impression that the entire planet was a giant putrid swamp, but now that he was high above the surface, he could see majestic mountains in the distance. 10 minutes later, they were descending into a gleaming, ultra-modern city. Chapter 52. Once they were over a rooftop landing pad, the skis dropped to the surface and made a soft landing. The pig creature wasted no time entering the building with Derek's head and walking down a long hallway. Sentries saluted him as he passed. A sentry standing at attention beside the large door at the end of the hallway opened the door to let the pig creature enter. An older pig creature, wearing an elegant military uniform, sat behind an enormous desk. He looked up from his paperwork as the pig creature carried in Derek's head. They saluted each other. "Oink bajoink loink noink," inquired the older pig creature. "Dadoink foink oink oink," replied the other. "Koink raroink moink moink. Gazoink, poink, and oink," asked the older one, with a downward hand gesture that seemed to refer to the rest of Derek's body. The younger creature gestured with his hand toward the back of the room. Derek could hear the sound of something being dragged into the office. Through the corner of his eye, he could see the other pig creature dragging in his headless corpse. The pig creature behind the desk looked over the body. He pushed a button on his desk that must have been some kind of intercom. "Woink, toink, toink, foink," he spoke into the microphone. An electronic voice at the other end said, "Oink." The older pig creature pointed at a nearby chair. "Padoink to zoink." The pig creature put his head on the chair, and his partner placed Derek's body on the chair next to it. A well-dressed dwarf entered and greeted the pig creatures. Derek wasn't sure if this dwarf was the same species as the dwarves that he had met earlier. For one thing, he wasn't covered with muck and appeared to have bathed in the last 24 hours. For another thing, he thought the pig creatures and the dwarves were sworn enemies. Perhaps the pig creatures had captured him as well, making him their slave and forcing him to bathe on a regular basis. The dwarf spoke in perfect English. "The Emir has asked me to be your interpreter." Derek knew from watching a lot of war movies that he shouldn't give the enemy any information. "Why have you come to our planet?" asked the dwarf. "Are you a spy?" Derek figured that silly questions didn't count. "Of course not. I don't mean to offend you, but is your head separate from your body for religious reasons?" said the dwarf. Derek burst out laughing. The dwarf and the Emir exchanged confused glances. "Would you like to have your head reattached to your body?" inquired the dwarf. "Wow," snickered Derek. "That's the stupidest question yet." The dwarf looked bewildered. He spoke at length with the Emir in the Oink language. After several minutes, Derek rolled his eyes and yelled, "Of course I want my head reattached." The dwarf translated what Derek said to the Emir. The Emir responded. "The Emir feels that you will be more comfortable once your head is reattached," explained the dwarf. "We can resume this meeting later." The Emir gave orders to the younger pig creatures, and soon they were dragging his body parts down another long corridor. They entered a blindingly bright room with electronic equipment everywhere. A group of pig creatures in surgical scrubs and masks seemed to be waiting for him. Derek was placed on a white operating table, and the medical pig creatures began attaching wires to his body and head, injecting him with various syringes and sticking tubes into his different orifices. A euphoric cloud filled his brain, and he fell into a deep sleep. When Derek awoke several hours later, he felt different. He was lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by beeping and flashing machines. He looked down and saw his feet where they had always been until a day ago. He lifted his hand over his face and stared at it. He placed his fingers on his chin and began slowly sliding them down his neck, which was wrapped in gauze. He felt his collarbones, then his ribs. "It's a miracle," he thought. "How are you feeling?" said a voice. Derek looked around the room. The dwarf who had acted as his interpreter was sitting in a chair nearby. "I feel great," said Derek. "Those pig surgeons did it. If my head got cut off on Earth, I'd be dead by now." "Yes," said the dwarf. "I would wager that they are the most gifted surgeons in the galaxy." Derek sat up in bed. He turned his head from side to side. He slid his legs over the side of the bed, looking up, looking down, testing out his reattached neck and head. He noticed a mirror on the wall and saw his reflection. At first, he was pleased to see his head so nicely attached to his torso, but then he noticed something very odd. There were two enormous metallic pieces that resembled nail heads on either side of his neck. He looked like the main character in a Frankenstein movie. He gingerly touched them with his fingers. "What's going on here?" Derek asked the dwarf, pointing at the electrodes sticking out of his neck. The dwarf walked up to him for a closer look. He put his fingers on one of them and pushed it. Then he started pulling on it. Derek asked, "What, are you crazy?" and batted the dwarf's hand away with his own.
The dwarf now held the metal electrode in his hand. Derek quickly rubbed his hand on his neck to see if he was bleeding. "Don't worry, it's a fake electrode," assured the dwarf, and held it up to his face. "Look right here. See the suction cup?" After Derek's panic subsided, he felt around on the other side of his neck and pulled off the other one. He rotated it in his fingers and probed the suction cup. Derek looked at the dwarf. "I suppose there's a perfectly good explanation for this." The dwarf rolled his eyes. "They are amazing doctors, but they love practical jokes." "Practical jokers?" said Derek. "Now this is where I'm confused. All the other members of your species that I've met swear up and down that these pig creatures are ruthless, cruel, and sadistic. Granted, sticking fake electrodes on my neck during such a dangerous operation seems like kind of a mean thing to do, but I can't stop wondering when they're going to start really torturing me." "My people in the swamp have some foolish beliefs," explained the dwarf. "They have let their prejudices get the best of them. Most of the things they claim about the pig creatures are complete lies." "Do they really listen to jazz fusion?" "Well, yes." "And modern art?" "They like modern art. They have some splendid museums here." "Existential novels?" "Guilty," explained the dwarf. "There's nothing criminal about being interested in these things." "I guess you're right," responded Derek, "but they keep you here as their slave. That's not right." "Again you are mistaken, my friend," countered the dwarf. "The schools in the swamp, if you can call them that, thoroughly brainwashed the youth. I was an inquisitive child. I asked too many questions. I had ideas that were dismissed as blasphemy. The more they punished me, the more I had my doubts. After much searching and leafing through ancient manuscripts, I discovered the true history of our existence on this planet. Our ancestors came to this planet several centuries ago from Earth. Long before the human race had achieved manned space travel, our ancestors, fed up with the ways of Earth, absconded with a large quantity of fairy dust and magic crystals. Soon the dwarves had converted a second-hand galleon into a spaceship and left the Earth forever. Everything was going just as they had planned until a clumsy dwarf sneezed into a cauldron of fairy dust and scattered it everywhere. A huge fistfight broke out on the bridge, and the ship crashed into the swampy area of this planet. The passengers aboard the ship survived with minor injuries, but the ship was irreparable. When the pig creatures from the mountains became aware of the disaster, they greeted the dwarves and offered to help them. Being from Earth, the dwarves immediately saw these pig creatures as no better than farm animals. The pig creatures demonstrated their modern technologies, their vast scientific knowledge, and even their cultural achievements, but it all fell on deaf ears. The dwarves were too proud to accept charity from such inferior creatures. The pig creatures eventually shrugged their shoulders and went home. My instructors discovered me reading these ancient manuscripts and flogged me mercilessly. They dragged me to my parents. I tried to relate the things I had learned from the ancient book. My mother apologized to the teachers for bringing this bad seed into this world. My father wouldn't say anything. He just closed the door in my face. I was brought before the Grand Council. They banished me to the petrified forest. My instructors escorted me for 6 hours until we reached the edge of the swamp. One of them handed me a bag of old bread that he said would last me a couple of days. Then they turned and walked away. I watched them until they were specks on the horizon and continued to stare at that point until they disappeared. I was 12 years old. I had never been anywhere other than the swamp, so exploring this bizarre new landscape soon took my mind off my banishment. I felt a certain elation from this new freedom I had been given. The guilt that had been piled upon me fell away from me and disintegrated into the dust. After several days in that desolate, unforgiving landscape, I had forced down the last of the moldy bread and could find nothing else that was edible. I had seen no other life in my exploring. There was not even a breeze. Complete silence reigned, and I sunk into a despondent stupor. The next thing I remember was someone putting a bottle of water to my lips. I drank it gladly. I had no idea how many hours or days I had been unconscious. Had the instructors reconsidered and decided to bring me home? My eyes focused on a hulking pig creature kneeling over me. I felt a jerk of panic, but I was too weak to flee. I greedily gulped the water that he offered me. He and his companion conversed in their oink language and didn't understand a word I said. Nonetheless, they gestured toward their rocket-powered skis 20 feet away, and I understood that they were offering to take me with them. The decision was a simple one. There was only death awaiting me there in that wasteland. Since I have been here, they have always treated me as one of their own. Once I recovered, they introduced me to a small community of other dwarves that had fallen foul of the swamp dwarves and had also been rescued. Chapter 53. The door burst open, and a brass band marched in, playing songs from Earth. The Emir walked in carrying an enormous mug of beer and handed it to Derek. Some of the horn players were his doctors, so he figured it was probably okay to drink the beer. The Emir made the proclamation in the oink language, and the dwarf told Derek that they were honored to have him as their guest. Derek smiled and nodded to all the pig creatures assembled in the room. He held aloft his beer to toast them, and then took a swig of the beer. The beer was quite good. He was impressed. He asked the dwarf how to say thank you in the oink language. "Bajoink la loink loink," said Derek. The pig creatures smiled and bowed. They returned to playing their instruments. "These guys are better musicians than me," claimed Derek. "You're a musician?" asked the dwarf, raising his eyebrows. "You must play us some music." "I don't know how to play any of these instruments, but if you could rustle up a guitar somewhere, I could play you a few songs," stated Derek. "I have an album out and a band that I tour with, the Derek Weedle Band." The sax player stopped playing and asked, "Deroink? Wadoinkle?" Derek was about to correct him, but the dwarf explained that pig creatures have a hard time pronouncing words that don't have oink in them. The sax player signaled to the rest of the band, and they started playing one of Derek's songs. Derek was speechless. The band marched out of the room one by one. The dwarf gestured to Derek that they should follow them. They marched to the front door and then out of the building. They continued marching into a park with a long railing and an incredible panorama beyond that. There were modern sculptures tastefully placed on all the manicured lawn and beautiful trees growing around the perimeter. Everything was very pleasant until a couple of swamp dwarves dropped from a tree overhead. They immediately ran forward and grabbed Derek's sleeves. "We've come to rescue you," they yelled. Derek was flattered that these dwarves had risked their lives to save him, but he was having mixed feelings about returning to the swamp. The swamp dwarves tugged harder on Derek's sleeves. They were getting annoyed that he wasn't cooperating. The dwarf that was acting as his interpreter finally said, "Derek is free to leave whenever he wants, but I don't think he wants to go with you." "Silence, traitor!" yelled the swamp dwarves. They looked at Derek for his reply, but he could only manage a weak apologetic smile. They stomped their feet and bellowed, "You'll never take us alive." With that, the swamp dwarves darted over the railing and dived over. Derek ran to the rail and looked over. The drop had to be 100 feet. He could see the dwarves squirming around in the muck. "Shouldn't we go down there and see if they're okay?" asked Derek. "No," said the dwarf. "Even if they needed medical attention, they would refuse it. If we forced them to go to our hospital, they would find some other way to kill themselves." Derek and the dwarf jogged across the lawn to rejoin the emir and the brass band. "Wow, it just occurred to me," said Derek to the dwarf. "On my planet, it's the pigs that wallow in the mud, and the humans wear clothes and live in buildings. That's so ironic." The dwarf nodded and then translated what Derek had said to the emir in the Oink language. The emir became very serious. Derek started to feel nervous that he might have said the wrong thing. The emir finally made his reply, and the dwarf translated it. The emir says that he has a confession to make. You didn't travel here from another galaxy. You traveled 500 years into the future, through a wormhole, and returned to Earth. Derek shook his head in disbelief and shouted, "No!" over and over again. The emir says that they will take you to the coast to show you what's left of the Statue of Liberty. Derek just dropped his head and buried his face in his hands. All the pig creatures stopped playing and were soon doubled over with laughter. Derek raised his head and looked at them. "Damn it, you got me again." Chapter 54. The entourage marched on to a large banquet hall, and then they had a delicious meal and many splendid alcoholic drinks. There were many other pig creatures around the table. They wanted to know about him and Earth. He answered their questions through the translator and thanked them for their hospitality and raised a toast to them. The emir announced that there would be a special treat that night. A theater company from Earth would be performing their Broadway musical in the auditorium. Derek smiled and applauded with the rest. Even though he was not a Broadway musical enthusiast, he would suffer his way through it and hopefully not fall asleep. The group continued to drink and gossip till 7:45 when they headed over to the auditorium. Derek was tipsy but felt fine until the lights went down. Then a wave of drowsiness washed over his face. He sat up as erect as he could and tried to make himself as uncomfortable as possible so he wouldn't nod off. Loud guitars blasted out of the PA and Derek's eyes became as big as saucers. Hot lights flashed on, exposing a barroom scene where large men in leather jackets were engaged in a horrific fist fight. Bottles were breaking over heads, chairs were sailing through the air. Derek forgot all about taking a nap. Occasionally, they segued into 15 minutes of modern dance until someone launched a good sock on the jaw and another flew over the bar, destroying half the liquor selection. One of them eventually moved to center stage and began belting out a song. Spacefaring pirates headed for Mars, a zillion miles from the neighborhood bars, drinking beers and starting fights. We ain't afraid of no meteorites. Blasting off into space. It's a strange, mysterious place. I headed for Mars, but I'm no genius. Somehow I ended up on Venus. Spacefaring pirates, out of our minds, the perfect ambassadors for all of mankind. Derek sat there frozen, with his jaw hanging open. A string of drool was hanging from his chin. If every Broadway musical was like this one, he would never miss a single one. The pig creatures were equally mesmerized. There were large subtitle screens that translated every word installed at the front of the stage. We took to the stars from a world of decay, stealing satellites to sell on eBay. A serious threat to world communication, especially with our levels of intoxication. Alpha male meets Alpha Centauri, testosterone fueling our sick safari. Cranial capacity the size of grapes, chasing skirts like demented apes. Spacefaring pirates, out of our minds, the perfect ambassadors for all of mankind. The dancers rolled and flipped and performed seemingly impossible acrobatic maneuvers. The music thundered to a halt, and the dancers froze in various poses. As the lights began to dim, the entire bar was blown to smithereens. The auditorium went completely black and silent for close to a minute. Then there was an explosion of screaming and cheering, arms flailing wildly and legs jumping into the air. There was absolute mayhem in the audience. After the show, Derek met the theater company and found out that they were traveling back to the solar system the very next day. They offered Derek a lift. Chapter 55. After the festivities were over, the dwarf showed Derek to his room. He opened the door and said, "Hoink, turn on the lights." And the lights came on. He told Derek that if he needed anything, he just need to say his request out loud and it would be done. Derek thanked the dwarf for everything and said he would see him in the morning. He used the bathroom, got undressed, and went to bed. He looked around for the light switch but couldn't find one. Then he remembered what the dwarf had told him. "Hoink," said Derek, "turn off the lights." The room went dark, and soon he was asleep. Derek woke up in the middle of the night and needed to urinate. When he tried the bathroom door, he found it was locked. He violently shook the doorknob and cursed. He couldn't think of any reason why he would have locked the door in the first place. He wondered if there was a key somewhere in the room. Maybe he would have to contact the staff and they would open it. He thought about how to contact them. There didn't even seem to be a phone in the room. Then it dawned on him. He looked up toward the ceiling and said, "Listen, Hoink, I know it's late, but somehow my bathroom door got locked. Can you open it? Or call someone who can?" There was no response. He tried a more direct command. "Open the bathroom door, Hoink." "I'm sorry, Derek. I'm afraid I can't do that." "Why not?" asked Derek. "Is the lock broken?" "I think you know what the problem is as well as I do, Derek." "I don't know what you're talking about, Hoink." Hoink didn't respond. An ancient memory flicked in Derek's mind and he scowled. "Hoink, I like jokes as much as the next guy, but right now I really need to piss. If you don't open this door immediately, I'm going to march over to that very expensive vase and fill it up with my urine. Is that what you want?" Derek heard the door unlock. Chapter 56. The rest of the evening passed without incident. The dwarf knocked on his door at a reasonable hour and told him that breakfast was being served. He asked if he'd had a pleasant night. "I slept great," replied Derek. "I had a little problem with the bathroom door, though." The expression on the dwarf's face immediately became one of anger. "Hoink, you've been warned about this. Our guests don't appreciate your sense of humor. Don't make me come up there and reinstall your operating system." Hoink only groaned with disappointment. "I really don't want to get him in trouble," confessed Derek. "I'm ready for some breakfast, so let's just forget all about it." After breakfast, Derek said farewell to the pig creatures and boarded the theater company's ship. Chapter 57. Once on board, one member of the theater group explained to Derek how they happened to be in that galaxy. "We got so many backers that the budget was incredible," explained the one who said his name was Bytor. "We started thinking, why should we just build a stage set when we have enough cash to build a real spaceship? In the future, we want to do all our performances from inside this ship." "Yeah, but how can the audience watch the show if you're not in the theater?" asked Derek. "Even if you could fit this ship inside a theater, the audience wouldn't be able to see everything that was going on inside the ship." I didn't think about that." We got so excited about the authenticity of a real spaceship that we forgot all about the audience. The rest of the crew was busy rehearsing their dance routine from Act 3. "Hey guys, Derek just brought up a good point. How is our audience going to watch our musical if we're in outer space?" All the other space pirates stopped dancing and began scratching their chins. "I know, we could set our smartphones to live video and the audience could watch the performance on their phones back on Earth. If we need a shot from the outside of the ship, we could make a super long selfie stick," offered a second member of the cast. "Well, that's not really traditional theater. That's more like a social media reality show. It really cheapens the highbrow quality of this work, don't you think?" "Definitely. But I have an idea," chimed in the third member. "How about we cut the spaceship in half right here at the front of the stage and then buy two really long pieces of metal, say 250 feet long, and weld them here and over there. And so we have this huge open space that we can fill up with folding chairs. Wow, that is pure genius, said Bytor. Excuse me, said Derek. I hate to keep being such a stick in the mud here, but do you think that the average theater goer will be willing to endure a 3-month space voyage in order to see your musical? Tut tut, this is a serious theatrical event, meant only for those whose prime passion is the theater. We have no interest in catering to that other riffraff that isn't willing to make a deep commitment for this once-in-a-lifetime performance. The rest of the cast eagerly nodded their heads in agreement. I say, Thaddeus, doesn't your brother Ernie weld things occasionally? By Jove, you're right. I'll call him up and see if he still has his equipment. Derek didn't want to raise any more objections. They were giving him a lift back to his home solar system, several light years away, after all. Chapter 58. Several hours later, Derek's cell phone started ringing. Wow, I can't believe I've got a cell phone reception 2 light years away from home. It was Candy. Derek, where are you? We're supposed to be heading for Venus right now, and nobody can find you. Oh, sorry. It was one of those crazy nights going from bar to bar, planet to planet, and I woke up in a different galaxy. Luckily, I met these space pirates, and they're giving me a lift. Space pirates? Did they kidnap you? How much ransom money do they want? No. That's not necessary. They're theatrical space pirates. They're working on this great Broadway musical. Wait till you see it. Derek, you got a show tomorrow night on Venus. We're still waiting for you on Europa. Like I said, I kind of overdid it the other night, and I'm sorry. Why don't you guys leave Europa without me, and I'll meet you on Venus? We're just passing Alpha Centauri, so I should be there by tomorrow afternoon. Well, all right, but don't screw this up. There's a lot of people depending on you. One question, though. I'm checking the weather on Venus. 864 degrees Fahrenheit and sulfuric acid clouds. I don't mind a little heat and humidity, but that sounds like it would be really uncomfortable. Do they have really good air conditioners there? Well, the show's not actually on the surface of Venus. It's at the Venus Heights Condo Association, which is floating 31 miles above the surface. Condo Association? What the? Don't get upset. They're paying us a ton of money. It's a free concert as long as your fans attend a 90-minute presentation about the advantages of buying a timeshare condo orbiting Venus. First I'm in a cop show, now I'm selling real estate. There's already 100 of your fans camped outside the theater in life support pods. You don't want to disappoint all those people. I guess you're right, but this is the last time. Hey, I gotta run. I just heard a motorcycle pull up. Click. Chapter 59. After a speedy trip back to the solar system of Derek's birth, he said farewell to the space pirates as they dropped him off at the Venus Heights Condo Association. Candy was waiting in the docking portal with a briefcase full of unmarked bills just in case the space pirates turned greedy at the last moment. As soon as the ship blasted off again, it was back to business for Candy. I need to talk to you about this new video presentation we've dreamed up for your show, she said to Derek as they left the docking portal. Right now, I need to take a shower and change my clothes, insisted Derek. Let's discuss that later. Where's my room? Candy handed him his key and pointed to the room at the end of the hallway with the big gold star on the door. The first thing Derek noticed when he entered his room was an enormous steel cage that was about 7 feet tall. Inside the cage was a grotesque green creature scowling at him.
"Pathetic human,"
snarled the beast.
"I demand you release me from this cage."
Bewildered, Derek went back to the door and tried the key again. His name was even printed on the gold star. This was definitely his room. So who was this giant lizard face?
Puny earthling, release me now and I won't kill you.
Look, buddy, this is my room. What the hell are you doing in here? Derek heard some snickering coming from the closet. He thought about it for a moment. This must be one of those rock band hotel pranks. He walked over to the closet and yanked the door open. Vile excrement and several other band members were rolling on the floor in hysterics. Very funny, you hooligans. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You should have seen the look on your face, chuckled Vile. How could you see the look on my face if the door was closed? Yeah, you're right, but I'm sure it was hilarious. Where did you find this guy? Asked Derek. Are they shooting a monster movie down the street? It's the evil overlord. It turns out he owns a condo here at Venus Heights. We spotted him coming out of the racquetball court, so we clubbed him over the head with a cricket bat. So why did you bring him to my room? You seem skeptical that all of humanity is ruled over by an evil overlord. I'm still skeptical, very skeptical. Vile walked over to the cage and gestured toward Derek. Tell him, Overlord.
Foolish mortal, you dare to question my supreme power over your race of weaklings? You shall pay for your insolence.
See, I told you. If you're really an evil overlord, asked Derek, why don't you have laser beams shooting out of your eyes? Any real evil overlord would cut through these bars and vaporize us all.
Well, I don't like to wear my laser contact lenses when I play racquetball.
I'll buy that. But why didn't you use mind control to send one of us to your condo and bring back your laser contact lenses?
My powers of mind control only work on people who aren't inebriated most of the time.
It looks like we've got you by the short curlies this time, evil overlord, announced Vile triumphantly.
Come on, you guys. You got me all wrong. I never wanted to be evil. I only became overlord to get girls.
Now all the band members looked as skeptical as Derek.
The evil overlord broke into a song. It's not always easy being diabolical, especially when your obsession despises your every molecule. I must possess you, my delicate flower. You must surrender to my wicked power. Yeah. You're so fine, and I'm so treacherous. We make the perfect couple. You're divine, and I'm so lecherous. Don't try to burst my bubble, 'cause I'll try everything it takes. I'm knee-deep in love, for heaven's sakes. Now I've tried every dirty trick I know, but none of my sneaky schemes have worked out yet. You could shoot me full of bullet holes, but I know you'd only be playing hard to get. Now I may not be a stud, I may not even be handsome, but what if I kidnapped your dog and held him for ransom? You're so fine, and I'm so treacherous. We make the perfect couple. You're divine, and I'm so lecherous. Don't try to burst my bubble, 'cause I'll try everything it takes. I'm knee-deep in love, for heaven's sakes. Now every night that I've been conniving, my diabolical plot begins to glow. Once my crop of evil is thriving, sinfully I'll take your love in tow. And don't think it's gonna work, being cold as a cucumber. I've tied up your grandma till she gives me your phone number. It's not always easy being diabolical, especially when your obsession despises your every molecule. I must possess you, my delicate flower. You must surrender to my wicked power. Yeah.
When the evil overlord was done singing, Derek and the others looked at each other and nodded.
Hey, that's actually pretty good, admitted Derek. So, you'll let me go? Cried the evil lord desperately. Well, no, but we might be able to work you into the act. Chapter 60. During the show that night, the evil overlord's cage was dropped onto the stage using a heavy crane. He sang his song and it was well received. He actually smiled for the first time in over 1,000 years and wiped a tear from his eye. After the show, the band allowed a few groupies to visit the evil overlord with the strict provision that the groupies wouldn't let him out of his cage. As Vile walked by, the evil overlord asked him, "Are you ever going to let me out of here?" "Don't you get it, man? Don't you know how many young singers would kill to trade places with you?" The evil overlord just shook his head cluelessly. He didn't get it at all. Chicks are digging the cage. You really think so? Vile rolled his eyes and threw his arms in the air. Have you not met more hot ladies in the last 2 days than you ever did skulking around your gloomy old castle for a millennium? Do you really want to go back to oppressing the poor downtrodden masses with your wickedness? Well, it had its moments, confessed the evil overlord. But you're right. The ladies are a lot more fun. Now you got your head on straight, sailor. Chapter 61. While most of the band and the crew were quite happy with how the show went, Derek was upset. As he was performing, he noticed several huge video screens with tsunami footage were playing behind the band. He made a stink about it, and Candy tried to settle him down. Come on, Derek. You're known as the guy in the tsunami video. If it wasn't for that video, you'd still be playing for tips at a dive bar somewhere in Tennessee. I don't believe that, shouted Derek in a rage. I have thousands of fans that hang on every word I sing. Just then a screaming fan ran up to Derek. Candy made a hasty retreat. Derek, I'm your biggest fan. Can you sign my shoulder with this marker? He was happy to oblige her. While he was writing on her shoulder, he asked her what her favorite song was. Oh, Derek, I just love that part of the video where that huge wave is knocking over the whole PA and you just keep playing. You're so brave. Thanks, replied Derek. But tell me, of all my songs, which one do you think you love the most? Which song really speaks to you as a person? Gee, Derek, I was never that good at remembering song titles, but you are so awesome. You're even better looking in person. Derek smiled graciously. Well, how about your friends? Do they have a favorite song that they rave about? Oh, I'm done with friends, raved the fan. I just realized that all the people around me didn't appreciate your genius the way I do. So obviously, they're all complete idiots. You have to see the Derek Weedle shrine that I built in my bedroom. I bought the Derek Weedle action figure, and then I made this huge wave behind him from paper mache, and then I smoked a bowl and turned on a strobe light, and I can just stare at that for like 8 hours at a time. My boss keeps calling me, saying he's going to have to fire me if I don't go to work, but I don't care. That's how crazy I am about you. Luckily, Candy reappeared with a bald man with a long beard who looked to be about 35. Excuse me, dear, said Candy to the fan, but I really need to talk to Derek right now. We need to discuss some important business. I'm sure you understand. I'll have one of my people take your name and number so you and Derek can spend more time together in the future. She wrapped her arm around Derek's and dragged him into a small room backstage. Derek, this is Tony Alspancha. He's in charge of the video effects we use in the show. Hey, bro. Pleasure working with you. Nice to meet you, too, but as I was just telling Candy, I don't think that the tsunami video is a necessary part of the show. Look, the tsunami video stays. It's in your contract that you signed. No, it isn't, insisted Derek. Do you think I would sign a contract that I didn't read first? Candy flipped open the thick contract. It's right here in the fine print, page 67, right after the artist will refrain from vomiting on the Persian carpets. Derek snatched the contract and read over the paragraph in question. He looked around the room trying to think what to say next. Come on, that tsunami incident was a while back. Can't we use some video that relates to what I'm working on lately? Tony responded, Well, I have to say that the tsunami video that you made is quite impressive. So lifelike, so believable. Who produced that video? It must have taken months. What are you talking about? That was a real event. If it wasn't for those DIY submariners, I would have drowned under 100 feet of water. I see. Mum's the word, right? You covered your tracks really well. I couldn't find anything on the interweb that explained how you really shot that footage. It's even more convincing than the fake moon landing footage. Please. You don't really believe that the moon landing was faked. Believe it? I worked on the crew that shot it. Hold on. You look like you're 30-something. You weren't even born in 1969. I worked on it in a past life. I used to have total recall of the whole production until the CIA erased my memory at the age of 6 with a fake measles vaccine. Let's face it, everything you see, everything you read is fake. Noah's Ark and the flood, all those other Bible stories, all holographs projected by aliens to enslave the human race. I have a friend who has seen all the documents that were aboard the spaceship that crashed in Roswell. The CIA figured out that he was going to spill the beans and had him committed to a mental institution. And what about DVD players? Alien technology created in a cave 300 feet below Antarctica. I think we're getting a bit off topic here, said Derek. He realized that he'd been legally imprisoned by an evil, manipulative shrew, a minion of an equally evil record company that was forcing him to have conversations with psychopaths. He decided that his best course of action was to comply with his captors until he discovered a means to escape. What ideas do you have for some new videos to use during the show? Derek asked innocently. I was thinking, stick with the natural disaster theme. Hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes. I see you playing your guitar in the street, and then suddenly there's a huge crack in the pavement. Buildings toppling over. Red-hot lava spewing out everywhere, and then your guitar cracks in half. Of course, we'll need some really buxom babes jumping out of the lava in red leather devil outfits, poking you with their plastic pitchforks. Do you think we could get Godzilla to do a cameo? Asked Derek. No problem. I know people, replied Tony. Great, said Derek. Let's meet again in a few days and see what you've come up with. Derek shook hands with Tony and smiled at Candy. Tony departed, but another man immediately entered. Derek did a double take. It was the dead salesman that he had met at the beginning of his journey. Hey, Derek, I just wanted to pop in and say it's great working with you again, said the dead salesman. I don't understand, said Derek. Venus Estates is my real estate enterprise. You're not the only one that's been busy since we met. It was my idea to get you involved in this whole advertising campaign. As soon as the word spread that you were going to do a promotional tour at all my luxury condo locations, sales have gone through the roof. You are going to be rich, my boy. Well, I'm glad I can be part of this venture, said Derek. I know that there's been a shortage of upscale housing for the upper class in the far-reaching colonies of the solar system for some time, and I'm proud to be of service. Candy's eyes narrowed with suspicion, but the dead salesman seemed to be pleased, so she smiled. The dead salesman handed Derek an expensive cigar and bid him a good day. Candy was already fingering some new paperwork as the dead salesman left the room. Derek claimed he needed to use the restroom and made a hasty exit before Candy could bring him up on any other business. He hurried out of the building and was soon walking through the adjacent beautifully manicured park. He lit up the cigar and immediately flew into a violent coughing fit. He handed it to a homeless man who accepted it gladly. He needed to sit down and collect his thoughts. He found a park bench and sat down. He shook his weary head and wondered how his music career had spun so wildly out of control. Chapter 62. Derek noticed that a middle-aged man with glasses was staring at him and writing something in a notebook. He had experienced this sort of thing before. It was all part of the racket. He looked around the park expecting other people to recognize him as well. He got looks of recognition, but then the people would move on with their day. The man with the glasses continued scribbling madly in his notebook. Perhaps he was writing an article about him, or even a book. Derek's anger with the situation simmered to a boil, and he periodically forgot about the man completely. But when he occasionally surfaced from the stew and saw the man was still at work, his curiosity reached the boiling point, and he got up and approached the man. "I couldn't help noticing that you've been staring at me and writing in that notebook for close to an hour," said Derek. "I was curious what you were writing." "I'm working on a novel," said the man. "Am I in this novel by any chance?" "Yes," stated the man, and continued writing. Derek stood there perplexed. He finally asked, "Excuse me, but what do you really know about me? I'm sure you've probably seen the tsunami video and seen my face on concert posters around town. Maybe you even heard some of my music. But what do you really know about me as a person?" "I know everything there is to know about you," claimed the man. "Really?" Derek stammered indignantly. "And how is that possible?" The man looked up from his writing. "Derek Weedle, you're merely a figment of my imagination. I invented your character. I decided that you would be a rock star. I arranged to have you play in front of that tsunami. I created your media sensation. I have brought women into your life. I sent you to Mars, Ceres, Jupiter, and now I've brought you here." Out of the corner of his eye, Derek noticed two men in medical attire approaching him. One had a white jacket that had unusually long sleeves draped over his arm. "Okay, Mr. Richter, it's time to go home," said one of the men. The man merely scowled at him. "I hope you're not going to raise a fuss this time," said the other one carrying the jacket. The man who had been writing growled at the two hovering over him. "I thought I took you two out of the book several days ago. You must have put us back in this morning, because here we are," said one of the men sarcastically. The writing man began frantically leafing through his notebook. The man nodded at Derek. "I keep asking him to make me a few inches taller and give me a full head of hair, but so far it hasn't happened." Derek grinned weakly. "I just came up with that line a few minutes ago," claimed the writing man, looking at Derek. "Not too bad, right? All right, time's up. We don't want to miss lunch." The man on the bench ignored them and began racing something in his notebook. The man with the jacket held it up and said, "You know you won't be able to write anything once we put the jacket on." The man on the bench angrily slammed his notebook down. He stood up and looked as though he was ready to cooperate. "All right," he growled, "but only if I can get rid of the cook who's been embezzling the money for the Christmas dinner to pay his gambling debts and replace him with a Chinese chef whose specialty is shrimp egg foo young and secretly fights crime with his martial arts skills when he isn't preparing our meals." "I think that can be arranged," said the man with the jacket, as he and the other escorted the writer out of the park. Chapter 63. Derek returned to his own problem, but could see no solution. He felt he had no choice but to return to the band's tour ship. He contemplated stealing one of the smaller ships, owned by one of the wealthy residents, but even if he could break into one, he was sure he would be unable to operate it. If only he still had his converted minivan with the rocket engines on the roof. When he walked aboard the tour ship, Candy was waiting there, eating a plate of food. "You have to try this shrimp egg foo young. It's delicious." "Really? There's a new item on the menu?" said Derek. "Seems like we've had lasagna every day this week." No. New chef, and he is fantastic," said Candy. "I better get some before it's all gone," said Derek, and he practically ran down the corridor.
As soon as Derek had turned the corner and was out of sight, he hugged the wall. He was breathing erratically. His face was wet with sweat. He was in a panic. His situation was far worse than he had imagined. Not only was he now a slave to a maniacal record corporation, they were scripting his entire life. The only question left was whether that lunatic was really rewriting his life story, or was the corporation trying to convince him that he was insane so they could manipulate him like a lobotomized pawn. As if this weren't traumatic enough, Derek felt a rumbling in his stomach that was increasing exponentially. He felt the flesh of his abdomen stretching. He looked down and witnessed his stomach expanding. The pain was excruciating, and he collapsed on the floor. He attempted to call for help, but no sound came from his mouth. His vision grew fuzzy, and everything went dark. When Derek awoke, searing bright lights were blinding him. Slowly, he began to make out figures wearing surgical masks. He could hear Candy's voice. "Don't worry, Derek. This condo association has excellent surgeons. You're going to be okay." Derek looked down, and his stomach was enormous. He saw one of the surgeons hold up a scalpel over it. Derek tried to throw himself off the operating table, but he was strapped down securely. He watched in horror as the scalpel cut into his stomach. Thankfully, he had been fully anesthetized before the procedure. The surgeon forced his hand into the large incision he had made and began feeling around in Derek's stomach. He felt a strange tugging sensation. With some difficulty, the surgeon pulled out a large, odd-looking object the size of a thermos out of the incision in his stomach. The surgeons passed the object around, but it was clear that they had never seen anything like it before. Derek had a memory of high school science class and realized that this object resembled a cocoon. As the surgeon turned it in his hands, Derek could see an insect face that resembled one of the praying mantis women. Oh no! This can't be possible, Derek thought. He was a male. He wasn't supposed to get pregnant. On the other hand, he wasn't really designed to be having sex with women who had insect heads either. He had to resign himself to the fact that he was now a father. Or was he a mother? While Derek was lost in thought, the surgeon was probing around inside his stomach again. Before long, a second cocoon was removed from his abdomen. At first, he thought they were twins, but he soon noticed that each larva resembled a different member of the trio that he had engaged in debauchery with that night. The other surgeons were preparing to close the incision when the head surgeon waved them off. Candy fainted and had to be carried to a chair in the corner. Derek watched as the surgeon plunged his arm in up to his elbow in the gaping incision, as the others looked on nervously. With some effort, a third cocoon was finally extracted. Derek began to feel like such a slut. His heart was full of conflicting emotions. This was all so sudden. Derek had never been able to arrange a baby shower or decorate a nursery. His life would be very different from now on. The head surgeon wiped his brow and then went back in one last time to make sure he hadn't missed anything. After thorough inspection, he gave the order to begin sewing up Derek's stomach. Once the surgical team had tidied up everything, they went to the bar next door to the hospital and had a few drinks. Derek, still on the operating table, considered taking a short nap. The surgeons had assured him that someone would be along shortly to help him get dressed. Candy was still out cold in the corner. Derek was busy daydreaming when an angry buzzing sound ripped through the room. Derek sat up on the operating table. He looked over at the three cocoons. They had cracked open and insect legs were furiously trying to escape from them. Derek looked on, fascinated, as these new insects struggled to be free. Once the insects had crawled from their cocoons and their wings were dry, they began circling around the room near the ceiling. The deafening buzz of their wings eventually woke Candy up from her faint, but she immediately became hysterical all over again. "Derek, what the hell is going on? We've got to get out of here."
The insects descended to Derek's shoulders and began lifting him off the ground. "Oh my God!" screamed Candy. "What is happening here? I must be having a nightmare." A grin slowly passed across Derek's face. "I think my children are here to save me." "Your children?" screamed Candy hysterically. "Yes, I'm sure of it," said Derek, as the 3 large insects began carrying him toward a large open window. "You can't do this to me, Derek," bellowed Candy, now practically foaming at the mouth. "I have you under contract." "Check the fine print again, Candy," replied Derek. "The artist will not be required to fulfill his contract if he is carried away by enormous insects." "Shut up, you idiot!" screamed Candy. "That is not in the contract." Nonetheless, Candy felt obligated to be sure the stipulation did not exist, and frantically thumbed through the contract she always kept close at hand. "Why do they make this print so goddamn small?" cursed Candy as Derek and his new family disappeared into the twilight. Candy only lifted her head and looked out the window when she heard a spaceship blasting off into the distance. The end.